Road safety with Ratsa is here, and welcome you to this morning's broadcast on our platform, Parliament Radio, and our Facebook page. As we continue looking at how safe our roads are, and I'm glad to be joined in the studio by my guest, Miss Angela Chansa, who's the Road Traffic Inspector. I'm your presenter, Julius Musmali. Our topic of discussion today is we're looking at the 3 E's of road safety. And of course, on our sign language, you have Jason Manda. Madam Chansa, good morning and welcome to the program.
Good morning, Julius.
Right. How is the agency this morning?
Well, the agency is doing very well. I don't know about the parliamentary.
Right. Parliament, we are fine, and we're glad that we have hosted you on this very important topic. And of course, as our viewers and listeners out there, if you need to participate at some point, we'll open our text line 0978772801, and our call line is 0772832122. But just before that, we have to look at our topic of discussion, which is the 3 E's. So what are the E's that we are referring to in road safety?
Okay, so when you look at the E's, I'll focus on the 3 major ones, which is education, engineering, and enforcement itself. Of course, we can also fuse in emergency services and the environment, making it 5 E's.
All right.
But for today's discussion, I think we'll focus on the 3 major E's.
All right. So
yes.
maybe you can give us the general overview of the roles that these E's play in execution of your duties.
Okay. So when you look at, I'll start with education. When you look at the education department, before we can get to enforcement, we need to get the information out there. So the dissemination of that information through educational programs, road shows, these public events like the trade fair, agriculture shows, that is done by our education stroke publicity unit. So they're out there to engage the stakeholders who are our motorists and other road users on the importance of safety. And then we also have the engineering department. Under engineering, we're looking at the road infrastructure and also motor vehicle fitness and engineering. So what we're saying is for roads to be safe, one, we should space us with a proper road network, and then we also need to have safe vehicles. So the agency, through the examination center, conduct examination on motor vehicles for road worthinesses, so that we do not have accidents that may be avoided. Okay, and then we now come to the education, to the enforcement department. Enforcement department now bring in the deterrence of these violations in case someone comes into breaking of any of the laws as stipulated in the Road Traffic Act number 11 of 2002. The enforcement department now comes in to enforce now. So there we have the fines being imposed, and also the courts coming. We have our Lusaka Fast Track Court, where we do send all the errant drivers, all the offences are heard in the Lusaka Fast Track Court. So basically, in a nutshell, not getting into so many details, that's what the 3 E's, the 3 major E's are about, yes.
All right. But when you talk about, if I take you back to your the E's that falls under engineering, how do you collaborate with other organizations or agencies with regards to do with perhaps road furniture? There are times you find that some of the humps look abnormal, extraordinary, or maybe some rubber strips around some of the roads. Some are too. Is there a standard point where you come in to make recommendations on what kind of road furniture should be, so that motorists are not perhaps seen to be inconvenienced in one way or another?
Okay. So our engineering department does not work independently. We work with other stakeholders in the engineering department, RDA, NRFA, Osaka City Council, and because we are somehow the point of contact, if there is a road hump which is maybe misplaced, maybe there is need for a bus stop on a certain route, you find that the callers through the call center, RATSA call center, will engage us, and we will forward all the queries to our engineering department, and they will engage the other stakeholders on how best they can make the road safe. So you find that when designing the roads, we have all the road users in mind, the pedestrian, the motorist. Is there a need for a pedestrian crossing? Is there a need for a road hump? Is it a school zone? So all those things will be considered as they sit. So it's not a one-man show, and it can't happen in such a manner. Exactly. All the stakeholders have to be involved. And of course, if there's an area which is prone to accidents, we will also conduct a road audit. Why do we have a number of accidents happening at a certain point? And we'll engage our stakeholders again to say, okay, we need to maybe to put up humps here and other measures that can be implemented to avoid those accidents.
All right.
Sure.
All right. Having given us the 3 major E's and of course going to 5, our focus today is basically looking at 1E, which is enforcement. Would you just highlight some overview of how this operation, or how the e-enforcement is actually actualized by the agency?
Okay, so I'll begin by saying, you see, traffic laws are enacted to constrain behavior. But of course, you'll find that motorists and or other road users will at times ignore those traffic regulations. So the road traffic inspectors will come in to deter those violations and also create what we call avoidance behavior. By that I mean if they detect to say, if I behave in such a manner, these are the consequences. So the enforcement department has a huge task to create sanity on the road, and that is done through a number of activities. Okay, and these may be targeted operations done on a daily basis, weekly, or even monthly. So on a daily basis, officers will be out on patrols, monitoring for a number of things. We have roadside enforcement or roadside surveillance, where we monitor dangerous drivers. And now we have smart enforcement, where we're able to detect any violation on a vehicle, even without stopping the vehicle. So by the time it's getting to that point, we already know what the status is. If the vehicle has valid road tax, for example, or fitness, we'll be able to detect if it doesn't, or if there's a pending fine on that vehicle, if it has a suspension, and what offense it committed, when and where. So we'll be able to advise and guide accordingly. So we also have a task of removing obstructions from the road. We also conduct speed management, where we have areas where the motorists just want to exceed the speed limit. We'll have officers occasionally doing speed management on all those points. We also have national operations. We're getting into the festive season. Beginning of next month, we'll have some institutions will have closed for the festive season. The traveling public will be out and about, so we have a lot of traffic on the highways. And because of that, we'll have a number of officers engaged countrywide to monitor the situation, so that we avoid as much as possible crashes and, of course, unwarranted deaths during the festive season. So also the target would be the major issue, which is also driving under the influence of alcohol, drink driving. So when we have major events, for example, during the Independence holiday, we had one major event in Winston.
The Day of Thunder, yeah, by the Zambia breweries.
Yes, so the agency again had deployed a lot of officers just to ensure that the event went on smoothly and we had an accident-free event. But of course, some were found wanting, driving under the influence of alcohol, and they were charged accordingly. So the enforcement is there to deter bad behavior and to follow the traffic regulation for the safety of everyone involved. Sure.
But how easy do you find it? Because I take it as a motorist, I'm conscious. I may drive my own way, in my own style. Immediately I see your colors are distinct and very unique. They can be seen from a distance. Then I quickly switch to that mode of compliance. How easy do you find it for the agency to deter such instances where motorists tend to just be compliant once they see your colors, your vehicles, your uniforms, and yet when you are not there, we behave otherwise?
Okay, so that's why enforcement is, well, it's very interesting. Um, we have what we call random patrols, where we do motorized patrols, so that we don't create a fix, like where the motorists will know that officers will be found at a certain point, and I should comply just at that point. We'll do a number of activities. We'll work on a number of activities each week. So there's no knowing what we're up to. You may find us on Burma Road, you may find us on Independence Road, or we would basically just be out and about. And of course, with the smart enforcement, we are checking everything that is going on. So there's an element of surprise at any given time. That's what we are actually trying to avoid, what you've spoken about. We don't want motorists to comply because they've seen the patrol vehicle. We want them to have that avoidance behavior and to just do the right thing before they can even be nabbed by the officers.
Okay.
Sure.
So how is this enforcement conducted across the country, maybe away from Lusaka, which is most central, and that's where your headquarters are? You may have maybe good staffing levels, enough equipment to use, and motor vehicles to use. How do you conduct enforcement across other provinces outside Lusaka,
So
and in areas where RATS has no presence?
First, I've mentioned that we have presence in all the 10 provinces of Zambia. And of course, we have officers stationed in 16 towns at the moment. But they also have what we call a catchment area or area of operation. So you find that Mazabuka and Choma, in between, Mazabuka will have a point where they can respond to all the emergencies in that area, and Choma will meet them halfway. So basically, all the areas are covered. The type of enforcement or what is prioritized will also depend on the area. So if, for example, we are dealing with an area which has a number of trucks breaking down and all that obstructions, you find that in that region, they'll deal more with removing those obstructions on the road. They'll do more of highway patrols. They'll monitor the highways for any obstructions, and they'll do speed management on the highways so that there are no accidents in those areas. For a town like Lusaka, which is quite big and we have a huge population, of course you find an increased number of officers to manage those areas. So on all the 4 major routes, Great East Road, Great North Road, the southern route, will have a unit monitoring those areas, with the exception of maybe where we have an emergency which they have to respond to. Of course, they'll have to drop everything to make sure that everyone is safe at the point of incident.
Okay. And in instances where perhaps you're confronted with a situation where drivers do not comply when they are approached, how do you undertake the enforcement?
Okay, enforcement doesn't work alone. I think I don't know if you've noticed, for should be 2 years now, we've worked hand in hand with traffic police. So at any point in time, we'll have a combination of traffic police and RATSA officers. And the reason is straightforward. The mandate that our colleagues have also extends to maintaining peace and public order, which we as RATSA personnel may not have. So in that event where we have a problematic driver, one, we don't understand why this person is behaving in an unruly way. It could be a criminal. So those officers we move around with in our patrol vehicles are fully equipped. They have guns, they have anything to disarm an unruly driver. And where all efforts fail, we don't want to do a chase, because that person is capable of doing anything and harming other road users. Because we have already taken note of that number plate and the make of the vehicle and color and everything, we'll take note and submit those to the traffic section so that they are on the lookout. Also, we submit those details on our system. We enter that record on the system. We block that vehicle for that offense, such that if they come through for any transaction, they'll be unable to do so. That offense will still be pending.
Okay. But the usage of the blocking system, and are you looking forward, for example, to integrate with other organizations? I'll give, for example, if you block a vehicle that has the driver has misconducted himself or herself on the road, is there a provision where you integrate with other organizations? Perhaps I'll give an example like toll plazas, where that vehicle cannot even access such services in an event that it has not come forth to pay the fine or to appear before the agency.
Actually, NRFA, they work hand in hand with us. So if you're one such person you want to avoid the 20 kwacha, paying a toll fee of 20 kwacha, that fine of 1,800 will be imposed. They will submit those details to our office, and those vehicles will be blocked. So when that vehicle passes any toll gate, they are able to detect, to say this one didn't pay toll fees at the Chongwe Toll Plaza or anywhere else in the country. So yes, we are working hand in hand. We may not give up the system fully to them and say, okay, go ahead and have access to the system, because it's not in their mandate. Maybe later on, if the ministry sits down and they look at it and they see it fit, maybe it can come into reality. But for now, the mandate has been given to the Road Transport and Safety Agency to have these details on their system and to monitor accordingly.
All right.
Sure.
But of course, as we are moving to a smart nation, and where we want everything to be done, and that integration, I'm sure, will be very useful. So that if a motorist is an erring motorist and want to access, maybe go to another town, NRFA through the toll plaza should indicate that there's some problem on this vehicle, and so you cannot pass. And
it's a brilliant suggestion, and I'm sure the relevant authorities are taking note of your suggestion. We are not yet there, but we'll get there soon.
All right.
Yes.
So where we stand, can you confidently assure us that your presence is definitely driving us towards compliance levels where now we should see these erring motorists or this unbecoming behavior on our roads reduced or eliminated completely?
Okay. I'll start with you. What do you think? Is there a change?
I try my level best, but of course there are those moments. But I try my level best, especially that I've been engaging you in this program. It's been a learning process, and I check myself and reflect after a program and say, okay, I think there I erred, and I avoid certain things. So now where we stand as an agency and your records.
Okay, so numbers don't lie. The records are there. Everyone is free. Feel free to come through to our offices and engage our statistics department. We'll be able to avail this information. And I think if you follow the Ask Ratsa page, there's also the Facebook official Facebook page. Information is put out there. The number of people who are sent to the fast track court. Sometimes even going as far as name and shame. I mean, who wants to go through that again? So with our presence, I would safely say yes, we are playing our part, and compliance is going up compared to what we had in the past. Sure.
All right. And in instances where you issue summons to an erring motorist and they tend to decline, what are the implications for such individuals?
Okay, so for those who decline summons, they have to understand that eventually their motor vehicles will get blocked on the system, and the details of that infringement will be recorded. And I know I keep mentioning the smart enforcement. As officers are conducting the patrols and these people are applying the streets of Lusaka, we'll be able to pick up that this vehicle has got a pending court case, and they need to appear in court for a certain offense. So in such a case, we'll definitely intercept that vehicle and we'll keep it or impound the vehicle until that offense is cleared.
Right, and there's this continuous complaints of non-compliance among especially public service vehicle drivers. Is the agency conducting enough enforcement activities in that area? Notorious about this is basically Lusaka and Copper Belt, and of course even along the highways you find bus drivers and other transporters, public transporters, feel like they own the road. And what are you doing in this area?
That is a headache that well, we look at every day. We are trying as much as possible to intercept these people that will obstruct the roadway. A driver will just park in the middle of the road and will start loading the bus with impunity. Of course, if he's found doing that, we do charge these drivers, we do impound their vehicles, we do send them to the fast track courts. We have records of that happening. And recently we also had that operation along Freedom Way, where we were moving those obstructions from the road, those drivers parking on the road and loading from there. But I'll have to make mention that our biggest stakeholder is the general public. We may not be found everywhere on each street, in each corner, so we are also depending on the other road users to report these errant drivers. If someone, and if possible, get pictorial evidence. If you have someone who can assist, get pictorial evidence and send it to our WhatsApp line. I'll give the number for our official WhatsApp line at the end of the program. But you feel free to get in touch with our call center staff on 983. It's open on all the networks, Zamtel, Airtel, and MTN. So, and report these errand drivers. Believe me, our call center staff are competent and they're quick to summon and bring to book these errand drivers.
But there's still a cry that I think you have not addressed this issue so much, because every minute that you jump or you get onto the road heading in whatever direction, the conduct for the especially min-mass drivers is one and the same, regardless of the time, whether it's peak hour, whether it's just normal hours during the day, along the main roads, especially in the CBD of Lusaka, for example. Of course, we take note that this program is not only limited for Lusaka, but we use Lusaka, for example, because that's where most of these cases are committed, and there's still an outcry from the public that the agency has not done enough to address. These are the people that you deal with, they are clients that seek services from you. Why have you failed to curb this situation?
Well, it's an ongoing operation, and we are looking also to engage what we call those volunteers. I don't know if you've seen the Amendment Act. So with the increased manpower, we are hoping that we'll have presence on the major routes, most routes around Lusaka, even in other provinces, not only limited to Lusaka. So plans are underway to have this issue brought to a close. But for now, bear with us. We may not have presence everywhere, but we are trying our level best to bring these people to book, and the records are there. You know, bus drivers, sometimes we call them a problem child. Today is in court, tomorrow he goes back to do the same thing. So, of course, the agency has got the mandate to also withhold or withdraw a license for those drivers who want to break the law with impunity. We have that mandate. So for some, unfortunately, when they appear in court, maybe for the second time, third time, the magistrate has no choice but to retrieve or to just revoke that license. Yeah, so that they are not back on the road. They are not compliant.
All right, let's take time to listen to what the public has to say and either agree with us or disagree with what we are discussing here. Remember, we are basically looking at the E part of the enforcement, one of a pillar in the road safety undertaken by Road Transport and Safety Agency, RATSA. My guest is Miss Angela Chansa, who is the Road Traffic Inspector, and our text line is 0978-772-801, and our call line is 0772-832-122. Please make sure that you turn off your gadget, your radio set or television as you get in touch with us, and limit ourselves with a mandate of RATSA as a Zambia police is not here to speak for themselves. So we have a call on the line. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. You are through to Road Safety with RATSA. Your name and where you're calling us from?
Hello, this is Copper Belt.
Yes, Copper Belt, and your name, sir?
Yeah, this is Uncle B from Chuempara. I wanted to ask that, madam, sir.
Yes.
My question is like this. If you, okay, the time you stop these taxi drivers and they showed you a license, no, when somebody showed you a license, do you ask them where they went for school, or just ask them, am a license mwasangire kuisa? Okay, okay. For example, ngangamamu kuisha. Okay, alanga license. Nomba mula vepisapo is school oyo ba ile nangu awe gamilanga license because no anashita ma license. No, some they just buy licenses. No, they go to the managers. No, they pay the money. No, then they go no, they give them the license. Okay. No, do they investigate them nicely or not?
Okay. Thank you so much for that contribution, Uncle B. Madam Chancellor will be able to respond to that. Let's see if we can accommodate another caller or read some messages. Our text line is 0978-778-2801. You are through to our call line. Good morning.
Morning.
This is Road Safety with RATSA. Your name and where you're calling us from?
Good morning.
Yes, please tell us your name and where you're calling us from.
I am Juliet from Nakonde.
Yes, madam, and your contribution?
I am Juliet from Nakonde.
Yes, Madam Juliet, we can hear you. What is your contribution as we look at the enforcement part by RATSA? All right, we seemingly have dropped the call has dropped that line. Let's see if we can read some also messages from our Facebook page. We have always persuaded RATSA and Zambia Police to have public awareness program on radios and television aimed at educating the public on road usage best practices. Most pedestrians are ignorant on road usage rules and regulations. That is Webster Chiabi. This one says, Southern side Choma, routes RATSA, it's not much. Give us time to work, then we do our best. So those are messages. Let's see if we can accommodate a caller. Then we give chance to Madam Chancellor to respond to those concerns. You are through to Road Safety with RATSA.
Hello.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, how are you?
Well, we are fine, thank you. Your name and where you are calling us from?
I'm calling you from Choma.
Yes, please. What's your contribution, sir? Although you have not given us your name.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, but is that parliamentary what?
Yes, please. You are live. You are live on Road Safety with RATSA on Parliament TV and Parliament Radio. So you are live. So go ahead with your contribution.
Yeah, my contribution is over the age limit of drivers. If drivers will only be allowed to drive vehicles when they are above 35 years. Because already 30 years. Because we see that these accidents are taking place because of the younger men that are allowed to drive vehicles like buses and so forth. You get me?
Yes, your contribution. So you want the age limit to be increased to 35 years?
Yeah, 35 years would be the minimum age limit for anyone who wants to continue driving, especially when driving a bus.
But are you aware that there are so many people above 35 years old who misconduct themselves on the road?
Properly. Sorry, I cannot hear you properly because there is a problem of network.
Or the network. So basically, I was trying to challenge you, sir, whether you are aware that there are also people above the age of 35 years who misconduct themselves on the road and they have been driving for a long time. So would that completely bring the problem, solve the solution, according to your contribution?
I can't listen very well because
All right, okay.
I can't hear you very well because of maybe because
Okay,
of
we have
network.
taken note of your consent, so at this time I'll give opportunity to give Madam Chancellor to just respond to those concerns, beginning perhaps with Uncle B's concern in Chiwempala. Driver's licenses, when you are conducting the enforcement part, are you able to detect whether this driver's license is genuine? Do you educate people? Do you find out from them whether they went to a driving school or how they did their learning lessons?
Yes, we do. So if we're conducting our usual patrols, everyday patrols, and your driver behavior is somewhat questionable, we'll be forced to withhold your license and ask you to come in. Then we have the mandate to send you for a retest.
Okay.
So how you obtain the license is now questionable because of your driving. You are not a skilled driver, but you have a license. How did you get it? So we'll be forced to send you for a retest. Should you pass, should you go through all the defensive and whatnot, and we are happy to give it back to you. But if in event that you fail to prove that you are worthy of having that driver's license, we have no choice but to retrieve the license, because you are a danger to yourself and other road users. We will not get into which school who trained you, but us, our major concern now is how you're driving, how you're conducting yourself with the license that you have. Yes.
All right, before we go to the Facebook message, there was also a concern, increase on age limit to 35 years. What would be your comment? What
we need is behavioral change. One's age will not really deter them from behaving in a certain manner. Others will behave well at 25. The next person will conduct themselves in a somewhat unruly manner at 35. So what we need is to have the information out there. How do you conduct yourself as a public service vehicle driver, or even just a private driver or personal driver? How do you conduct yourself with the license that you have? What is required of you? That's why we have the highway code, for you to understand what is expected of you on the road. So increasing the age limit may not really sort out the problem, but what we are saying is, through the Education and Publicity Department, we will get the information back out there for people to understand what is expected of them through, of course, the highway code. In fact, in the highway code it says know the law. You should know the law in totality. Yes, and you should be able to interpret the traffic situation at all time. But if you are unable to do that, why do you even have a license?
All right. Mr. Chiabi, on Facebook, talking about awareness, your continuous campaigns are also targeting pedestrians who may not know the road rules as well. What are you doing as an agency?
On that one, we have flyers. Other than Parliament Radio, we also have radio stations on other radio stations, Millennium Radio. We also do road shows. We have presence sometimes in bus stations, at the malls, and all this is dubbed at sensitizing not only the motorist but also the pedestrian. Because if you are going to cross the road at an undesignated point, or if you are going to stop a bus at a point where you're not supposed to, chances are that someone might ram into that bus and you might be affected. Or as you are crossing at an undesignated point, you can be hit by a vehicle and you die on the spot. So this information, we are trying to get it out there. We have officers already on the ground with that information. And other than that, we also have the school park at the Silver Station, where from a tender age, children are taught where to cross from and where to board the bus from. Sure.
All right, so our call line is 0772832122 and our text line is 0978772801. And let's see if we have a caller on the line.
Hello, sir.
Good morning. You are through to Road Safety with Ratsa. Your name and where you are calling us from?
Hello?
Good morning. You are through to Road Safety with Ratsa. We can hear you.
Yes, I'm Timothy Mubanga from Kitwe.
Mr. Timothy Mubanga, please go ahead with your contribution.
Yes, sir. I've just got a concern.
Yes, sir.
Because I've been driving since 1989.
1989. Please go ahead. We can hear you.
Yes. Now, in Zambia, we have got a problem.
Mm-hmm.
We think punishing somebody or paying a lot of money, that means you are going to achieve something. Instead of training people, you are just thinking of increasing penalties. You see, Russia this time would have been making a lot of money if they would have created training centers for drivers, even those old drivers. When they go there for renewal, then they are first to put on maybe 2 or 3 weeks on training, even a week, you see. Then they renew their driving license.
Okay. Yeah.
Because you know, behavioral change is a process. You cannot say somebody would just change that rapidly, no. So some people may change at 25, someone 30, 35, even 40. Now what we need at least a system whereby all drivers are being put on training. You see, maybe or after two years goes for training, government training, not private, because you never know they are teaching. You see. That's why they come with fake driving licenses. But driving licenses may be even collected by being trained by a private institution or even a person. But there you need to train them as to your conditions.
No, okay, we take note of your concern, Mr. Mubanga from Kitwe, and we'll be able to comment on that. Let's see if we can accommodate a message. All right, maybe you can give a quick reaction to Mr. Mubanga's concern. RATSA conducting retraining of drivers, establishing training centers so that you can assess.
Hello?
Yeah. Okay, we have another caller on the line. Good morning.
Hello?
You are through to Road Safety with RATSA. Good morning.
Okay, is that Parliament Radio? I mean, the Parliament TV?
Yes, please. You are through and you are live on Road Safety with RATSA. Go ahead, your name and your contribution.
This is Patrick calling you from Solwezi.
Yes, Mr. Patrick, please give us your contribution.
I don't know, it's something different that I've observed ever since I started being on the road. It's like the law enforcers, both the rats and the traffic officers. In most cases, they are the people that impound cars where they find the drivers being on the phone. But they are the first people to be on the phone. You find them cruising, even the way they stop, they just come like they want to impound the car, yet not. They drive so carelessly and stop in front of the other cars without even taking into consideration the distance between them and the other one.
Okay.
And then if you just try to bump in, they impound your car.
Okay.
So both, I'm not saying just the traffic, even the RATSA people do that. What measures can you take, or what can that driver or the owners of the cars that are driving the other cars, that the cars that are being treated in such a way do? Because it's now too much. You find them even on the phones. You find them doing all sorts of things that they make others not to do.
All right.
So that's my comment. What is your comment?
Thank you.
That's my complaint. And what is your comment?
Thank you, Mr. Patrick. And of course, we take note. Him is focusing on an introspection of yourselves, how you conduct yourselves on the road as you execute your duties. Are you also complying as we talk about enforcement? Maybe we can respond to Mr. Patrick and Mr. Timothy, who's been on the road from 1989 and talking about a strategy to reopen training centers.
Training centers, okay. So on that one, it's not yet It has not yet been tabled, and it's not out there yet. And if we are going to go that route where we do our own driver training and testing, well and good, because we'll have only ourselves to blame then. But so I can't comment on something which is not there yet.
Exactly.
But we have taken note of that suggestion, and of course I'll put it across to my supervisors and the management team. Then on
in-house introspection,
in-house
how do you conduct
introspection.
yourselves on the road?
Okay, so me being a RATSA personnel does not make me immune to these traffic rules. I'm supposed to follow them. In fact, I should be an example of how things are supposed to be done. So because I'm in uniform doesn't allow me to be on the phone whilst driving, to drive in a reckless manner. So if you come across that, Mr. Julius, please, like I mentioned earlier, report, even if that person is in uniform. This person driving vehicle registration number so and so was on the phone whilst driving. Yes, we do have a disciplinary committee, and we're going to charge accordingly. There's nothing like you work for us and you can't pay a fine. That is done. It has been done before.
All right. And how then can the public play a role in supplementing the duties of enforcement?
I've kept on mentioning, please get in touch with us if you have any concern. If it's to report a violator, an errant driver, please get a hold of our call center staff on the numbers that will be given. Please call our toll-free line 983. It's accessible on all the networks. You can lay your complaints, your suggestion, and we'll take note of all the suggestions plus booking all the errant drivers. And please do get in touch with us. So yeah, major stakeholders as the general public, be it motorists or even just pedestrians. Doesn't matter if you don't own a vehicle, as long as you've noted a violation. You not owning a vehicle doesn't mean you do not understand the road rules. You're also a road user, and you should be treated in a respectful manner. So if you have any query or any complaint, we are open to suggestions. You can come through. You can also get in touch with us via phone or through our Facebook page.
Okay.
Sure.
I'd loved you to stay and, of course, give us more details. But at this moment, I think I will have to excuse you so that you get back to the road and play your role to make sure that our roads are safe. But just before we go, maybe you can run us through the contact numbers that the public can use, including your social media platforms.
Okay. So for requests and of course any other issues, you can send us a message on WhatsApp. Our WhatsApp line is 0965 429 499. 0965 429 499. We also have a toll-free line where you can make voice calls. That is 983. Like I mentioned earlier, it's open on all the networks, Zamtel, Airtel, and MTN. We also have an emergency line. This one you only call for emergencies, not to ask if your license is valid. It's 0955 983 983. 0955 983 983. And of course, you can engage us on our social media page, which is Ask Ratsa. Look us up on Facebook. Please follow that page for more intel on activities that we're embarking on. And tomorrow we officially launch our new and improved call center. 17th is tomorrow, yes? Yes, so tomorrow we are doing an official launch for an improved call center. This now means that once you get in touch with us, improved services, improved point of contact, you don't have to wait for calls to be responded to. If you want, you can try just now. We have officers on standby waiting for your calls. So thank you so much, Julius, for having me.
Right, and we seemingly had a challenge on our text message line. We're unable to read your messages, but I've taken note that you have received all your messages, like we always do. Those of an administrative nature are shared with RATSA, and individually, some of them they respond to you outside this program. But for now, our topic of discussion, which is the enforcement part of by RATSA, has been discussed, and we come to an end, even if it has not been exhaustive. But I do hope that the information and knowledge that has been shared by my guest, Ms. Angela Chanda, who's a road traffic inspector, has been of benefit to you, our listeners and viewers. But for now, we have to come to the end of the program. Thanks so much for coming, madam.
Thank you very much, Julius.
Right, so we come to the end of today's edition of Road Safety with Ratsa, and we're looking at enforcement as we get back to work and back on the roads. Remember, the blue light is watching you. Julius Musmali signing off, and of course on sign language I had Jason Manda. Have a lovely week.
I have agreed with the Zamanis that you will stay and be their help for as long as it takes.
You have always taught me to give all I can in whatever I do.
This is the best chance you ever have of saving your mother.
All you have is yourself. That is all you must remember.
You know how to get rid of family baggage. You have to always know where to let off steam.
You are a Rashante. You must never forget that Rashantes are never distracted.
Halita.
Taken from the dirt, created from the earth, gone through the fire, I am strong. Break me apart into 1,000 pieces, I will be restored. Throw me away into 1,000 seas, I'll sail back to shore.
Halita.
No way. With so many fantastic shows on so many amazing channels,
they are bringing the heat.
GoTV couldn't get any better, right?
Right.
Wrong. Because we're bringing a whole bunch of brand new channels.
This is a whole new level.
Just for you. Hooray! Like Movie Room.
Afuni Entertainment.
Mnet Essentials.
Sounds like a scoop.
I love it.
Nicktoons and Nick Jr. Studio Universal and many more.
Awesome.
So upgrade or stay connected from 3 October for brand new channels and even more to love. On GoTV. Love it.
Get a GoTV decoder for only 349 kwacha and catch all the 64 games of extravagant football live on GoTV Super. Abalea Kata pa GoTV. Dear Chimuela. GoTV. Love it.
zikuoneka ngati anthu oyipa achuluka kuposa abwino, zikumaonekanso ngati anthu odziwa malemba achuluka kuposa owachita. Kuno zikumaonekanso ngati azitumiki anu ambiri nkhani ya chuma ya wayenda. Zikumadzaonekanso ngati utenga oti mudzabweranso padakali pano adaupumitsa. Ine ndeni mati mwina mtumeko angelo anu pandipeze mugetse mani. Zikuoneka ngati pabwera malonda nyumba mwanu. Zikuoneka ngati babisala chifwamba nyumba mwanu. Tumani angelo anu, tumani angelo anu, andipeze mugetse mani. Zikuoneka ngati palola akuba nyumba mwanu. Zikuoneka ngati babisala chifwamba nyumba mwanu. Koma ziri mnyumba mwanu, Yehova mnyumba mwanu, oh mnyumba mwanu. Alowetsa mukuba chigololo komanso malonda mnyumba mwanu. Kodi mesa mati simsenta dzulodzana ndinkuja inu muli yemwe uja mphamvu zanu ziri pompaja. Potakukwapula anthu paja ngati mnachitira kale lija mkachisimuja. Nanga lero bwanji mtumeko angelo anu adzawakwapule. Tati tumani angelo anu, oh angelo anu. Zikuoneka kuti anthu atopa ndi bodza lalowa mnyumba yanu. Zikuonekanso kuti anthu akulizidwa koma mnyumba yanu.
jitata nekwito kukunduku mwiteni makosa yenu mayawe yankosheni kujikatilila shumfweni pokutembela kwa jitata nekwito kukunduku mwiteni makosa yenu mayawe yankosheni kujikatilila takupowo kungofa konemo neliba kumpulusha taku sombi mwopele mwebo nakulu kwikele na mwebo takupowo kungofa konemo neliba kumpulusha taku sombi mwopele mwebo nakulu kwikele na mwebo shumfweni pokutembela kwa jitata nekwito kukunduku mwiteni makosa yenu mayawe yankosheni kujikatilila shumfweni pokutembela kwa jitata nekwito kukunduku mwiteni makosa yenu mayawe yankosheni kujikatilila yankosheni kujikatilila kujikatilila uyondivika atafule umbele wabangeli bawe ndiyakukala amajani uyonditula miguli ndikasabuke bulonga ndiyakukhala mumongole male kukabe kutamani ndayandisha inkasikeko kujulu kulibatata inkapukute imisozi ndakusika kuzayoni ndayandisha inkababone bayinohi kwalokuzayoni inkapukute imisozi ndakusika kuzayoni uyondivika atefule umbele wabangeli bawe ndiyakukhala abajesu uyondithula Atari menyera You unravel me with a melody. You surround me with a song of deliverance from my enemies till all my fears have gone. I'm no longer a slave to fear. I am a child of God. I'm no longer a slave to fear. I am a child of God. From my mother's womb, fears are drowned in perfect love. You rescued me and I will stand and sing. I am a child of God. Yeah. You split the sea so I could walk right through it. You drowned my fears in perfect love. You rescued me and I will stand and say, I am a child of God. Yes, I am a child of God. I am a child of God. Yes, I am a child of God. Full of faith, yes, I am a child of God. I am a child of God. I'm no longer a slave to fear. I am a child of God. I'm no longer a slave to fear. I am a child of God.
So another part of the Jewish history of this town is in fact the Pioneer Tower behind me. That was funded by the Sussman brothers. They were amongst the first Jewish people to come to this country back in the 1890s. And once Livingston Town was built in 1905, they were amongst the first inhabitants. And 50 years later, as part of the celebration of their lives in this country, they funded the building of the clock tower. And of course it has a wonderful view over the falls, which we can see in front of us here, all the way down there. So it's part of the celebration, and 100 years later the Sussman brothers came back, and the Lutunga came from Barot Sudan to come and meet them.
That is the prominence that this particular family had in this country, and of course in South Africa, because they left here, Livingston, to go to South Africa, where they set up in South Africa the company called Woolworths. So to this day, the Jewish people have a strong influence not only in this country but in the sub-region. This is Nicky Iljon's shop. The Iljon family, of which there were various members of it, were one of the first inhabitants of the new town of Livingston, and this shop became one for selling bicycles and model aeroplanes. Now Nicky Iljon himself was the one who sadly closed down the synagogue when the last child had gone through there back in 1972. They then left here to go abroad after that. Behind me you can see there's a shop with pharmacy written on it. This used to be Sossi's garage. This was a man called Harry Sossen who married into the Sussman family, and he had the leadership of the Chevrolets back in the Northern Rhodesian days. And also, I'm pointing out over here, this tree is exactly where King George VI of Great Britain stood in 1947 in his visit to this country. Behind me is the Capitol Theatre, which today is the oldest cinema and theatre left in Zambia, and it was owned originally by the Grill family, and a young man married into their family, and his name was Harry Sossen, who we've talked about earlier. And this is where famous people in the world like Alfred Hitchcock and Danny Kaye came through to see films here. It was built in 1931, and beyond it is the yellow building, Stanley House, which is where they sold the finery to the local girls. That was dresses and all the rest of it as well. And then further down the road is a very famous intersection. This was the main intersection in town, and everybody in town knew it as Fix, Flax and Orfox Corner, after the three traders who were there. There was Sam Fix, who ran a wonderful dressmaking company. Old Man Flax ran the haberdashery, like a hardware store, and beyond it was the Orfox family, and they traded in everything else. And the humor at the time was that these three business folk made all their money during the day and ran it across the bank, which is on the fourth corner. And if you look down the end, there's actually a lovely white building over there, which used to be Barclays before it moved across the road. The three shops behind me were owned by a gentleman called Elias Kapelowitz. Elias came from Latvia just before the First World War and traded with the local people further upstream. He used to paddle with his workers 40 miles upstream to exchange goods like beeswax and honey and things like that. And he then left here just after the First World War to go back to get a wife from Latvia, and they came through. Her name was Henny, and they ran the first completely kosher household in town. And they were very influential in here. They had an open house policy, and many Jewish people came through here. But their importance was recognized later on in life when they had both died, is their family received a letter of condolence from Buckingham Palace because of all the wonderful work they'd been doing for the communities, not just the Jewish communities, out here in the then Northern Rhodesia. And I think that's a great rubber stamping of the kinds of people we had coming over here in the early years. When the town of Livingston was built in 1905, provision was actually made for a synagogue to be built, and originally the site was where the St. Andrew's Anglican Church is today. But eventually in 1928 this site was taken over and the first synagogue in this country was built. The stone was unveiled by Eli Sussman, who later on left to go down to South Africa. But this is where they had a hall where they could all get together on the Sabbath and speak Hebrew and pass on all their traditions. The middle building was where the rabbi lived, and of course this here was the synagogue. Here we are at the Jewish cemetery, a place of great sanctity for the Jewish people. The first grave in Livingston town back in 1905 was in fact grave number 1. at the far end, Mr. Gelman, Abraham Gelman. This particular cemetery is now closed as the last Jewish person left the town. It was then closed up. But our traveling rabbi, Moshe Silverhaupt, came through, and with his work and guidance, we've been able to get it to this wonderful level where people come through and visit the graves. It's custom in the Jewish tradition to put a stone on the grave as you go past. It's like saying, I've been here and I've left a message. And you can see the wonderful plaque we've had installed here, which just gives you an outline of the Jewish involvement in the area. We're now at what became the heart of the Sussman Empire. That is the Mulabezi railway line. They were trading in cattle and in timber by this stage. And so what we have here is a two-in-one. This is the first railway museum in the country and the first Jewish museum in one.
The Jewish Museum opened its doors to the general public in September 2013, just to narrate the history of the Jews, those who settled in Zambia. They came a long time ago, in the early 1920s, most of them. They came through Zimbabwe from Victoria Falls. By 1905, coming up with the opening of the railway line, which gave them an opportunity to start trading along the railway line up to Congo. So some of them from Livingstone, they went to settle in Lusaka and Ikagwe in the Copper Belt. Lusaka and Ikagwe, then in the Copper Belt up to Congo here. So these are the areas where the Jewish communities were able to settle. Why in the Copper Belt? There were already mushrooming industries that were able to give them business, like the opening of the mines there. They were also trying to bring some multi-industries along the line of rail, which gave them business. Now, the coming up of setting this museum here is just to appreciate their contributions in terms of the local, their contributions to the local community, their contributions in terms of economic, social, and political. So the history covers the entire Zambia. Otherwise, it opened its doors in 2013 in September. So as we enter inside the Jewish Museum, we will be able to follow their chronological history. This was the first Jewish wedding which was conducted here in Livingstone by the Anne Green family and the Harry Sussmans in 1910. The first Jewish wedding in northern Rhodesia by then. Yes, otherwise all these activities, they are narrating the history of Livingstone for the Jews that were settling here. You can see these were one of the early shops which was for the Grill General outfitters in Livingstone around 1910. You can even see. Unfortunately, these buildings are no longer in existence, but as for this one and that Capital Theatre, this one, when you go right to the center of Livingstone town, you are able to see the building. So, in short, it's just narrating the history of Livingstone. What did they come to do? For how long? That's the history for the Livingstonians.
Sitambiangula wa mulwa kawa musawa utamba kufama ya mbuta sikutambaloka na singwa kumutondo na silengwa ndati wambele nyati wambele ngombe munuka sawa mwambeli na vanaka kwanganyina mumuleya mukati wa kukwala ko katwese kumwambela.
Welcome, and other colleagues who've accompanied the PS, you are welcome to this meeting. We'll proceed with our meeting. I'll begin with introductions. Honorable members from my right, you can proceed and introduce yourselves.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, PS and your delegation. My name is Jacqueline Sabao, Member of Parliament for Chikankata Constituency. I'm also the Vice Chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee. Thank you.
Good morning, PS. Good morning, ZRI Commissioner General, and good morning, all members that have come with UPS. My name is Kalalwe Mkosa, Member of Parliament for Chinsali and Member of the Public Accounts Committee.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, honorable members of the committee. Good morning, PS. Good morning, CG, and good morning to the rest of the team. I am Imango Amnyima Jr., Member of Parliament for Nalolo constituency in Western Province, Nalolo District, and a member of this committee.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Controlling Officer. Good morning, CG and your team. My name is Alikando Mufalali, nominated Member of Parliament and member of the Public Accounts Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. PS, I'm Honorable Umai, MP for Chavuma.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, PS and your team. My name is Nicholas Mukumbi, Member of Parliament for Sorwezi West Constituency in Karumbila District, and I'm a member of this committee.
Thank you, Accountant General, Auditor General's Office.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, PS. Good morning, CG and team. My name is Zimbabwe Francis. I'm Deputy Auditor General. I'm accompanied by Mrs. Grace Chanda, Director, Mr. Moses Mtonga, Assistant Director, Godfrida Kamangu, and Mtoa Mponda, Principal Auditors, Charles Namakando, Herbert Banda, Simon Mnyama, Senior Auditors, and our PRO, Mr. Ruinda Sinyani.
Thank you, Accountant General's Office.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, PS and your team. My name is Edward Zimbizi, sitting in for the Accountant General. Thank you.
Thank you, Controller's Office.
Morning, PS. My name is David Kajokoto. I'm Assistant Director under Office of the Controller of Internal Audit. Thank you.
Thank you, Parliamentary Clerk.
Morning, PS. My name is Chitalum Lenga. I've been accompanied by Tiloleko Lungu. Thank you.
Thank you, Media. Thank you, PS. I'm Warren Shishamwambazi, Member of Parliament for Bwanamkuba constituency from the Copper Belt, Ndola District. I'm the chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee. You are welcome this morning. PS, I'll ask you to proceed and introduce your team. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Dennis Tsenda, Permanent Secretary in charge of Economic Management and Finance in the Ministry of Finance National Planning. Let me ask the CG to introduce himself and the team. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, PS. My name is Dingan Banda, Commissioner General, Zambia Revenue Authority. I'll ask members of ZRA team to introduce themselves.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, honorable members of Parliament. My name is Moses Shuko, Commissioner Indirect Taxes and Excise. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Monga Mumba, Director, Internal Audit and Risk from Zambia Revenue Authority. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, and morning, honorable members. Ezekiel Piri, Director, Research and Corporate Strategy, ZRI.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Yenda Shamawovo. I'm the Acting Executive Assistant to the Commissioner General.
Let me also ask the team from Ministry of Finance also to introduce themselves.
Thank you, PS. Good morning, Chair, and good morning, members of the committee. My name is Sandy Manza, Director, Policy Research and Standards.
Thank you so much, PS and your team. You are not coming here for a first time. We want to welcome you, and also let me take this opportunity to confer you with immunity in accordance with Cap 12 of the Powers and Privileges Act, that whatever you submit before this committee, you have the immunity. However, the same law will work against you if you willingly mislead this committee. This is also already in line with Standing Order number 175, in which you be guided by the proceedings of the chairperson, who's myself. So you proceed to read the query as it appears in the Auditor General's report, state the amount where applicable, and then your action which has been taken by your ministry. Then thereafter, honorable members will ask you questions to that effect. If I'm not mistaken, we're dealing with paragraph 9. PS, you can proceed and make your submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe, Chair, with indulgence, I think we had started, I think we reached somewhere. I don't know where I need to restart from the first page since time has passed.
You can proceed and start from the first page, PS. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me go to page 3. That's where the memorandum starts. In terms of background, Chair, allow me to skip. And in terms of page 4, there is governance issue under B, C is management. Chair, just to state the operation of the Zambia Revenue Authority, and the response there under Treasury response, Chair, is the background is regard the mandate, governance and management of the Zambia Revenue Authority is as stated by the Auditor General's report. Chair, this was just confirming. Under page 4, audit findings, under item 1.2, an examination of accounting and other records maintained at the Zambia Revenue Authority headquarters and selected stations for the period under review reviewed the following. A, budget against collection. In the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ended 31st December 2021, a revenue provision of 59,369,222,096 kwacha was made, against which amount totaling 83.9 billion were collected, resulting in an over collection of 24.5 billion, translating in 41% of the target. Chair, table 1 lists the tax description and the amount approved under the estimate, the actual revenue, and the last column is the variance. Allow me, Chair, to jump the table and go to page 6 in terms of the Treasury response. The Auditor General's comment as regard collection and revenue is correct, that the Zambia Revenue Authority collected over and above the appropriated budget for the year under review. As regard the annual revenue target of ZRA, the Ministry of Finance National Planning sets the target in the Appropriation Act as enacted by Parliament using the underlying assumption of the projected economic environment for the period under consideration. In 2021, there was a marked rise in global copper prices as they exceeded $9,000 per metric ton compared to the budget projection of about $6,700 per metric ton. The impact of actual revenue against target was compounded by the depreciation of the kwacha against major trading currencies, especially the United States dollar, which translated to higher kwacha equivalent payment of income tax, mineral royalty, and customs duty. Further, the adverse economic effect of COVID-19 pandemic did not materialize as to the projected extent. These exceptional factors contributed to recorded surplus of tax revenue. Chair, on some page 6, audit finding under A, accounting and other irregularities. 1 Roman, implementation of tax online 2, tax management system. On 20th January 2019, ZRA engaged the Copperbelt University to design, develop, install, test, and commission a tax administration system at a contract sum of $2,959,450, which was later revised to US dollar 3,253,876.41 cents after the inclusion of value-added tax module. As at 31st March 2022, amounts totaling $3,595,351.91 had been paid, representing 110.49% of the contract sum. However, the following were observed: irregular engagement of CBU to develop the terms of reference. According to the request for proposal, RFP number ZRA/SP/002/018, section 2, between brackets 1.6.1, Roman 2, instruction to the consultant. A consultant hired to prepare terms of reference for an assignment should not be hired for the implementation of the assignment in question. Contrary to the above requirement, CBU were engaged to help with the development of the terms of reference and were later awarded the contract to design, develop, install, commission the tax administration tax online 2 system. The Treasury response, Chair, to this audit query: the Auditor General's observation is noted, and ZRA signed a memorandum of understanding with Copperbelt University for the development of the tax system. The MOU indicated the areas of collaboration under Clause 1.1, establishing a working relationship in activities that relate to the development of the ZRA tax system. And therefore, under Part 3.1, the Copperbelt University was tasked with the development of the tax management system for ZRA, enhancing of tax compliance, collection and integration solution, and development of new solution for the management of taxpayers. It was also engaged to promote knowledge sharing initiative related to best practice, innovative tax solutions and emerging technologies with the broad purpose of developing innovative solutions in tax collection and management and training and capacity building in identified areas of collaboration. Attached is a copy of the MOU, which provided the basis for the ZRA to co-develop the terms of reference with CBU. It's against this background that CBU prepared the terms of reference and awarded the contract to design, develop, install, and commission tax administration tax online 2 system in line with the MOU. See Appendix 1, MOU contract between ZRA and CBU for user requirements. Chair, this is on page 8. There is irregular direct bidding. Section 32(1) of the Public Procurement Act number 12 of 2008 stipulate that the objective of direct bidding is to achieve timely and efficient procurement where the circumstances or value of the procurement do not justify or permit the use of competition. 2, direct bidding may be used where goods, works, or non-consulting services are only available from a single source and no reasonable alternative or substitute exists. B, due to an emergency, there is an urgent need for the goods, works, and non-consulting services, making it impractical to use other methods of procurement because of the time involved in using those methods. C, additional goods, works, and non-consulting services must be procured from the same source because of the need for compatibility, standardization, and continuity. D, an existing contract could be extended for additional goods, works, and non-consulting services of a similar nature, and no advantage could be obtained by further competition. Page 9, Chair. E, an estimated value of the goods, works, and non-consulting services does not exceed the prescribed threshold. Although the Procurement Committee of ZRA awarded the tender to the Copperbelt University, the award was irregular in that there was no track record of CBU having been previously engaged in such a contract, and no advertising was done to select other solution providers in the sector. The Treasury Response Chair is on the same page 9. The Auditor General observation is noted, and I wish to state that the engagement of CBU was based on the MOU that provided the various deliverables, and therefore the issue of track record of previous works by CBU could not arise. However, prior to the signing of the contract and its addendum, approval was sought from Attorney General in line with Article 183, 3C of the Constitution of Zambia, as read with Section 72, 2E of the Public Procurement Act number 8 of 2020. The approval letters from Attorney General are attached for ease of reference. The no objection notice was obtained from ZPPA to Single Source Copperbelt University. See Appendix 2, Attorney General's approval, and Appendix 3, ZPPA, no objection. Chair, on the same page, audit findings, page 9, failure to fully utilize developed modules. On 5th February 2021, Zambia Revenue Authority signed off a certificate of completion of Copperbelt University for the design, co-development, installation, testing, and commissioning of a tax administration system. This was after the Project Management Committee had accepted the fully developed component after testing in July 2020. I move to page 10, Chair. It was observed that despite ZRA paying the full amount sum of the contract, or the full amount sum of US dollar 3,595,551.91, the authority had not been utilizing critical developed modules such as audit, refund, investigation, and debt recovery as at 31st July 2022. The Treasury Response Chair to that is that Auditor General's observation is noted. I wish to inform the committee that the modules cited in the Auditor General's report are not fully developed, are not developed at all, and therefore cannot be utilized. In order to address these shortcomings, ZRA have reconstituted the project team to rectify the anomalies after issuing a comprehensive report to the Secretary to the Treasury regarding issues surrounding the Tax Online 2 contract with the CBU. Another audit comment, Chair, on page 10, uncompleted works as CUDA World Interface. Clause 6.2.2 IC of the contract between ZRA and the CBU stipulate that the tax online system should also be able to run payment and return compliance on accounts and check liabilities on a SCUDA World for all tax type and trigger offset process and provide for additional refund for period already paid for. As at 30th June 2022, the system had not been able to run payment and returns, compliance on accounts, and check liabilities on a SCUDA World for all tax type. The Treasury Response Chair is on page 11. The Auditor General's observation is noted, and as explained in the query above, ZRA have reconstituted the project team to rectify the anomalies after issuing a comprehensive report to the Secretary to the Treasury regarding issues surrounding the Tax Online 2 contract with CBU. On page 11, Chair, there is another audit finding under 4, failure to relate payment to the tax period. According to the user requirement clause 6.2.4b, the system should provide for matching of payment to liabilities in a specific period. A review of the payment report and customer statement on Tax Online 2 revealed that payments were not being matched with specific tax periods on the system. As a result, payment in amount totaling 56,737,801 kwacha in respect of 1,356 taxpayers were not matched to the correct tax period, resulting in challenges in performing reconciliation for this taxpayer. The response to the audit query, Chair, the Treasury response, the Auditor General's observation is noted. The accounting module of tax online generally has problems which have been reported by both internal and external stakeholders. To this effect, a plan has been put in place to overhaul the module and is projected to be completed by Q3 of 2022. As regards the payment in amount totaling 56,737,881 kwacha in respect of 1,356 taxpayers were not matched to the correct tax period, the authority is currently reviewing each taxpayer's account, and progress will be availed once the exercise is completed. Chair, on the same page 11, there is another audit finding tax return pending approval or validation. Chair, this continues on page 12. Taxpayer submit returns through a portal on the tax online system. The system is a web-based application which has features to validate returns for errors and prompts the taxpayer whenever errors are encountered. This validation is important as to create a tax liability against which payments are made. A review of the tax return revealed that 18,511 tax return with value for tax purposes amounting to 1 billion kwacha, 449,932,255 were submitted to ZRA between January and December 2021. However, as at 30th June 2022, tax returns were still pending assessments and approvals. Consequently, neither tax liabilities had been created nor payment made. The unapproved tax return represents 12% of total tax returns submitted in the year ended 31st December 2021. The response to this query, Chair, is on page 12. The Auditor General observation is noted, and I wish to inform your committee that the return in question were pending in the tax online tool due to the various system challenges that affected the conclusion of the approval and validation tax return. The evidence to confirm the challenge was availed to the audit team, Appendix 7, tax return pending approval or validation. Chair, the next audit query is on same page 12. That's item 6, contract for custom management system, CMS. On 3rd February 2021, the authority signed the contract with CBU for co-design, development, installation, testing, and commissioning of a CM border management system and card payment management solution at a contract price of 90 million kwacha for a period of 12 months from the date of signing. I move to page 13. As at 31st March 2022, the contractor had been paid amount totaling 52,019,277 kwacha. However, the following were observed: irregular award of contract without clearance. Section 32(1) of the Public Procurement Act number 12 of 2008 stipulates that the objective of direct bidding is to achieve timely and efficient procurement where the circumstances or value of the procurement do not justify or permit the use of competition. 2, direct bid may be used where goods, works, and consulting services are only available from a single source and no reasonable alternative or substitute exists. Due to, that's the first bullet, Chair. The second bullet is due to an emergency, there is urgent need for goods, works, and non-consulting services, making it impractical to use other methods of procurement because of the time involved in using those methods. Bullet 3, additional goods, works, or non-consulting services must be procured from the same source because of the need for compatibility, standardization, and continuity. Bullet 4, an existing contract could be extended for additional works, additional goods, works, and non-consulting services of a similar nature, and no advantage could be obtained by further competition. Or, the last bullet point, the estimated value of the goods, works, and non-consulting services does not exceed the prescribed threshold. However, ZRA awarded a tender to Copperbelt University, which was irregular, as CBU had no track record in having been previously engaged in such a contract. Further, ZRA did not obtain an objection from ZPPA. Chair, the response to this query is on page 14. The Auditor General's observation is noted, and I wish to state that the engagement of CBU was based on the MOU referred to Appendix 1 that provided for various deliverables, and therefore the issue of track record of previous works by CBU could not arise, and this included the contract for custom management system, CMS. However, prior to signing of the contract and its addendum, approval was sought from the Attorney General in line with Article 183, 3C of the Constitution of Zambia as read with Section 72(2)(e) of the Public Procurement Act number 8 of 2020. The approval letters from Attorney General are attached for ease of reference. The no objection notice was obtained from ZPPA to single source Copperbelt University. Refer to Appendix 3 ZPPA, no objection. Chair, on the same page 14, there is another audit query, questionable supply of ICT equipment. Public Procurement Regulation number 1082 of 2011 requires that all public procurement should be subjected to competition to enable government get value for money on goods. Contrary to the regulation, ZRA signed an addendum to the consultants for CBU to procure and supply procured ICT equipment such as cameras, traffic lights, and hard disk in amount totaling 5,010,000 kwacha 10,040 kwacha to be used in the operationalization of the customs management system. Therefore, the decision to single source the supply of equipment from CBU was questionable. Chair, the response to the query is on same page 14. The Auditor General observation is noted. The contracting of CBU to procure and supply ICT equipment was derived from the advice by the contract manager, Innovation and Project Management Department, that resolved that it was in the best interest of the project if the equipment to be procured by CBU to address the compatibility issues that was raised by the university. The minutes, Appendix 8, procurement minutes, page 23, to support this decision, and the approval of the request for the procurement of ICT equipment are available. This was further included in the addendum to the contract cleared by the Attorney General's office. Chair, that's on page 15. Another audit query is questionable suspension of the contract. On 20th December 2021, the authority suspended the development of the custom management system on account of unresolved issues on the Tax Online 2 project. However, the suspension was questionable in that the authority had already signed off the completion certificate on the Tax Online 2 project, and the developer had completed over 60% of the system, against which a total amount of 52,019,277 kwacha were paid. In addition, the contract had expired and no variation order had been issued to the developer as of 31st July 2022. This exposed the authority to costs such as liquidated damages, expired warranty, and impairment loss on procurement equipment. The Treasury response, Chair, to this query: the Auditor General's observation is noted, and I wish to inform the committee that the suspension of the CMS contract was after ZRA management observed several system glitches on the tax online tool, as reported by several internal and external stakeholders, which needed to be resolved before proceeding with the CMS contract. In this regard, the ZRA management found it prudent to suspend the CMS contract pending investigation, and accordingly communicated to CBU the suspension of the CM contract. Chair, I move to page 16. There is another audit query: failure to withhold and remit tax on consultants' fees. Section 82 of the Income Tax Act, Chapter 323 of the laws of Zambia provide that withholding tax should be withheld for management and consultants for the creation, design, development, installation, and maintenance of any information technology solution. Contrary to the Act, amount totaling 5,461,708 kwacha were not withheld and remitted to ZRA as at 30th June 2022. The Treasury response to this query, Chair: the Auditor General observation is noted, and I wish to inform the committee that generally public universities are exempt institutions for income tax purposes. This means any income they receive, regardless of the source and type, no income tax should be charged. This being the case, withholding tax on consultants does not arise. Procedurally, as an exempt institution, CBU should have requested for an exemption certificate from the Commissioner General. The certificate can also be given in retrospect. Appendix 4A Income Tax Act and the Appendix 4 Invest Act. Chair, another audit finding is on page 16. B, operational matter. Under 1 is declaration of new return for mineral royalty tax. Section 47 of the Mines and Minerals Act number 11 of 2015 requires that a person shall not import or export any mineral or mineral product without a permit issued by the Director of Mines. Second bullet, a person intending to export or import any mineral or mineral product shall apply for a permit to the Director of Mines in a prescribed manner and form upon payment of the prescribed fees. I move to page 17, Chair. Bullet number 3, the Director of Mines shall consider the following in evaluating an application under this section for a mineral export permit. Last bullet, mineral analysis and value certificate issued by the Director of Geological Survey, a verification report from the Commissioner General of the payment of the mineral royalty in accordance with the Act. A review of records revealed that 2007 tax clearance certificates were issued by ZRA in respect of 31 mining firms, which had made 383 new declarations on mineral royalty returns. A scrutiny of records at ZRA Customs Department and Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development revealed that the 31 mining companies who had filled in new declarations on mineral royalty had obtained export permits and did export minerals such as copper, manganese, cobalt, and others worth 2,811,701,989 kwacha without paying mineral royalty taxes in amount totaling 140,585,099 kwacha to government. See table 2 below. Chair, the table of the listed companies is on page 18. The Treasury response, Chair, to this query is Auditor General's observation is noted, and I wish to submit that some companies listed in Table 2 carry out mineral processing of minerals, commodities, such as ore or concentrates bought from other mining entities. In this regard, the obligation to account for mineral royalty is on the mining entities that extract the ore and concentrate, and mineral royalty accounting is on first-hand sales. From the list, Chambesi Metals in particular has been importing the concentrate processes from Congo DRC. There is no mineral royalty chargeable on imported minerals. However, on some of the taxpayers where it has been indicated that there were anomalies, management has raised assessment amounting to 8 million, which has since been paid. It must be noted that management has further acted on this finding and accordingly instituted a detailed audit covering 2015 to Q2 of 2022 to identify any other companies that may not have paid mineral royalty during this period, and these will be subject to further intervention. For a long-term capacity building, the authority has, among other things, done the following. Bullet 1, establish a dedicated mineral value chain analysis unit to track mineral export and build on the experience and knowledge acquired from implementing the mineral value chain monitoring project. Second bullet, in collaboration with the Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development, the authority further intends to put in place system-based controls through verification of production reporting in the Mineral Output Statistics Evaluation System, MOSES, export declaration in ASCUDA, World, and mineral royalty returns in Tax Online. As a long-term sustainable solution, it must be noted that ZRA was tasked to lead the implementation of the mineral value chain monitoring project, and the exit strategy of this project was that government will establish a more sustainable institution framework, such as a regulator of the mining sector. Chair, I move to page 20. There is another audit finding. 2, questionable mineral royalty returns. Mineral royalty is a payment received as consideration for the extraction of minerals. A scrutiny of a sample of mineral royalty returns submitted to the authority revealed that there were 4 submissions which had negative amount. Contrary to the Act, ZRA approved 4 returns with amount totaling 403,559 kwacha, with negative balance indicating a need for a refund. Chair, the response to the audit query is on page 20. The Auditor General's observation is noted, and I wish to inform the committee that the possibility of negative balances may arise during the reconciliation or finalization of schedules embedded in the mineral royalty return. It's industry or commercial practice for the mines to sell base or precious metals based on a provisional invoice with estimated quantities. Once the material reaches the destination and the finalized quantity sold is determined, the taxpayer accounts for this transaction in the adjustment for quantity finalization schedule. For scenarios where the provisional invoice is more than the final invoice, this results in a negative. In the case of Kaufman Trading Company Limited, the September return is a negative due to finalization of June 2018 sales, where the finalization amount is larger than current month September 2020 mineral royalty payable. In addition, there is a system control not to post negative amount on the account statement. A check on the account statement indicated the amount posted as 0, For the detailed explanation, a separate schedule has been provided under Appendix 5, Evidence of Mineral Royalty. Chair, on the same page 20, there is another audit finding, irregularities in the management of turnover tax, TOT. This, Chair, goes on page 21. The query starts that turnover tax, TOT, is a tax that is charged on gross sales turnover, i.e. earnings, income, revenue, takings, yield, or proceeds. A person conducting any business with annual sales of 800,000 kwacha or less is supposed to pay turnover tax. However, any person with annual sales of more than 800,000 kwacha is supposed to register for income tax. Payment for TOT is due by the 14th of subsequent month in which the sales are made. The following were observed. First bullet, failure to enforce taxpayer compliance, turnover tax. A comparison of Tier 2 tax register and the returns list of TOT registered clients revealed that 66,178 taxpayers did not file return despite their account status being active on the system. The second bullet, Chair, failure to graduate taxpayer to income tax. Contrary to the Act, 5 taxpayers who had been registered for turnover tax had gross revenue annual turnover above the registration of income tax threshold of 800,000 kwacha, but were not migrated to income tax category. See Table 3 below. Chair, Table 3 is listing the company that had the turnover tax in excess of the limit of 800,000 kwacha. As at the time of the audit, the taxpayer had not been graduated to the income tax regime. Chair, the response to this audit query is on page 22. Auditor's General observation is noted, and I wish to inform the committee that a block management system, BMS strategy, was developed and is in place. Under BMS, officers undertake compliance activities on tax registration, return filing, and tax payment. Further, the authority send bulk SMS before the due date to taxpayers, and flyers for due dates are also posted on social media platforms. The authority monitors unaccompanied returns and non-filers on a monthly basis and are followed up by station managers. The authority has since commenced implementation of system-based control that are using internally available data to automatically graduate taxpayer and reviewing the BMS to enhance its effectiveness. The law provides for migration of taxpayer from turnover tax to income tax at the beginning of the year or any period the Commissioner General determines. Therefore, a taxpayer that has increased sales resulting to annual turnover exceeding 800,000 kwacha will only be migrated the following year. To this effect, the authority has issued a taxpayer migration guideline circular to TOT to income tax or VAT in 2021 to guide officers. The bulk intelligence and data analytics BIDA new system is able to identify all taxpayers under turnover tax that have exceeded the TOT registration threshold and automatically arrange their migration to income tax at the beginning of the year. Secondly, we intend, or ZRA intends, to develop an interface between Tax Online 2 and Asikuda World by end of June 2022 to provide for the following in the management of advanced income tax, AIT. A, automatic registration for turnover tax for frequent importers. B, automatic registration of income tax for high-value importers. I move to page 23, Chair. We further embarked on continuous enhancement of the BMS to include targeted sectors and all traders along bituminous road easily accessible and those that are located in the prime areas. Chair, the next audit query on page 23, Chair, is under 4, failure to reconcile tax arrears. In paragraph 1 of the report of the Auditor General for the audit of accounts of the financial year ended 31st December 2020, mention was made of the inefficiencies by the authority in pursuing tax debtors, which resulted in domestic tax arrears increasing from 47,804 million in 2019 to 59,659 million in 2020. A review of records at ZRA carried out in March 2022 revealed that the debt arrears had worsened and since escalated to 85,708 million as at 31st December 2021. The response to the query, Chair, the Auditor General's observation is noted, and I wish to inform the committee that the debt position for the period up to 31st December 2021 was established to be 87.54 billion, with 85.7 billion relating to the inland taxes and 1.7 billion relating to custom and excise. Out of the 85.7 billion for inland taxes, 19 billion relates to tax online legacy transaction, while 65.83 billion relates to tax online 2 liabilities. In arriving at this position, the authority extracted all liabilities and payments across all tax systems for the period 2021 and matched them with their respective liabilities for the same period to arrive at the net debt position for 2021. I move, Chair, to page 24. The 2021 debt was then added to the debt stock of as at 31st December 2020 to arrive at the debt stock as at 31st December 2021. We note from the observed differences in the position provided by the authority and that produced by the Auditor Generals could be mainly attributable to the following factors. A, tax online 2 debt given by the Auditor General did not include the tax online 1 legacy debt. B, the approach used by the authority was carefully chosen to mitigate the risk of account misstatement, as the current system may have some inconsistencies and does not have any report that generates debt stock. Our ICT department thus provided a back-end extraction of the data that was verified individually through respective account statement. C, the provisional return for 2019 were not systematically reversed as they are sitting on reconciliation module, while the final return is sitting on tax online 2. This resulted in under or overstating the debt stock. Further, the tax online 2 was picking all the amended provisional return figures as opposed to picking the last amended return, resulting in overstating the inland tax liabilities. Thus, the reconcile submission provided by the authority addressed such issues which was not done by the team of auditors. See Appendix 6, debt comparison. It should be noted that the authority has been actively monitoring the debt stock position through continuous reconciliation and enforcement through data quality debt recovery units. We are further finalizing development on tax online 2 for debt management module to assist with reporting and analysis of the authority's debt position. The strategies, Chair, moving on page 25. The strategies to address the tax arrears by the authority include the following. A, prioritizing the reconciliation of the top debtors tax accounts, accounting for over 70% of the total tax debt. It's envisaged that by end of second quarter 2022, this reconciliation can be concluded to allow the debt recovery unit to follow up with enforcement action. B, conduct an audit of debt arrears in 2021 to identify non-collectible debt for remission through Ministry of Finance National Planning by Q3 of 2022. This list of those verified and collected debt, once approved internally, shall be progressed to government treasury for remission. Further, the authority has been continuously reviewing the debt profile to isolate system-generated penalties and interest that can be subject to administrative waivers. This will help resolve the escalating debt stock. The authority has continued to apply the various legal instruments as applicable to collect debt. Evidence of application of these instruments is available for verification. The authority also intends to submit proposal for legislative changes during the course of the year 2022 that will include remission of taxes debt older than 10 years as recommended by the US Treasury, IMF. As part of the long-term strategies to manage debt, the authority is considering to implement the following: work with the Ministry of Finance National Planning on a mechanism to speed up implementation of the debt swap and write-off, which are recommended by ZRA. Chair, I continue on page 26. Next bullet is consider enhancing a law to provide for capping of interest and penalties on debt that's older than a determined period, e.g. 6 years. Last bullet, Chair, interface of the system of ZRA with government and parastatal institution so that debt owed to the ZRA is automatically withheld before paying suppliers of goods and services to the government and parastatal institution. To kickstart this process, the authority has signed an MOU with the Smart Zambia to interface ZRA system on the government service bus. Chair, on page 26, there is another audit finding. 5, irregular refund of VAT. Section 4 of the Value-Added Tax Act number 44 of 2016 sets that input tax may not be deducted or credited after a period of 3 months from the date of the relevant tax invoice or other evidence referred to in subsection 3, except in such circumstances as may be allowed by administrative rule made by the Commissioner General. A review of records relating to VAT refund revealed that amount totaling 3,562,136,950 kwacha were irregularly refunded to various taxpayers in that the invoices used were expired as they dated more than 6 years in some cases. The response, Chair, to that query: the Auditor General's observation is noted, and I wish to inform the committee that the query above is a twofold situation of delayed payment, of refund, and the 3 months validity of an invoice, which is explained below. 1, delay in payment refund. Chair, this answers continue to page 27. The payment of refund is dependent on the availability of funding from the Ministry of Finance National Planning. Over time, a backlog of refund has accumulated due to a mismatch between available funds and the verified eligible refund submitted on a month-by-month basis. The following are interventions being implemented by the authority to address this challenge: increasing the approved refund amount from 850 million kwacha to 1.35 billion kwacha per month. Building audit capacity by incorporating data analytics and use third-party information so as to increase the audit efficiency and effectiveness. C, automation of the refund process to make it efficient. And D, adoption of the first-in, first-out basis of paying refund to make the process fair and predictable. 2, 3 months validity of an invoice. According to the Value-Added Tax Act, Section 18.3 and 4, except here inserted, a supplier shall not deduct, credit, or claim input tax unless the supplier at the time of lodging the return in which the deduction, credit, or claim is made is in the possession of. Then 4, input tax shall not be deducted or credited after a period of 3 months from the date of the relevant tax invoice or other evidence referred to in subsection 3, except in such circumstances as the Commissioner General may by rule specify. I move to page 28, Chair. The authority's interpretation of this except of the law is that an invoice to be eligible for VAT or value-added tax claim purposes, it should be within 3 months from the date it was issued to the date of submission to the VAT return, in which that invoice is declared. It's our considered view that once the return has been submitted, even if the actual refund takes 1 year or more, the related invoices being claimed will remain valid as long as at that point of submission they were within the 3 months time frame. In accordance with the law, business rules have been embedded on the tax online system to reject invoices outside the 3 months period. Please also take note of the following. Section 18 of the VAT Act was amended in 2016 to increase the input tax validity period, or rather to reduce, Chair, from 6 to 3 months. Chair, I wish to make the correction there. It's not increased, but rather is to reduce. We observed that some of the period in question relates to the period when the validity period was 6 months and not 3 months. The 3-month restriction does not apply to forwarding tax, value-added tax certificate claimed by a taxpayer. As long as intervention to improve efficiency and mitigation invalid claims, the authority undertaken the following. A, developed interfaces between Ascuda World and Tax Online 2 system to validate import claim so that import VAT fraud is averted. B, the refinement of the refund module on Tax Online and automation of legacy refund to eliminate manual processing of refunds. C, through phase 2 of the fiscalization project, the electronic fiscal device implementation is being reviewed to enhance effectiveness. Chair, I move to page 29. This shall entail increasing the number of suppliers for electronic fiscal devices, as well as introducing either digital EFD mechanism for specialized industries to capture a wider taxpayer base. The authority has developed a detailed roadmap for stakeholder engagement and implementation of EFDs in the phase 2 by end of Q4 of 2022. Chair, another audit findings on page 29. 6, failure to update VAT account statement. Clause 24.2 of the ZRA return and payment manual of 2022 stipulates that the process involves checking whether the returns or payment are sitting in the correct period of the taxpayer's account statement. The process further involves requesting the taxpayer to submit missing returns and pay outstanding liabilities, or reassigning the approved fund to offset the outstanding liabilities in period where the taxpayer owes. A review of 28 taxpayer statements of account revealed that although ZRA had made refund in amount totaling 881,931,954 kwacha to the respective companies, their account statement had not been updated as at 31st March 2022. Chair, the response to this query. The Auditor General's observation is noted, and I wish to inform the committee that the refund module on Tax Online 2 is not yet fully functional. As a result of the authority has, in the period under review, been processing VAT refunds manually using complementary procedures forms of keeping registers. The refund in question were processed manually, hence the refund tasks are still open for action. Progress has been made at various stages to close off these tasks, but will only be completed once the module is fully functional and when the pending system issues are resolved. It must be noted, Chair, I move to page 30. It must be noted that the complementary procedures in place sufficiently mitigate the highlighted risk, namely the risk of misallocation of payment to incorrect tax liability period, and assessment of taxes and the accumulation of tax debt due to penalties and interest charged on late submission of return and late payment of tax liabilities. As regards the amount stated above, cases of some companies such as CEC, Lubambe, Chambeshi, and CNMSC, JCHX, Lian Chao refund tax were concluded and the account statement updated and are available for verification. To effectively address the outstanding problem on tax line 2, ZRA has constituted a project team and a roadmap has since been made. This system-related problem is expected to be resolved by end of Q4 2022.
Yes. PS, you can proceed and have some water and continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
There's also tea outside. Those who are walking outside, you can grab a cup of tea. Courtesy of Madam Speaker. Thank you. You can proceed, PS.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. On page 30, Chair, there is another audit finding. Number 7, failure to call bond cover for unaccounted for removal in transit. In the report of the Auditor General for 2020, mention was made of the 173 RITs with guaranteed amount totaling 25,289,698 kwacha, which had entered the country during the period from January to December 2019, but had not exited the country and had not been accounted for. In their report of the first session of the 12th National Assembly, the Public Accounts Committee expressed displeasure that the authority was still grappling with the effects of poor internal control, such as that to date it was unable to account for removal in transit. In view of this, the committee urged the Secretary to the Treasury to ensure that measures such as custom validation system and electronic cargo tracking system are fully implemented and operationalized without delay. A review of the record, this Chair, on page 31, a review of records conducted in March 2022 revealed that the matter had not been improved, in that 634 RITs with guaranteed amount totaling 95,331,564 kwacha had entered the country through various ports destined to exit at 17 custom border control for the period from January to December 2021, but had not exited the country. However, there was no evidence that ZRA had redeemed the bonds as at 30th June 2022. See table below. Chair, the table is table 4 on page 31, and unaccounted for transit includes the stations and the number of transactions and also the amount. Then the response, Chair, is on the same page. The Auditor General's observation is noted, and I wish to inform the committee that a total of 35 letters have been issued to guarantors in 2021 for redemption of bonds and outstanding transit, with total guaranteed amount of 28,355,000 934 Kwacha 31 Ngwe. We further wish to advise that the authority commenced the process of engaging Road Traffic and Safety Agency RATSA to establish whether any of the outstanding transit motor vehicles were registered in Zambia. A long-term measure that is in the process of implementation is the interface between ZRA and RATSA that will introduce a system-based control where no motor vehicle registration will be done without a corresponding clearance at ZRA. In addition, ZRA shall be conducting continuous reconciliation to verify that all vehicles registered at RATSA have a corresponding fully cleared status in ZRA system. The authority will engage neighboring customs administration to confirm if the vehicles not registered in Zambia were imported into the neighboring countries. Further, to strengthen control on transit vehicle, a Gazette number 124 of 2021 was issued to restrict movement of transit vehicles on wheel to be transported on vehicle carriers. The implementation of the Gazette is pending engagement with stakeholders and the government. The detailed remarks on the outstanding transit are indicated in the attached schedule, which include court cases such as the 51 outstanding 2021 transit under Judge Me International involving a Risk Fast Track South Africa, a transporter in court dispute with its employee drivers. Chair, I move to page 33. There is a table there, and the division also intends to implement the following long-term measures to mitigate the risk of transit fraud: automation of bond management, engagement with the insurer of Association of Zambia on the automation of bonds is ongoing. Implementation of automated bond management is expected by end of Q4 of 2023. Implementation of the electronic cargo or tracking system ECTS by the end of 2023. Note that the division first piloted the ECTS with the assistance of COMESA in 2016, though results were not satisfactory. Chair, another audit finding is on page 33. Loss of tax revenue due to expired temporary importation permit, TIPs. A review of TIPs for the period under review revealed that 10 TIPs that had expired were registered with RATSA. In this regard, the government lost amount totaling 1,729,443 in uncollected taxes. See table 5 below. Chair, on page 34, there is a table of motor vehicle of temporary importation registered with RATSA. In terms of the Treasury response, Chair, on the same page 34, the Auditor General's observation is noted, and I wish to inform the committee that Kazungula TIP entry C1747 of 2021, which is one of the 3 TIPs found to have been paid, was acquitted, and the TIP is not outstanding. The other 2 TIPs with taxes paid expired, and the affected the tipping account are suspended. The station managers are following up with the agent on the matter. The remaining 11 TIPs still have a valid TIP period. The registration and processing of TIPs include issuance of Red Book, which facilitate registration of TIP vehicles with RATSA for the duration of the TIP. In order to enhance control and mitigate smuggling of motor vehicles, ZRA has embarked on a project to interface the custom Asikuda system with the electronic Zambia Transport Information Systems, EZAMSTIS, at the Road Transport Safety Agency, RATSA. It's envisaged that this interface will reduce the risk of registration of smuggled motor vehicles at RATSA. The planned interface, Chair, I move to page 35, is set to be commissioned by Q3 of 2022, soon after conducting stakeholder sensitization and awareness activities. In addition to the interface of the custom system with RATSA, working on conjunction with Smart Zambia, ZRA has also commenced consultation with the Immigration Department to explore the possibility of exchanging identification details of persons that enter Zambia with motor vehicles with the aim of abusing the CIP-TIP system. Under this project, ZRA would like the immigration system to flag up passport of such a person when they opt to use other point of exit to evade detection. The system is earmarked for commissioning by Q4 of 2022. Chair, on the same page 35, audit finding 9, failure to collect taxes on various imports. According to the Custom and Excise Act, CAP 322, all entries submitted for registration through a SCUDA award should be assessed and payment made within 5 days of assessment. A review of entries relating to Kazungula, Victoria Falls, Nakonde, Katimamulilo border post revealed that 14 companies imported goods and registered 2,810 entries with the declaration value of 1,237,753,306 kwacha from 1st January to 31st December 2021. However, as at 31st March 2022, the taxes had not been paid. See table 6 below. Chair, the table is on page 36. It has the list of the importers and the number of transactions and also the value for duty purposes. In terms of Treasury response, Chair, the Auditor General observation is noted, and I wish to inform the committee that from the list of the companies stated below, A, for the companies listed on the table from 1 to 5 are companies with pending VAT refund receipts. B, for companies under 6, below, BDOC Venture, 496 entries have since been paid, and the remaining 2 are being pursued. C, for company number 7, Kwame Engineering Services, it's on a time to pay agreement and only when one entry remains outstanding. D, for company number 8, Zonko Investment Limited, has settled the obligation. For company number 9, Ministry of Water Development and Sanitation, it's awaiting approval of the government voucher. F, Chair, I move on page 7. For company number 10, Awanji Trading Limited, 25 entries have since been paid. The division is following up the remaining unpaid entries. G, for companies number 11, International Commercial Private Zara Outlet Zambia Limited, 6 of the 7 entries have since been paid. For company number 12, Ijuba Breweries Limited, Comac Kogan Plant Sales, 16 of the 17 entries have since been paid. For company number 13, Kwikavela Liseli Foundation, Solar Scale Trading, 32 of the 34 entries have since been paid. For company number 14, Mount Meru Petroleum, pending receipting by VAT refund. Chair, I submit.
Thank you, PS, for your submission. Honorable members, that's a submission from Permanent Secretary, EMF, from the Ministry of Finance. We can ask questions in that order as we go back to the submission. Honorable Mkosa.
Thank you, Chair. Controlling Officer, I would like to take you to page 7 on the issue of implementation of Tax Online 2, the one for 3.5 million. Controlling officer, in your submission, you have stated that the reason for engaging CBU was because of the MOU signed between ZRA and CBU. However, in the request for proposal, RFP, reference for proposal number ZRA SP 002018, section 2, 1.612, instructions to the consultants, it was stated that a consultant hired to prepare terms of reference for an assignment should not be hired for the implementation of the assignment in question. So, controlling officer, I would like to find out from you, why did you allow CBU to participate in the development of the reference which they were going to design and develop? Then the next question is, did CBU have a track record of providing ICT solutions for tax administration? I would also like to find out how well is the operation for the system, how well is the operation of the system in administration of the domestic taxes. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Lumai, you can proceed.
Yeah, Chair, the questions from Honorable Mkosa, a good number. Maybe I just wanted to add just a simple one. PS, just help this committee understand how ZRA and the CBU came to know each other regarding the ICT system, just how that relationship came about.
Thank you. PS, you can proceed and answer those questions. I think there are 4 questions. Honorable Mkosa, you can switch off the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think I asked the Commissioner General, I think, the team to come in. But maybe before the CG comes in, I just want Chair to make, I think, the policy. I think in the past, government, I think, has been getting this system to improve its operation. And most of these systems, Chair, they've been gotten from abroad. So there was a policy direction to say that let's develop local capacity so that we can save money in terms of these annual licenses which have to be paid. And the idea of engaging also government institution was mooted, I think, through Smart Zambia also, I think one of the institutions taking care of government, but also try to engage, I think, on organization, I think, within government, so that the benefit also, Chair, can be passed on, not only in terms of, I think, reducing the cost, but also building capacity within the country. Now, these training institutions were identified as some of the institutions we can develop because they've got a lot of people who are learned, who are capable. And the Chair, I know that when I was at ZPPA as Director General some years back, at one time also we wanted to engage actually University of Zambia and the CBU, because I think there was some capability which they had, which were proven, I think, in terms of some of the system which they proved, and say that yes, government, I think, can do better to engage some of these institutions because they are own institutions and want to promote them so that research and development, Chair, can come from there. I thought, Chair, maybe before the CG comes in, I just give you that policy direction because it was trying to save government, I think, money so that we focus on the local capacity and be able to get these services, but also developing, I think, our own. Also save foreign exchange, because when you have these license, Chair, we have to pay them in Forex. Let me ask the CG Chair to come in.
CG can come in. Let the CG come in, then Honorable, since you've already asked the question. CG can proceed.
Thank you, PS, and thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity to respond to the questions asked by the honorable members. In terms of the question relating to the involvement of CBU to prepare the terms of reference, Chair, like earlier indicated, the basis of this was the MOU that was signed, in that the development of system was going to be a core development system. with an understanding that ZRA has the expertise in terms of understanding the needs of a tax administration. ZRA has the tax experts and also some ICT experts. OCB will bring on board ICT experts and some additional staff to assist with the development. So the understanding was that since it's going to be a core development, it was important for the teams to understand from the onset what is involved in the development of this system. Regarding the question on whether CBU had a track record for tax administration, I must mention that at the time that this transaction was engaged in, CBU did not have a track record. However, our understanding was that they had a track record in systems development, that's general systems development, but not necessarily development of a tax administration system. However, ZRA had a track record of developing an internal tax administration system. Around 2010, somewhere there was a system that was internally developed called TAPS. It was meant to complement some of the modules that were not working on the ITA system that ZRA was working then. So it was expected that that experience that ZRA had, plus additional resources coming from CBU, would complement towards the development of this system. Regarding the question on how well is the system performing, Chair, this issue, it's a matter that we thought we need to clarify much more in detail. Because I think there's been not factual information coming across on the way the system is performing. And we thought maybe it's an opportunity for us to first clarify this, including from the audit, the final audit report that has come out in, if you look at item number, sorry, Chair, on page 9, which says failure to fully utilize developed modules. Okay, there's that item which is connected to the question that the honorable member has asked. Chair, the issue at hand is that tax online is used by internal stakeholders, that's members of staff of ZRA, and also external stakeholders. These are the taxpayers, the general public. And mainly this comes through also through associations such as Zambia Institute of Chartered Accountants and so forth, the Chamber of Commerce and all that. So there have been queries. In fact, let me pick it up from the time I took up office in October last year. We received complaints, first of all, from internal staff. As you see some of the reports coming in, members of staff can generate, for example, a commissioner can generate a report from the system. He has to ask ICT to generate a report. There were issues relating to some modules not working. So we asked the internal team to document all the problems that are there in the tax online system. And the external stakeholders also submitted some of the problems that they have. So at the meeting with the Zika, by the way, we do have quarterly meetings, and top on the agenda is the performance of the tax online. So these problems were documented. And it's on that basis now that we engage the service provider, CBU, to rectify those problems by December 2021. We had given them that directive. However, the problems were not resolved. They gave some responses which we are not fully satisfied with as ZRA, and that they were not leading to the resolution of the problem. So it's on that basis that in Q1, we decided to reconstitute the project team. By then, the project team had broken and gone back to business as usual. We reconstituted the project team to identify all the problems, starting from the internal submitted problems and the ones from the external stakeholders. And a total of 271 problems were identified. And it's on that basis that we reconstituted the project team to work on full-time basis to resolve, first of all, to create a roadmap for the resolution of these problems. And the roadmap was created. We expect that this problem will be resolved from April 2022 to June 2023. And the team has been progressively addressing these problems as we go on. One of the fundamental things that was resolved, for example, by end of Q3, is the accounting module. the accounting module had major challenges, and we had to redesign it all together. In that, for example, when you make a payment, among others, you can't see your track record of all the payments or the assessments that have been raised by ZRA. The property transfer certificate, all this could not be done.
Sorry, point of order. Chair, the question was very simple. I asked how well is the operation of the system in the administration of domestic taxes. Is it working well or it's not working well before we maybe interrogate the issue further?
Okay. CG, maybe you can look into that question just in summary so that we can make progress.
Well, in summary, it's not working well, and to that effect, we've created a roadmap to fix the problems. We anticipate by 2023, we should be able to, by June 2023, we should be able to bring a system to a stable position and working well. I submit, Chair.
Thank you, CG. Yes, honorable members, Honorable Mfarari, then Honorable Lumai, then Honorable Amnyima can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I will take you back to page 5 on the collections that were done by ZRA, in which it is perceived that they over-collected. PS, of these collections, which ones are being done on behalf of quasi government institutions or organizations? And of these, due to the collection that you make on behalf of certain institutions, do you charge for collection? Because I see here that you have indicated number 17 as carbon emission surtax collected by RATSA, but it's on your books and you have not indicated the approved estimate. Do we have other organizations that you are collecting on behalf? Because I think through our interactions, there are organizations that are saying that is being collected by ZRA on our behalf and so forth. So do we have some of those on this list? I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Lumai.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, my question also was very simple, and I needed a very short answer also. I just wanted to know, how did ZRA come into contact with CBU to develop this system? And Chair, in answering Honorable Mukosa, we are told that CBU had no track record to develop tax online system. And Chair, you are aware that developing a tax online system for ZRA, it means a system for the government. So, and when you look at the amount of money collected by ZRA, it is huge. So, we have not yet gotten the answer how ZRA came into contact with CBU, who had no track record of having developed a tax online system. So I just wanted to understand, how did these two come into contact?
Thank you. Honorable Amnyima.
Thank you very much, Chair. And also, PS, to you, and probably you may, I don't know who answered the question. On what basis was CBU awarded? First of all, single-sourced, awarded with zero experience in undertaking such an important IT project. And controlling officer, you will understand that ZRA is a very, very important commission, which really is the bedrock of collection of taxes in the country. How was this undertaking? On what basis did we experiment to go for CBU with zero experience? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. PS, you can answer those questions. You can delegate them to CG where necessary. You can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think let me ask the CG to come in. On the question, I think Chair engaging CBU, I think I partly answered that. the government direction that time is trying to make use of our institution to provide certain services. And as the CG indicated, CBU had some capability of coming up with a ICT-based system. And on the basis of that, I think, as CG explained, I think they saw that since we were tax experts, we know what we do in terms of providing these tax services, then there is an STC specialized institution. They can put the heads together so that they come up with the system by having a team who are specialists in terms of ICT, because you explain to them what you want to do, then they translate that system into the ICT system. So, Chair, we have seen that the system are developed on the basis of that. The ICT specialists and the people who understand the processes coming together, then they can develop a system. Yes, in terms of taxes, they didn't have, but ZRE had an internal knowledge or rather capacity of understanding how the tax, I think, operates. I think CG tried to explain that. Let me pass it on to him, Chair, to answer the other questions.
Okay. Thank you. CG can answer the other questions. You can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with the question on what taxes we collect on behalf of other organizations. The major one I can mention is the mineral royalty, which we collect once provided for under the Mines and Minerals Development Act. The other ones on carbon emission surtax, as indicated, collect on behalf of RATSA. However, we do not, to the best of my knowledge, we do not charge anything for the collection of these taxes on behalf of other institutions. On the CBU matter, how did ZRA come to know each other? I think the PS has outlined the policy direction at the time in terms of what government intended to achieve. And in looking at the strategy to reduce the cost of running systems, the ZRA decided to look at local solutions. What local solutions can be developed, particularly for a system where we're having problems. That is the domestic tax administration. On the custom side, the UNCTAD provides a SCUDA, so on that side, the decision, I think, is more, the system was more in a stable environment. But on the custom side, I mean on the domestic taxes side, there was a need to develop a local system. Hence now the decision to look at which institution could ZRA partner with. The model of academic institutions working with industry is common. You look at some of these developed countries, developing nations, the Far East. This is a common model where you partner with academic institutions, you develop solutions that address local challenges. So it's on that basis that CB was identified that they could work with ZRA, having a track record on developing some kind of systems to that extent. So that's what I can say on that one. And then the PS had ably outlined on the other aspects justifying the engagement at the time. Chair, I submit for now.
CG, the issue of, there was a question on single sourcing, I think, from Honorable Amnyima. Maybe you can just touch on that one. Honorable members, just for guidance, the question on CBU is got three queries, so we can tackle them simultaneously, which is failure to utilize developed model, then irregular direct bidding, then irregular engagement of CBU to develop terms of reference, and also implementation of tax online tool management system. So those four you can interchange. So they're all bordering on the CBU. So you can proceed, CG, with that question from Honorable Amnyima. Thank you.
Okay, on the question which relates to the irregular direct bidding, I think we did provide the submission to the effect that the basis for this was, first of all, an MOU that was signed between ZRA and the CBU. And prior to signing of the contract also, there was approval that was given from the Attorney General and also the Zambia Public Procurement Agency. So that's a background to the ultimate direct bidding with CBU that was done.
Honorable Mufarari, then Honorable Mnyima, then Honorable Mukosa. You can proceed. CG, you can switch off the mic. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm going to page 6 now. I want to know how many modules were involved in this contract of 3,253,876. That's my first question. The second question, Chair, is I want to know where is this request for proposal? RFP number ZRA/SP/002/018. Where is it in your submission? I have not seen it. The last one, Chair, is you thought guidance from the Attorney General, and going by what you have submitted, or what I've seen, or what is on my file, you gave your contract was signed on 18th, if I'm not mistaken. The contract, or whether you call it a contract or it's a memo, was signed on 26th December 2018. The clearance that you're talking about came on 22nd January 2019. So what approval are you getting from the Attorney General when you signed the contract with the CBU in December 2018, and then your letter actually was dated 10th January 2019 to the Attorney General for you to seek approval? What was going on here? I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Mnyima.
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't really understand the response from the CG. You are saying single sourcing was based on an MOU. That's not possible, because your MOU is after you've sourced. When you look at the Act, the Public Procurement Act of 2020, it gives you the basis on when you should single source. When there's an emergency, there are so many, and you do not, the single sourcing of CBU, ZRA did not qualify any of these requirements of single sourcing. Why did you not subject this to competition? It's just not only CBU. You are saying other countries do this. This policy which policy direction? Chair, there are many institutions in this country, ICT related, but for some special reason, you went to CBU, and that's the special reason this committee wants to know. It's not because of the MOU, you got clearance. No, this clearance you got in retrospect, after you've already. So why didn't you subject this contract to competition? And for that matter, it's with an institution that has never performed this undertaking before. Why was this not subjected to competition? What was the reason? I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Mukosa.
Thank you, Chair. PS, you have indicated that there was a policy directive that we need to empower the locals. I would like first of all to find out if you have come with a copy of that policy directive or a circular that is speaking to the comments that you made, so that we are able to see that in I don't know if it's 18 or 19, there was that policy directive to support the locals, and that's where you relied on when that decision was being made. Then number two, Commissioner General, maybe if you do not understand what we're talking about, I would like to tell you that this price at which this system was developed looks to be so high. We're talking about $3.5 million. $3.5 million, which was given to CBU, which was not an expert according to what we think, because they never developed a system like that before, but you decided to single source them. We think that price was too high, because after CBU was subcontracted, CBU also went and subcontracted and paid this company you can maybe explain more on this. CBU went and paid this company, Riverbed Limited. It paid $966 million. And if I read the reasons why they paid this for, they are saying remuneration.
Just clarify, 996 maybe $1,000.
What did, oh, I said million? Oh, sorry. Thank you for the correction. I said 966,720 dollars, which is a lot of money. This is money that went to people. Of course, there's a VAT component at 16%. So the money that was paid to whoever was remunerated was $842,000. So I would like to find out from you, controlling officer, considering that you single-sourced CBU and you gave them $3.5 million, where did you derive comfort that $3.5 million was a fair price, or was the market price for this system?
Chair, point of order.
Yes.
Mine is a follow-up question on Honorable Mkosa. PS, I want to know whether the company which was subcontracted by CBU, was it a local company or an international company? I submit.
Thank you. PS, you can proceed with those. I think if it's not 6 questions or 7, you can share them and proceed to answer. Then thereafter, I'll ask my question. Thank you. You can proceed.
Chair, maybe on the last question in terms of the policy document regarding, I think, going in that direction. Chair, there was no policy direction per se that the document was produced, but in our discussion, I think as government, there are certain decisions which are made in the course of having a meeting, I think, with the experts, because the issue, I think, when we were discussing, I think, with Smart Zambia, they were raising the issues of cost of licensing because of the system which are being used. And also, we saw a number of institutions coming up with their own systems within government. And all these discussions, Chair, led to the fact that how are we going to reduce the cost of operating these systems? And also, how do we save government? Because every year when you buy a system from outside, you have to pay annual license fees. So I think in the process of that the discussion was that no, we need to localize in terms of development of this system so that we can save government. There was no per se, I think, a document which was raised. By engaging, I think, an expert in ICT, we can say that some of these system can actually be developed locally. On the question, Chair, on the CBU, Chair, the Public Procurement Act provides for getting services for another government institution. And yes, in terms of the single sourcing, while it's allowed as a procurement system, it's not the most preferred. But in certain instances, Chair, it can be used as read, I think, in the law. But also there is another provision where a government entity can get services from another government entity. This is also provided, covered under the law. Let me ask the CG to answer the other question, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. CG, you can proceed, but before you can switch off your mic for now. Honorable members, we also have, with your indulgence, I think CBU, if they would like to join us virtually, as and when we need them to explain on certain matters. CG, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll start with the modules. The system had 9 modules: registration, returns, payment, accounting, debt collection, compliance, refunds, audit and assessment, then investigations. On the issue of single sourcing, I think the PS has outlined the policy direction in terms of what was the intention at the time. And I must mention also that from ZRA side, prior to this contract, we had been using a system supplied by Tata. And we did not have a source code to the system. So meaning that every time we want to make a change to the system, it was coming at a quite substantial cost to the authority. You can imagine when the minister announces the budget, if there's any change in the rates, just to make that small change, it would be maybe in excess of $300,000 plus. And also had a high support and maintenance rating to that. The cost of acquisition also was quite high. So in as much as the system was very good and stable, but ultimately the cost of running it was not sustainable. So this is part of the business decision that drove the idea of developing a locally grown system. And like indicated, CBU was one of the institutions that was considered a suitable partner for this matter. Now, Honorable Mkosa, you've raised an issue around the price that was paid, then the issue of subcontracting. I must mention that the contract that was signed between the Zambia Revenue Authority and CBU had a clause on subcontracting. That's on page 10, which is clause 21.1. The clause said that the service provider shall obtain express approval from the client to subcontract and shall notify the client in writing of all subcontracts awarded under this contract. I must mention that the approval was not secured from ZRA for this subcontracting. And we came to learn about subcontracting, particularly in my case, in December last year when we summoned CBU for a meeting. That's when we learned that the system had been subcontracted to the mentioned company. So we were not aware by then, but we can say that the subcontracting was not done in line with our expectation. It was a violation of the contract that we had with CBU. And as to whether the subcontracted are local international companies, I think the primary indications are that this is a local company that was subcontracted. Yeah, I think that's what I can say for now. The other issue, I think PS has already outlined in terms of the Provisional Public Procurement Act. And I must also mention that the contract, if you look at it, provides also that you have a copy of the contract. It provides also on page 16, intellectual property rights and source code. Under 42.1, it provides that all the intellectual rights in and the source code for the tax administration.
CG, before we proceed, honorable members, are you in sight of the contract? Appendix 1. Okay, you can proceed, CG.
Yes, so page 16, which is item 42.1 on intellectual property rights and source code. It says all the intellectual rights and the source code for the tax administration system to be designed, developed, installed, tested, and commissioned by the service provider under this contract shall belong to the client. So, yes, page 16 of the contract.
What's the page, CG?
Chair, what I have is page 16, item 42.1.
Our page 16 is a table of contents. So just what's the clause? 40 what?
42.1. Anyway, we can.
42.1.
Hello.
Under appendix 1, this one we can't find. I think this one ends on 41.5, okay, right?
There are two contracts. Just mentioned, clarify. Let me, my colleague, my team clarify where it is.
Okay, clarify, please.
Honorable Chair and honorable members. So there are two contracts under appendix 1. There's one which is named development, design, development, and installation. Then the other one is saying development of user requirements. So now the other one the CG referred to is development of user requirements. Also, the first one is just design, development, installation. That's the one with page 42 or page 16 for intellectual property.
Yeah, the contract, there are two, not the one for user requirements, but the one which, let me just see the title. No, not the one for user requirement.
So the attached appendix here is just the one for user requirements. The other one is not attached. It's not attached, the other one.
Chair, well, we don't want to go back and forth with the you already guided us on these documents, but be assured that the documents were all made available. Okay, so we can make available a copy of the contract, but the specific clause I'm referring to is on intellectual property. Just to emphasize that the intellectual property rights and source code for this system belong to ZRA on behalf of the government of Zambia. So that's one of the issues which we wanted to just outline here in the contract. Thank you.
Chair, let me apologize, maybe, Chair. Is it possible I can give maybe this document so that members can just peruse through to see the clause being in reference? Apologies, Chair, I should have sent it, I think, earlier on.
Yes, you can. You can pass it on to the clerk, maybe. We'll see if we're able to photocopy it if it's not very bulky. Yeah. Thank you.
So maybe for the benefit, for just clarity, the two clauses we refer to, the first one is on page 10, that's clause 21 on subcontracts. And the second one is on page 16, that's on intellectual property rights and source code.
Thank you, CG. Maybe just also to, I want to understand, I've seen a letter here which was written by our PS when he was DG for ZPPA. And also, I think you did make mention that I don't know what was your substantive position when this contract was being implemented, CG. My question is that this aforesaid contract, I do understand the model, and I think it's a good model to push money back to institutions of government, because we are the same government. But I think, however, we are laboring on the processes and the procedures which was being followed. Because if I look at, there's a completion certificate which was signed by ZRA, the commencement and completion. Maybe I just want to understand, at the time of this completion certificate, were all the modules working well? Did you ascertain as ZRA that the modules were functioning well? Or when did you discover that these modules were not working well? That is for the CG. Then maybe PS, just to understand what was the basis of this no objection to that effect. Looking into it that first and foremost, why didn't we just let it? Maybe you could have done CBU and UNZA being, and maybe any other government institution which provides such. Yeah. So we just want to understand the basis. That's from the PS, and I think CG have clarified. Then I don't know, Honorable Mfarai wanted to ask another question.
My question has not been answered. Okay, the modules, we have known that there are 9 modules. I was saying, where is the request for proposal, RFP number ZRA SP 20020? Because this is the source of query in terms of engagement of Copperbelt University, because there were guidelines in this proposal which indicated that the consultant hired to prepare terms of reference for an assignment should not be hired for the implementation of the assignment in question. So why have they not attached this proposal, which is referred to by the Auditor General? Because we wanted to scrutinize whether there is any breach in terms of what they had set for themselves in the person or in the entity that they wanted to hire. Further to your question, Chair, on the letter that they wrote to ZPPA. There is a reference to a Mr. to the fact that, let me read it. Actually, to the AG. The AG's response. I'm asking, where is the letter to the AG? Because the AG is responding to a certain letter which is not attached. Where is the letter that that the AG is referring to? What was being requested? It's not on file. Again, even the letter that went to ZPPA, I hope I can find ZPPA letter. Yes, ZPPA letter dated 24th May 2018 also makes, it actually came from the current, the controlling officer who we are with here. He says, kindly note that the authority has reviewed your submission and be informed that your request to direct bid the Copper Belt Invest to design, develop, deliver, and install a tax administrative solution is granted and no objection. Considering the justification provided, which is in line with Section 34(1) of the Public Procurement Act, number 12 of 2008, where are the justifications you talked about that were provided in the letter that you are responding to? We want that letter so that we can see the justifications that you are talking about that needed you to procure CBU without any other competitor so that you could proceed with this. We want that letter. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. I think we have 3 questions or not 4. Maybe PS and CG can proceed. Then after that, Honorable Wamunyima, Honorable Lumai, and Honorable Mukosa. You can proceed to answer the other set of questions. Chair, Vice Chair, I want to ask a question also. Okay, then before you proceed, the three honorable members, the Vice Chair will proceed. Then you can now ask your questions. PS, you can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Let me ask the CG and team, I think, to respond to those questions, Chair.
Thank you. CG, you can proceed. But PS, taking into consideration, there's your question on this letter, which I think you need to also clarify.
Okay. Chair, I think the letter as requested, this letter emanated from the request from ZRA in terms of their intention of direct bidding CBU. As explained, I think I can't remember the reason, probably unless the letter is presented. And Chair, this letter emanates also from an internal system. When the request is made, there is a team that goes through the request, analyze it, and then we come up with the response. I think from the face of it, from the request which was made, we were keen to allow, I think, ZRA to proceed with the request. In terms of, I think, as you see from the request there, we said that all process in terms of the law, whatever, must be followed as they conduct the direct bidding. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. CG, you can proceed. The honorable members also, we need to we need to look at other issues, looking at time as well. So I think I'll ask the last 3 sets of questions, or not 4. Then we can proceed to the next item. CG, you can proceed.
Okay, I'll ask my colleague, Commissioner Shuko, who also is chairperson for the Project Management Committee, just to outline on the completion of certificate, what went on, and where we are on the issue.
Thank you. Commissioner Shuko, you can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. So what happened was that so the system will be tested, the modules will be tested on what we call a test server, and we'll certify that the functions are working on the test server. And then obviously approved at that point, then they go to do on the live server, so on the live environment. So what we noted was that some of the things that would work on a test server at the point of approval, when they were finally installed in the live environment, they were giving challenges. But we have virtually, somebody who has joined virtually, one of those who signed on behalf of the authority in terms of certifying the completion. We were asked to invite him virtually. So I'm not sure whether he should be able to speak to that. Yes, please.
Is this from ZRA? Is
yes,
it from ZRA?
Yes, he was a project manager.
Okay. Can you unmute Chima?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, you can proceed. You can proceed. Maybe before you go, I think Commissioner was saying when you did in your test server, it was okay. But when you go live, there were certain challenges. At what point do you sign the? You can mute him. Excuse me. At what point do you give a completion certificate? As and when you go live on your live system, or when you are still using your test server? Because we want to ascertain, because when you went live, you're saying there were some challenges. So at what point did you authenticate that this system was okay, the modules were working okay? Because when you issue a completion certificate, it's to entail that the system is working well and everything is as per specification, and you are the users, you've authenticated that it is working well. Would like to understand. And Mr. Chimambo, just stand by. Yes.
Further to your comment, when it comes to testing of equipment or systems, you do a test run. How long did they run the test for them to prove and actually get to the end of saying, okay, this is working well and let's give a certificate? How long did they run the test run the system? For them to say, okay, now it has been running. You do it within 2 days, then you are saying, okay, this thing is working, we give you a completion certificate. You must run the test for a period of time, so that even the person who has provided that system should be able to be there and say, okay, this system is working well. So how long did they run this test?
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Dak.
Thank you, Chair. It's common practice, Chair, that to any deliverables that have been made, there has to be a defect liability period. I'm just riding on Honorable Mfarari's question. Was there any defect liability period provided for under this very contract or agreement with the CBU? I submit, Chairperson.
Thank you. Mr. Chimambo, there are those questions as and when you were the project manager, right? If I've gotten you correctly.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, so can you tell us when was the completion certificate given and signed? I think you are one of the people, you signed on top as project manager. At what point did you give this completion certificate? And did you also was there a defect liability? How long did you run this aforesaid system to ensure that you authenticate if it was working well according to your requirements? You can proceed. Yes, you have anything to add, Commissioner Shuko? Yes, Honorable Mfarari, before the CG comes in.
The gentleman who is talking about the completion certificate is misleading us. If the 10 months he's talking about, or the warranty period, was given upon the certificate of completion. The question we are asking is, how long did he run these systems before he issued the certificate of completion? Because the work was not complete before the test was done. So how long did he do it? Because the warranty that is being talked about is upon completion. After he signed the certificate of completion, he gave it to the contractor, and the contractor went away with his money.
Thank you. Mr. Chimambo, can you clarify on that issue raised by the Honorable Member? Then I'll allow Honorable Sabao to come in after that. So, Mr. Chimambo, you can proceed and answer that question. Thank you. CG, you had a comment? Honorable Sabao, then Honorable Daka, you come in.
Thank you, Chair. PS, was there a cost-benefit analysis for them to go to CBU, considering that the modules which were made by CBU, you paid a lot of money, but until now those modules are not being used? Then my second question is, PS, are you sure ZRA was in order to make CBU to come up with their own terms of reference? I submit.
Thank you. Okay, superseded. Okay. Honorable Wamnyima.
Chair, I will move away from the issue to do with the contract because I've read this submission quotes two procurement acts, 2008, 2020, and it's very regular. The controlling officer was saying provided in the law. There is nowhere in the law, cite the act, the provision, which the Attorney General's letter, the last sentence, I'll read it for you. The draft contract is hereby approved for execution, subject to the foregoing adherence to the procurement law. And when you read this procurement law, there's nothing they adhered to as to why they should contact CBU. Nothing provided. There was no emergency. The previous act of 2008, section 34, the letter which is missing, they quoted section 34 and the letter is missing here, talking about a government agency. It still refers to section 30, which requires a competitive procurement. So basically this contract was unnecessarily procured. The single sourcing in this procurement is baseless. Now, Chair, coming to my question, when you look at submission on page 11 of this, you see failure to relate payments to the tax period. So according to the user requirement clause 6.2, the system should provide for matching of payments to liability in a specific period. So as a result, payments totaling to 56 million in respect of 1,356 taxpayers were not matched to the correct tax period, resulting in challenges performing reconciliation of taxpayers. So what is the status of these system matching payments and liabilities for various taxpayers as we are in the fourth quarter of 2022 today? What is the status of this today?
Thank you. Maybe before we proceed with the answer to that question, AG had something on CBU.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to draw attention to the certificate of completion. dated, I think, 5th February 2021, and also the submission by the controlling officer on page 10, if I may be allowed to read. The Auditor General observation is noted. I wish to inform the committee that the modules cited in the AG's report are not fully developed or not developed at all. So now the issue about certification, I think, still raises questions. Because how can you certify a module that is not developed at all? So it's very confusing how certification was done before modules were developed. I submit.
Thank you. CG?
Chair, there are some issues we cannot run away on this contract, as you, the honourable members, are rightly observing. One of which is the way the certificate of completion was signed when there are all these outstanding issues. And it's an issue that we've also taken up internally. We've done our own internal investigations and established that it was irregularly signed as certificate of completion. So we've taken action as management just to assure the committee that that's where we stand. Thank
you. Yes, is it on the same?
Yes.
Okay, Honorable Mkosa, then we proceed. Let's make some progress.
Chair, how can you say we make progress when okay. No.
The question on page 11, remember the issue of...
Am I asking?
Sorry.
Honorable Mkosa, you can proceed with your question, then CG you come in. Then also take note of Honorable Sabao's questions, which she did ask, that they can be answered. Yes, Honorable Mkosa.
I would like to find out, number one, the CG confirmed that CBU breached the contractual provisions by subcontracting. So what are the repercussions or penalties for that breach? Then number two, who signed the certification on behalf of ZRA? Who signed the certification on behalf of ZRA? Because you were the head of IT, and if you are saying you carried out investigations, I just wanted to understand, if it's you who was responsible, how can you do investigations of yourself? So maybe you can just enlighten us, Commissioner General.
Thank you. CG, you can proceed with also taking into consideration the questions for Honorable Sabao.
Oh,
thank you.
Maybe I'll talk Honorable Sabao before she leaves. The issue in terms of whether ZEDA was in order to come up with its own terms of reference, I think as indicated, there is a specific clause which we know it's not an ideal situation for one to come up with their own terms. I think if you look at some of the internal investigation we've done also, these things are coming up in terms of what were the anomalies and what should not have been done. So it's only important for us to admit where things are wrong and see how best we can go forward. And the other issue relating to the failure to relate payments to the respective tax periods, like indicated here, the tax online has a number of problems, with 271 problems that were identified. What your committee chair should be assured of is the internal stakeholders and the external stakeholders have submitted to us all the problems. We've documented these problems. We've constituted a team that is working full-time. This is almost 40 members of staff working full-time to correct all these anomalies. And as at end of Q1, our target was that the accounting module, which brought about this problem, Honorable, you've raised, should be implemented. And that was implemented as at end of September this year. So we have, to a large extent, addressed this problem that has been highlighted here. But be assured, we have a roadmap. Our expectation is that by June next year, these tax online problems that have been documented should be addressed. In terms of repercussions of breach of contract, remember these issues are still being discussed internally. We have to submit them before our board to be guided on how best we proceed way forward. So we're still dealing with the internal formalities on how best we handle this matter going forward. But just be assured that we've looked into this issue internally, identify where are weaknesses, and then the proposed way forward on how we intend to remedy the situation. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, do we proceed or you've got further questions?
There are some questions that have not been answered.
Yes, Honorable Lumai, then Honorable Mfarare.
Chairperson, this report with the current controlling officer is talking about systems which are not good, and these same systems today they are hating the same institution. And Chair, I wanted, since you guided this committee that CBU is online, they are following, I wanted to get an understanding from CBU. After getting 3.595 million US dollars, they went to subcontract Riverbed. Riverbed was subcontracted by CBU. And ZRA, before giving this contract to CBU, they had to get no objection from ZPPA, there was the Auditor General. So they were doing all these processes, Attorney General. In their mind, CBU was the best team to work on this system. And yet CBU also knew that they were unable to work on this system. They had to now contract Riverbed and at a lower amount, Chair, 900,000 plus, when they were given 3.5 million. So I wanted CBU to tell this committee why, while knowing that they were unable, but they went ahead to get this contract and ended up subcontracting. So I wanted CBU to help this committee understand why we had this situation, and now this system is not working.
Thank you. Honorable Mfarare.
Thank you. Chair, the question that still stands is the contract or the memorandum that was signed before the Attorney General actually cleared it. Do ZRA admit, or controlling officer, do you admit that this contract or memorandum, you signed it before the approval of the auditor, of the Attorney General? And was the Attorney General aware even when he was writing? Because you wrote on 10th January 2019, you signed your contract or your memorandum and everything else on 26th of December 2018. Was the Attorney General, even as you were submitting your letters, aware that you had actually already engaged this CBU? All you were doing were just trying to formalize and then move on with this contract of 3.5 million? I submit, Chair. This question has not been answered.
Thank you. You can unmute, I don't know if it's Mr. Mpande from CBU. There's that question from Honorable Lumai. I hope you were following. You can answer that question.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you, Honorable member of the committee.
You can introduce yourself so that we call you accordingly.
Oh, thank you very much. My name is Pastor Ampande, Director, ICT Business and Innovation Center, who was in charge as a project manager from the CBU perspective.
Yes, you can proceed. Mr. Mpande.
Yeah.
Yes, because we requested CBU to come and make a case and make your submission, but however you are saying you cannot make a submission because your superiors are not informed.
Well, Chair, that's not the, with your permission, that's not the position. I can make a submission, but what I'm saying is I would have loved to make a submission with documentary evidence.
Okay, okay.
It's very clear, Chair, that there are a number of issues that are coming out
yes.
over this contract. of them you can see that questions are being driven to establish whether there was any wrongdoing or not. Chair would love to submit documentary evidence to this effect.
Thank you. Just stand by. We'll give you guidance later. Then maybe PS you can answer Honorable Mufarari's question to that effect.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I think the issue of signing signing the, I don't know, Chair, whether it's the memorandum which was signed or is it the contract, because under normal circumstances, a contract cannot be signed before it is approved. So if that's the case, Chair, then that's an anomaly, because under normal circumstances, Attorney General has approved the contract before it's signed, and the process. Yeah, if it's a contract Chair signed before approval of the Attorney General, then it's an anomaly. I thought probably maybe it was a memorandum of understanding, because that probably could have preceded the actual signing of the contract. But if that's the case, Chair, then it's an anomaly, because usually the contract is signed after approval by the Attorney General.
Maybe Honorable Mfalari clarify, is it the contract or the MOU we're talking about?
Chair, the point of order is raised. Chair, is the PS in order to start speculating on his own document that he has given us, say, to start wondering whether it's a memorandum or it's a contract? He's the one who gave it to us. It's a contract. It's actually Appendix 1. It came from him, as the controlling officer. And it's written, the contract is made the 26th December, day of December 2018, between Zambia Revenue Authority, a statutory body established under the Zambia Revenue Authority Act, Chapter 321, and the Copper Belt, ZRA. Now, this contract, which was signed before the Attorney General, actually, when they signed the contract, they take part of the contract, I think, to the Attorney General. The Attorney General goes through the so-called draft, where he starts asking them to say, remove certain writings like abbreviations like ZRA, use the right, put client. If you look at this same contract, you will find that actually it was not even amended after they were guided by the Attorney General. So I was asking the controlling officer, who happened to have been the ZPPA director at that time, even him, when he was giving a no objection, was he aware that this contract has already been signed? I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Before PS comes in, CG, who's your director legal? Is your director legal here?
No, the director legal is not here. But Chair, if the point of reference, we are looking at the contract for the development of the system and not the user requirements. If the focus is on the contract for the development of the system, you see that the contract was signed on 28th day of January 2019. And the reference letter that came from the Attorney General is dated 22nd January 2019. So the main contract for the development of the system was signed after the approval from the Auditor General. For the, remember, that's the same copy that we said we passed around. Chair, you have a copy.
Yeah, thank you, CG. Okay, just honourable members, a clarification. I think this is a contract which is on testing, commission, and transmission. You can just, CG can switch off the mic. Maybe we can just look at it, so that I think there are two contracts we are dealing with. Even me, I was grappling, trying to find certain clauses when CG was reading. So, honourable members, any other question on this aspect? That has been clarified by CG. Let's look at the dates. Can pass on also to Honourable to look at it. We make progress. If there are no questions on this aspect, honorable members, let's proceed. And we'll give guidance to the PS on this aspect. I think it's not conclusive. If you agree with me, we can proceed because it's got a lot of issues. Honorable Amnyuma's question was addressed on page 11, right? The failure to relate payment to tax period. Okay. Yes, PS, you can proceed.
Maybe, Chair, I think there was the question from the Vice Chair in terms of the cost-benefit analysis before direct bidding the Copperbelt University. I think from ZRA point of view, because the other system which we are implementing, I think from Tata, it actually costed $9 million. And the Chair, those are the issues which you are coming when you are saying that no, if there is a local university, usually the cost is lesser. So I thought probably I provide that clarification, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, we can proceed. I think what we're struggling with, PS, we do understand the contracting of the local, but it's a process, like I say. The process is where we have certain gaps, like CG has acknowledged. We don't have issues subcontracting locals because we want money to be within the local institutions, but the processes, I think, is what we are struggling a bit with. So we proceed. Is there any question on failure to relate payment to tax period? One was asked by Honorable Wamunyima. If not, then we can proceed to the next item. Yes, Honorable Wamunyima.
Thank you. Controlling Officer, are the reconciliations of taxpayers' accounts up to date? Considering that there are issues on the system, are these up to date?
Maybe through the controlling officer, CG can proceed and answer that question.
The reconciliation is not up to date on account of the legacy matters, first of all, relating to the old system, Tax Online 1, and even before that, there was another system called ITAS. Now, with the Tax Online 2, we also have data-related issues, so the reconciliation process has just continued to that effect. But like indicated, we're trying to prioritize those high-end transactions so that we don't inconvenience taxpayers and the revenue collection process. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. I think CG, that's a very, very important aspect to look into, like you've said, so that taxpayers also not inconvenienced to that effect. Honorable members, if there are no questions on this issue, we can proceed to the next question. Which is on page 12. Contract for Customs Management System. Maybe just to amplify also on, as members are looking at some of the issues, CG, have you given yourselves a lead time as and when you intend to finish this reconciliation so that even these taxpayers can now be settled that as by this period, if it's up to next year, first quarter, ZRA would have reconciled this and all those aspects?
I'll ask the director who is heading the data cleanup team to just give an overview on,
Yes,
on
Director can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. So the reconciliation environment is a little bit complex in that we have two legacy systems. First of all, we had when Tax Online 1 was the system in operation, we had some legacy systems that were in place and had a number of outstanding cases that required to be reconciled. And the environment there is a bit manual, and therefore most of it is done a bit outside the system. Efforts are being made now to automate And with the introduction of the amnesty, the environment in that area for the legacy systems before Tax Online 1 have been semi-automated. So we are hoping that the processes will move a bit faster. But like explained in the submission, amounts related to those systems are a little bit smaller. So the focus right now is on the recently offloaded system, which is Tax Online 1. That's where the bulk of the outstanding amounts are. So in terms of doing the assessment of how long it will take, there's no definite period that we can give because it's highly dependent on the success of the automation that will happen. If it happens quicker, then it means that within a period of 1 year, all these problems will be a thing of the past. But if the system developments that are happening will not happen that faster, then it could take a bit longer. Chair, I must submit that it's also, reconciliations are usually ongoing, because even with a well-functioning system, reconciliations are an ongoing process, because there will be dispute on a number of issues, on law, on fact, and all those issues. So it's a variety of cases, but we can guarantee that once the system is done properly, then it should be able to resolve most of the issues. And like mentioned by the Commissioner General, I can emphasize that we've prioritized the top cases. We prioritized about 318 cases, which are of high value, and they're the ones that are being prioritized to ensure that we complete them. So far, we've done over 200 of those. And the certification in terms of engaging the taxpayer for them to agree to the reconciliation has already been done. But there are a few that are being hampered by the fact that some of them are in court. I submit through the switch.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Do we proceed? Any question on this? We can proceed to the contract for customs management systems. The one which was contracted for 90 million. It was also a CBU, right? Yes, so you can proceed, honorable members, and ask questions on that. Irregular award of contract without clearance, and questionable supply of ICT equipment. I think it's relating to the same, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, you can proceed, honorable Mukombi.
Chair, I just want to find out from the controlling officer, how many contracts were you dealing with CBU? And looking at this contract for customs management systems, did you also get a no objection from the directors at PPA? I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Any questions on that? PS, you can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Let me ask the CG to provide the response, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. So with CBU, we are dealing with 3 contracts. The first contract is for the development of the tax online system, which was at $3.5 million. And then when the system development phase or the certificate of completion was assigned, ZR and CBU went into a support and maintenance contract for 23 million kwacha, which was supposed to be for a 3-year period. And then the third, and while that was still going on also, then they went into another contract for development of the customs management system for 90 million, which was later varied to 95 million kwacha. So those are the 3 contracts that ZR was dealing with CBU.
The last question, Chair.
Thank you, CG. Honorable Mukombi can proceed.
Chair, he hasn't answered my last question. Where they obtained the ZPP clearance or no objection, the last one.
Thank you. On the last one, you can clarify, CG, you can proceed. On the CMC, CMS, the one for 95 million, you can clarify on that one.
Yes, as we've indicated in our response on page 14, there was also approval that was received from Attorney General, and no objection from ZPPA on this contract as well. I submit.
Has it been attached to that effect?
The customs manager.
Chair, there's no attachment of the aforesaid approval from Attorney General and the no objection. To be very, and also, where's the third contract? We only have 2 contracts with us. First of all, in fact, we have one. They have submitted one before this committee. And where is the other one? So,
Chair.
Yes, Honorable.
Before this committee, there's only one contract, and that contract was signed in 2018. That's the contract we have. The one which is being floated here, if you look at it critically, it's just giving conditions of what should obtain in the first contract that was signed in December. So all these 3, the contracts that are being told that they were signed, or no objection was given, they don't exist. The letters from our Attorney General, they are not on this file. The letters of no objections are not on this file.
Honorable, you may be right. My friend is, I wasn't in ZR at the time this was being done, but my friend is reminding me that they just come and explain in your own words.
You can explain from there. From there, there's a mic. I can explain from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members. I think the response was in particular specific to the no objection and AG approval for the CMS contract. So we're just indicating that there's no attachment because, as indicated in the response, they were riding on the TO2 AG, tax online 2 approval by AG, as well as the ZPPA no objection.
Chair.
Thank you. Just maybe before Honorable Amnyima comes in, I think this is a separate contract, and you cannot ride on those approvals. So, honorable members, I think on this aspect, would want Auditor General to verify, let them provide the needed supporting documentation so that we don't labor and waste time on that. Auditor General, take note, so that we leave it as it is, as outstanding, then we can proceed to the next matter, because there's no documentation to that effect. Honorable Amnyima.
Chair, there's nothing they can take. They did not obtain that. They were riding on the first, that is what they're saying. So they are riding on approval from Attorney General and for a different contract. So in short, it was irregular. So if we wait, we are waiting for what? There's nothing we're waiting for. They don't have this approval from Attorney General. They don't have ZPPA no objection.
Maybe is it the executive assistant to the commissioner? Just can you submit what you are saying? Maybe I didn't get you correctly.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, as submitted in the submission, we did not attach the no objection from ZPPA as well as the AG approval, because, well, from our records we didn't find them, and the report is that they were riding on the same.
Chair,
riding on the initial approvals.
Chair, executive assistant, the point is, was there a no objection or it's not there?
Not like Honorable Amnyima said and Honorable Daka, I think he's saying they were riding on the on the earlier one. So there's nothing.
Chair, he's saying he's not being categorical. In his that's what he said at first. In his second submission, he's saying we do not have we did not find them. Not finding them and not having them, they are two different things. Not finding them, it's like that's something that they had, but it's not on there on the file. Maybe it's a case of misfiling.
Chair, let me ask somebody who has authority on this issue, our Director Internal Audit, because they were going through these contracts and other issues. Maybe I'll ask Director Internal Audit to.
Director Internal Audit maybe can make submission based on that.
Through the Chair and honorable members, just as mentioned, with respect to the customs management system, the categorical response is that there was no objection collected. Now, from the work we did as internal audit, this was classified as an extension of modules within the CMS, within the Customs Tax Online 2, and that is where the rider for the requesting of the no objection from the ZPPA comes in. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Daka, then Honorable Wamnyima.
Chair, to any addition to a contract has to come with an addendum. And that addendum has to be subjected to a due process of clearance. Chair, a controlling officer, was the due processes followed in as with regards to the clearance of an addendum of 90 million kwacha addendum, which we are discussing here on the contract and custom management system? I submit, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Wamnyima and Honorable Mukumbi.
Chair, if I understand this submission, this is a whole new contract. So there's no addendum, there's no need for it. This is a whole new contract which was procured illegally. No ZPPA, no objection, no attorney. So, Chair, what I'm saying is that what the internal auditors explained, from a technical side, he is correct that it was an extension of modules. But from a legal side, you can't say it's a new contract to extend. A new contract is a new contract. You have to. So, Chair, I think we shouldn't even waste time, because from this submission and from the submission from the internal auditor and the executive assistant, this is a contract whose clearance relied upon the first contract. Therefore, there is, even if we demand for due processes, what are we demanding for? There's nothing.
Thank you. Honorable Mkumbi.
Chair, I ask this question for one reason. One, we are dealing with 3 contracts here. And the last one here is irregular award of contract without clearance, I think. Now, here we are looking at the contract for customs and management systems, that's a CMS. Now, Attorney General, our auditors are saying they didn't have that clearance. In their response, they are saying the no objection notice was obtained from ZPPA to single source copper belt on the same. So where are those documents? That's their response here. But in the response here, given to us in writing, they are saying they obtained everything. So where are those documents? No, we are looking at the, no, please.
Yes,
please. Let's look at page 13.
Yes, Honorable, Honorable Mkumbi, the one on the floor,
page
to proceed.
13. Irregular award of contract without clearance. What contract are we talking about? Contract for customs management systems. We are done with the other contracts. We are now on this particular one. And in their response, they are saying approval letters were sought from the Attorney General and all that. So my question is, where are those documents? So if he's saying that they didn't obtain, then why write to this committee that they obtained them? That's the question.
Thank you. Thank you. I think Honorable Mukumbi is following the submission. Submission is saying that they have obtained. The oral submission is saying it is a rider. So maybe PS just bring us to speed on those aspects. I just want you, PS, to clarify. You are the guru on this ZPPA with the director there. In your letter, it says, please be advised that this no objection is for this specific request only. So if it was for this specific only, why did ZRA proceed to contract CB on another contract? Because you said there are 3 contracts. If we are saying there is 1 contract, then we'd say, okay, it's under 1 contract. Now there is this CMS, which is now another contract for 90 million, varied to 95 million. Maybe I've seen CG wants to answer. You can proceed.
No, I just wanted, I don't want to be cited for misleading the committee. The number of contracts are 4. I earlier said 3. The first one was for the development of user requirements. Remember the blueprint, and then came the development of the tax online, and then the support and maintenance, and then the customs management. This user requirements was about 500,000. Yeah. Thank you. I submit.
Maybe PS, you can clarify on that. Thank you.
Yes, Chair. When a contract, I think, is provided, you right, I think, put it, I think, when you say that, when you give an objection, it's one procurement, and it's specific for that. If there is an amendment or an extension to that particular contract, there is a separate process which is also undertaken, and any amendment will be seen as part of that same contract. But if a new procurement starts, then the requirement is that a new process must start. So in this particular case, if there are no documentation to see these other contracts, which means there was no due process, and as the auditors, I think, have reflected, then that should be the situation.
Thank you. Honorable members, I beg that we proceed because we've ascertained the issue of this. This was an irregular contract. Yes, Honorable Mkosa.
No, but the Honorable Mukumbi asked why the PS wrote something that is contrary to what it is. What has he said?
Let's proceed.
It's an anomaly?
Let's proceed. Let's proceed. Let's proceed, Honorable. The next question, Honorable Wamnyima, you can proceed.
Yeah, Chair, on page 16 of this submission, the controlling officer stated that generally public universities are exempt from income tax purposes. Then, just for clarity, can he explain why, from the schedule of payments, on certain dates they were withholding tax, and on certain dates they were not withholding from the schedule of payments? Can they explain why?
Thank you. Any other question to that effect? That's on failure to withhold and remit tax on consultancy, right? Honorable Amnima, page 16. Honorable Mufarari, you can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. The question I have for the controlling officer on this one is, I think in your response you said you could offer an exemption certificate in retrospect. Now, I'm wondering, why do you want to offer a certificate in retrospect over this withholding of tax when CBU has not applied to you to seek exemption? Why do you want to volunteer?
Thank you. Any other question on that aspect? PS, you can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, on the aspect of the withholding tax for government institution, Chair, I know that the CG will comment. Government institution, including semi-autonomous, those who are not in profit-making or nature, like grant-aided institution who receive a grant from the government. And just like government itself, it doesn't pay tax on its income. It must be in the law. I think ZRA will help me, I think, in terms of confirming that. So in the case, I think, of the public institution, government institution, or the schools, they don't pay tax. And under the requirement, I think they're supposed to apply to ZRA so that they are issued with a certificate. This certificate exemption can help them in terms of when they are transacting. So where the retrospect aspect of it, maybe I'll ask CG maybe to clarify. But by nature, Chair, these government institutions, they don't pay tax. CG, you can come in.
Thank you. CG, you can proceed.
Thank you. I just wish to clarify that the way the sentence has been written is saying the certificate can also be given in retrospect. Not that we've offered CBU per se, but we're just indicating the condition that this can happen. I clarify, Chair.
Thank you. PS, me, I'm having difficulties to now comprehend some of these things. On page 15, there's questionable suspension of this CMS. First, from Tax Online 2, we've seen the anomalies. Okay, we've paid everything. We did the completion certificate. Then we go ahead and contract them on another system. We have no quarrels. While we are moving, we pay 52 million. We cancel that because based on the Tax Online issues. I'm failing to understand because we're dealing with the same client and we've got issues. Then again, if we saw those dangers, why did we proceed to pay and contract them again and pay them an advance payment of 52 million, whatever, 60% plus, then again cancel it? I don't know. Through the PSCG, I'm failing to understand why we proceeded in such a fashion. Maybe you can just clarify to the committee why was it that? Because we saw the irregularities in the first contract, and we even do a payment. Then after paying, then now we realize that no, let's now cancel it. For me, I think it's not sitting well. Yes, maybe CG through the PS we can proceed. If I don't know, honourable member, is there any question on this question about suspension?
The one you asked, Chair, I actually underlined it earlier on. Just as you are saying that the cancellation of CMS contract is actually out of Tax Online 2. And they are saying they are investigating, pending what are they investigating? And they are saying they have written to CBU. What are the repercussions of these cancellations? You have paid 60%, then Tax Online 2 is giving you issues, you go to CMS, you cancel, and then you say you are investigating. And the other thing that we are requesting, Chair, is they are saying they have put up a committee, there is a report they have written to the ST. Can we have access to that report they have written to ST, where they are talking about the issues and challenges that are arising from the contract that they went into CBU? I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Maybe through the PSCG you can just clarify on this cancellation, then we can proceed. Then also take into consideration the question for Honorable, is it the one for withholding tax? Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. On the withholding, I think your specific question was why were we withholding on some transactions while not withholding on others? I believe, yeah. I think the general position is that we should not have done the withholding on a consistent basis. So I think the other transactions could have been anomalies which we can look at in terms of making sure that it shouldn't have happened like that. Yeah.
So, Chair. So were they right to charge them VAT also? Because they're non-profit. Yeah. So since these are anomalies.
Thank you. Commissioner can proceed.
Through the PS, VAT is applicable. VAT is not exempted on such transactions. So that's why they were charged VAT.
Maybe CG just clarify now on the contract, on this contract. Why the cancellation and after paying 60% of that.
Yeah. Okay. The issue at hand, put yourselves in my shoes, honorable members. I come in and I have one system where 75% of the revenue is coming from is in a mess. Okay. There are problems from the internal users, problems from the external users. I have the same contractor who is given another contract to develop an even more complex system. Because the custom system is not child's play. That system is more complex. Now the resources are spread across. What do? It was a management decision to say, can we allocate resources to where we're going to get maximum revenue? So we decided that can we for now suspend the development of this custom system, take all these resources, let's start fixing Tax Online. So what was done at that time was a suspension. It's not that we cancelled. But going through the process also retrospectively looking at the issues, we are finding some anomalies. Some payments, even the same percentage of works done, were based on not meeting certain milestones as a criteria for making payments. Those are some of the things that were coming out. Okay? And then we decided we were going back and forth with our colleagues at CBU. They claimed that done such a percentage of work. And we said, I mean, our perception was that that could not be the position because we know a custom system is complex. For UNCTAD, just to move from one version to another, it takes them 3 to 4 years. Now they were saying they'll develop that system in 12 months. So we said, no, they can't reach this stage by this particular time. So we wrote to CBU that can we go through the process yourselves and ourselves to check what percentage of the work was done, because there were no milestones that were ticked based on which payment was done. So when we wrote to CBU, we constituted a team. He was in charge of the team, the director there and so forth. Maybe you can indicate what was the outcome of that meeting.
Thank you, CG. Director, Internal Audit, you can proceed now.
Thank you very much, Chair and honorable members. Indeed, as mentioned by the Commissioner General, we have this situation where CBU was claiming over 90% completion of work on the customs management system. But this was something that we had been as internal audit reviewing, but we really were not convinced that this was the extent of the work upon which the claims for payments were being made. And through that process, we requested that we carry out a collaborative evaluation of the extent of completion of the customs management system, upon which through CG's office we engaged the CBU to be part of the team that was looking into the evaluation of the extent of completion. But as we were just in the process of commencing the actual exercise of checking through the whole system of customs management system up to the time that it was suspended, we had to abandon the exercise because CBU decided to withdraw suddenly. So, Chair, that was the extent to which we went, and to date we still haven't had any feasible feedback from CBU as to the exact position of whether we are going to continue with them in participating in the exercise. I submit, Chair.
Thank you for that submission, internal audit. Honorable members, we are running out of time. I propose that we adjourn because we've got some other few issues. Then maybe we can finish the paragraph 9 in the afternoon later, so that we can finish this one, and then we want CG to go and collect more money. We don't want him seated here. So that's my proposal. I don't know. What do you think, honorable members? Maybe we can reconvene PS maybe at, we also want to release you. We know you're busy. So maybe we can reconvene, honorable members, at 3:30, because I think we're just remaining with a few issues. What's the proposal? Honorable Ferrari, Honorable Daka, you're speaking. Speak through the mic so that we agree.
Chair, there's still a lot of outstanding issues here. So we need much more time to deliberate over these matters. Thank you.
Honorable Wamnyima.
Chair, so what happens to, we have, I think, Minister of Transport in the afternoon. So, yeah, because.
So we are looking. Let's focus on ZRA here, paragraph 9. Let's agree so that we can. Yes, so that we can finish ZRA today in the afternoon. Then we release the CG to go and collect money. Then we can now. I'll talk to logistics so as we see where we apologize and see where we can maybe push them in. PS is 15:30 okay?
Chair, it's fine. I think we are at your directive. We also want, I think, this issue, Chair, to be concluded, so we are amenable to come at 15:30.
Thank you. So we'll adjourn for now, and we'll meet at 15:30. And we hope, honourable members, we can do justice and finish so that we leave CG and PS also to go and attend to other issues. So PS and CG, thank you so much. We'll see you later in the afternoon. Let me take this opportunity now to lift the immunity which was conferred before you. You are free to go and have lunch. We'll see you at 15:30. Thank you so much.
I thought you are going to allow, since we haven't finished, I just go with the immunity, then I come back with it.
Parliamentarians are key stakeholders who can play significant roles as representatives of the people on issues of climate change and its effects. Arising from the need for collaboration, Voices for Just Climate Action, VCA, and its alliance partners organized a workshop on strengthening members of Parliament's role in climate action through selected members of the Zambian Parliamentary Caucus on Conservation, ZPCC, at Sandy's creation. ZPCC is a voluntary organization for members of Parliament across all parties represented in the House and presently has a membership of about 8 members of Parliament. Bangweulu Member of Parliament, Mr. Anton Kasandwe MP, current interim ZPCC co-chairperson, made his opening remarks and called for a coordinated framework on climate change.
This is an opportunity to look at the roadmap of our caucus strategic plan. As you may be aware, we had a strategic plan which was supported by 3 institutions in 2012, WWF, ICCF, and then African Parks and others. So that strategic plan came to an end. So one of the objectives for this workshop is to review that strategic plan and to come up with a roadmap of how we should come up with a new one. We'll also be looking at critically analyzing the capacities of members of Parliament to engage in the issues of climate change in their individual constituencies, if they have the knowledge, if they have the resources, and so on and so forth. We are also looking at a possibility of trying to come up with a coordinated framework for climate change programs. Many are the times that we have so many players in climate change programs, and members of Parliament may not be even aware that such programs are undertaken. I'll give you an example, probably challenging the people from the Department of Geography who are part of the GEF fund. When myself and Honorable Chilangwa participated in a program in Costa Rica in February this year, which was called by GEF, I discovered during that program that in fact there is a global fund project by GEF in my constituency, in one of the wards called Samba. And I was not aware about it, and it has been implemented. So it is very important from this workshop that we come up with a roadmap on coordinated framework so much that when NGOs, when partners and players in climate change decide to implement some of their programs in our constituencies, the members of parliament and the members of the caucus are brought on board.
And ZPCC Interim Secretary General, who is also Kawambwa Area Member of Parliament, Mr. Nixon Chilango, MP, presented the general overview of ZPCC and some of its achievements since its inception in 2012.
Zambia Parliamentary Caucus for Conservation was formed in May 2012 after the approval by the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia. This is a voluntary organization, and this operates slightly different from other committees of parliament. Presently, this caucus has got a membership of nearly 8 members of parliament. It is our desire in our current membership drive that we shall reach 100. Before the last parliament, we were 106 out of 156. And by each size, we were the biggest grouping in parliament. And in SADC region, we are still the biggest as we speak today. So it is a very diverse group. One of the things that is unique about the caucus, we recognize that in every parliament there are different blocks. We have, for instance, the ruling UPND, it has got its own members. The opposition PF has got its own members. And now we have a group of independents. And of course, we have another party, PNPU, in parliament. This organization is supposed to embrace everybody. And what we've done in the past, like when electing members of the executive, we said, like when we elected the first group of executives, member of the executive committee, we said, UPND, can you please elect 4 people to come to the executive, to the committee? PF, can you please elect 4 to come to the committee? Because then there's a balance. Then when those 8 met, they decided on who should be the co-chair for the UPND, the co-chair for PF. We attended the first ever Rio 20 Summit of Legislators in 2012. The objectives of the summit were to monitor and scrutinize the work of governments by monitoring the commitments made by various governments at the UN summit, to make the commitment legitimate through legislation, and also to provide a platform to share best practices by legislators and to identify and add value to natural resources. 2, ZPPC undertook a visit to Rwanda in 2012, organized by World Future Council on Forest Conservation. The aim of the visit was to learn about best practices in issues of forest conservation and to look at various legislation Rwanda has put in place on forest conservation as well as water resources.
Ms. Isabel Mukelabai, Worldwide Fund for Nature, WWF, Chief Conservation Officer and VCA Alliance Partner, called for long-lasting collaboration with parliamentarians in a quest to find lasting solutions to mitigate climate change and its effects.
What we find is that Parliament does have a very crucial role. And because Parliament plays this crucial role, it is our desire as an alliance to not just partner in terms of a few activities, but to seek out a long-term partnership, which helps us to do many things, among which I can point to a few. Number one, of course, strengthen the aspects of legislation. You will see that in our program over the next 2 days, we would like to have an opportunity to speak with you the status of what we think the climate change legislation should look like, what it is now, but what it should also look like. And in there, I think as an alliance, we are very convinced that at the national level, we do need to enact for a climate change bill. It's been going on for a while. And we would like to see perhaps a bit more pointed roadmap towards the enactment of this legislation. Having said that, we also know that the country already has a national climate change policy, and we would like to also interact around certain existing policy frameworks and get perhaps your views in terms of how you think civil society can also come on board to support Parliament, even as you look at the inadequacies of that policy and how actual legislation can be enhanced so that then we can improve the provisions of the national climate change policy as well.
Mr. William Chilufya of HIVOS outlined who VCA and its alliance partners are and what their core to duty is.
So this is a lobby and advocacy program. It's a lobby and advocacy program implemented by the Global Alliance, including the South-South North, who are SSN. They're based in South Africa. We also have WWF in Netherlands, and we also have AMWA, which is Akina Mama of Africa. We also have Avina Foundation, which is in South America, Brazil. We also have Slum Dwellers International, which is STI, who are working through the People's Process on Housing and Poverty in Zambia. And then, last but not the least, my own institution, where I'm coming from, HIVOS in Netherlands.
Lead facilitator and resource person from the University of Zambia, Dr. Progress Nyanga, brought to the fore the critical role and responsibilities members of parliament have on issues to do with climate change.
It is the role of the members of parliament to make laws, amend, review, repeal, and critically scrutinize the relevance of those legislations given the current times. The civil society will not do that. It is the members of parliament. I'll give you an example. Does the law prohibit me from making charcoal or selling charcoal? Does it prohibit me? If I go, I get a permit and I'm allowed. Okay, it doesn't, is it? Actually, the law provides for that, isn't it? Yeah, the law provides for that. So even sometimes we need to be critical as members of parliament, even as much as the literature says, okay, agriculture. I'll challenge you, how many of hectares of land are being cut? Timber logging. What percentage does that? We are silent. And we are blaming those agriculture. So when we look at the role of the parliamentarians, it's not just to formulate the laws, but to link the laws to what is current and constantly check where are the gaps.
As a way to interrogate the matter further on the linkages and gaps surrounding the implementation of policy on climate change and roles played by stakeholders on the issue, honorable members of parliament had their views and reactions.
Regarding the financing, when I look at the 50 billion, it's quite a colossal sum of money. And a bigger component of that also expected through international support. But do you have any statistics, even just over how are we doing? Because that is up to 2030. But so far, in terms of mobilizing those resources, either locally or internationally, are we on target? I'm sure that amount is broken down year by year, but how are we doing in terms of mobilizing those resources so that both the mitigation and adaptation strategies can be carried out?
I'll give you 2 instances which have occurred in Western Province. One is for the same ministry, green economy. Before, it was a department which was under, they aligned it with the Ministry of Local Government. And this is the PPCR. I'm sure you are aware of the PPCR. How has the PPCR performed in Western Province? And how much money was assigned and funded?
Other presentations that were made include wetland and their role in climate change, impact mitigation, a focus on Zambia by Dr. Kabwe Mubanga from the University of Zambia Department of Geography, and the importance of women and youth inclusion in climate change plans by members of parliament, presented by Akina Mamawa Africa representative Ms. Eda Chimya, Executive Director, Zambia Alliance of Women, among others. Members of Parliament then went into two groups on drafting climate action roadmap, focusing on two key elements, the strategic plan and the strategic needs. After the deliberations, both members of Parliament, facilitators and VCA partners had comments on the general overview of the workshop.
Indeed, it has been a very successful 2 days, spending time talking about climate change and what role as a parliamentarian we can play. We have talked about mitigation, we have talked about adaptation, and all the discussions that have been happening here actually reflect what the global agenda is for the next coming years, because we have felt what the effects of climate change are, and as Africa, Zambia included, it is mentioned that we contribute very little to the damage to the environment, and yet we are the worst affected in terms of the climate change. So discussing these issues in the last 2 days has been insightful and eye-opening, and I just look forward that we will continue to collaborate with all the partners that are involved in this program together with our caucus, so that we can take down the activities that we are talking about here down to the communities, because it's the communities, the people that we represent, who are feeling the effects, and we are there to speak for them. We are there to work with them and guide them in terms of what I can do, either to mitigate or to adapt to the changing environment.
So what I'm going out with from this workshop, really, first of all, it was very, very enlightening. There are so many things that as a parliamentarian that I didn't realize the importance of, that have been brought to my attention. For example, the wetlands and how much we need to invest to make sure that we can protect those wetlands, because at the end of it, well, they hold the water and they distribute the water at the appropriate time. Secondly, also we need to make sure that how do we protect our environment, and then how do we trickle this information from what we've learned in this workshop to make sure it also reaches our constituency. For example, the constituency that I come from is Mwandi, which is a rural constituency, and realize that one of the activities that is there is charcoal burning. How do we transform the minds of the people that are in the constituency to make sure they can use other alternative sources, first of one? How do we also get involved in tree planting to make sure that we can replenish that which has been depleted, so that we can bring back our environment back to life?
Some of the things that I've learned actually maybe which also affect my constituents is that in my constituents actually there's a lot of timber business. So there's also a lot of actually charcoal business and as well as agriculture. So these, our trees and our forests actually are at risk. So going forward actually, if this information is disseminated to the grassroots, I think these are the key players who need to be involved, who need to be given the information, so that now they start now and not later. And also, I have also learned that actually we have the wetlands, which we are not taking good care of. And if we don't take care good of them, we end up actually losing a lot of water. We've been told actually that the Kafue floods actually are those that are almost being endangered. So this is high time that members of parliament, not only us who came here to participate, but even those that are not there, they need to get this information, so that this information is actually taken to the grassroots, and the grassroots also should be involved.
I'm so excited to be here. When I heard conservation, at first I wasn't so sure. which part of conservation, so I wanted to know exactly what, and I said, you know what, um, anything you can think of. And the first thing I thought of was the waste management in Chawama. I've had this issue since I was a councillor there. And there's plastic everywhere. It's a solution that I've been trying to find for years, that we've been working with the community trying to find a solution for. So just to be here today, I'm so excited, and I see that there's been so much expertise in the room, and I can see that there's a light at the end of the tunnel. So I know that with this engagement and this platform, we'll be able to find solutions for the people of Chawama.
The first thing, it is looking at how the civil societies, that is the VCA alliance partners, were able to interact with the parliamentarians and also with the government, including the academic, the University of Zambia. So, and some of the issues which were really coming out is the need, when addressing these issues of climate change, the need for collaboration, coordination, not just at national level, but even at constituency and community levels. And it was interesting also to see the interaction, the active participation of the members of parliament from this ZPCC, which is a cross-party organization within the parliament, trying to engage the non-state actors on issues of climate change. And for me, I think that was really good. And some of the issues which came up on areas of potential collaboration and mapping the way forward, I think for me that was very insightful.
As a community mobilizer and a person who is coming from urban settlement, from this meeting which you have been collaborating with the Member of Parliament, which at times is a stake for us to meet them. But at this forum, I've seen the collaboration, interaction with them, so that as I go back, I know that the door has not been opened. This is an open door for the community over climate just action. I think together we are going to make a change, because it will need more sensitization, more mobilization of women groups, youths. As they says, nothing for us without us. Meaning that if you are not engaged, automatically you're not going to gain anything. So for the change for climate just action, this is an action which needs each and everyone to be involved. The councillors, the councillors in the ward, the MPs, the school teachers, everyone in the community is supposed to participate, because this climate change is for everyone and everywhere, and it affects everyone.
Actually very refreshing to notice that the members of parliament are actually being in the forefront at combating issues of climate change. Most of the times it has seemed like the whole agenda has been driven either by the executive or by academicians or by researchers, but we know that without the support of the members of parliament, there's nowhere this fight can go. In fact, most of the legislation that we ride upon as researchers, as the executive, as a country as a whole, is dependent on what the members of parliament are actually doing or are actually going to propose. So when we see them taking a front seat in the fight against climate change, it's actually a very encouraging experience.
This then leaves concerted efforts from everyone at various levels of responsibility to work towards raising awareness on the impact of climate change and focus on measures to mitigate its effects.
My name is Jeff Murebwa, or to complete the first name is Jeffrey Murebwa. And I was born at Kalulu village in Chief Chiwala.
I'm just turning 60 on the 20th of this month, 20th November. I went to Chiwala Primary School. That's where I started my grade 1. And I went up to grade 7. In my first year of attempting my grade 7 exams, I couldn't make it. So I went to repeat the year at Lupia Primary School. That's where I qualified from and went to Chikola Secondary School in Chingola. That's where I did all my secondary education from, that is from Form 1 to Form 5. Those days we used to call them forms, not as you call them these days, the grades. So after school, basically I had my first job at Apollo Enterprises as a purchasing clerk. Thereafter, I did a course with a college in the United Kingdom, diploma in sales and marketing management. So that was my main job for some years. And then I also now after serving as group and sales marketing manager in Indola, I went into pastoral work where I've been for so many years. But may I also state that along the way I did train as a professionally, rather as a professional counselor, and I'm also a lawyer. I qualified as a lawyer in the United Kingdom, and I was married to my wife for 28 years, and unfortunately I lost her to cardiac arrest on the 17th of July 2016. I am not married yet, or I haven't remarried, because it's been very difficult to find Miss Right. My constituency happens to be Kafulafuta. Now, as I said, I was born and bred in Kafulafuta, and as I was growing up, really, Kafulafuta didn't look like it was anything that one would bother about in the years to come. We grew up in the village doing what every other child would do in a village setup, where we would go kill some birds with catapults, then go to steal some sweet potatoes and do some uvuni, as we used to call it. So basically, I grew up not knowing that Kaflafuta was actually a very wealthy place, until the recent years, when companies have come to invest in Kaflafuta. May I be quick to mention that one of the thriving companies in cement manufacturing, which is Dangote Industries, is actually in Kafulafuta. Then we have Handman Lime, which is one of the top lime manufacturers as well. It is in Kafulafuta. We have Nelkant group of companies in the sense that they have the lime manufacturing side, they have the cable manufacturing side, and they also have the metal manufacturing side. Then we have another company called Shenzhou, and part of Zambezi, Portland, is actually in Kaflafuta. So Kaflafuta basically is supposed to be a very, very rich place. So over the years, I noticed that despite having all these companies set up and despite the wealth in the constituents, the people of Kaflafuta did not benefit in any way. To start with, the employment opportunities were supposed to be given to the people of Kaflafuta, and unfortunately, very few of them have been employed by these companies. When I mean by all the companies that I've mentioned, a good number of employees tend to come from town. And I know someone might say, well, maybe they are not qualified, but a good number of these people that are coming from town are doing general work, which the people of Kaflafuta can do. So I would say that because of some injustices, the people of Kaflafuta have not benefited from what is rightfully theirs. And this is something that I feel I need to have addressed at whatever cost. This must be addressed, and the people of Kaflafuta must benefit from what is rightfully theirs. I know that this might not be the right forum. No, actually it is. Yeah, it is the right forum. When it comes to the CDF, this is why I've taken a very, very firm stand that all the projects in Kaflafuta must be done by the people from Kaflafuta, except where we don't have the expertise, where we don't have people with the skills to undertake a certain project. Then we are definitely going to open up to people from outside Kaflafuta. So yeah, Kaflafuta basically at the moment economically has not benefited the local people, and this is where my passion is. I wish we had time to talk about why I came into politics. I came into politics because I noticed that despite the wealthy of the area, our people are not, benefiting from the wealth that we have. Right now, I wish to state that one of the major problems we've had in the area is the problem of road infrastructure. Kaflafuta has not been attended to uh, for many, many years, for some decades now. And my agenda really, the first thing that I'm looking at is opening up Kaflafuta, that is the road infrastructure. So I've got an agenda which we are working at right now. Is we are going to ensure that all the feeder roads are worked out and so on. I've been in contact with ministers responsible for helping us, Honorable Garin Kombo, him being the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, and he's promised to help us where he can. I'm very much aware, I'm alive to the fact that the government does not have sufficient money to refurbish all the roads, but I've asked that we have the critical areas attended to. I've also talked to Honorable Charles Melupi, who has also been very, very magnanimous, and they've all promised that they're going to help us attend to the critical areas of our road networks. But as far as the feeder roads are concerned, this is something that I have already got the plan, I've strategized, and that is what is going to help us to put up some structures in schools, staff accommodation for teachers, putting up a health posts, because as it is now, it's a fallacy to think that we can have proper schools, because even if you want to build, there are no roads for vehicles to ferry building materials. That's how bad the situation is. So we are working towards that, and I really want the people of Kaflafuta to have their faith in me. There is nothing that I promised in the campaign that is not going to be done. We know we have water problems. There are actually 4 areas that I'm looking at. We addressing the water problem, and very soon we had some boreholes approved. About 9 boreholes have been approved, and we are moving in that direction to ensure that certain areas are helped with water. And because of the desire I have to serve, I want the people of Kaflafuta to have faith in me. I want to ensure that all the projects that we have from the CDF benefit the people of Kaflafuta, which means all the contracts in Kaflafuta are going to be handled by the people of Kaflafuta, except where we don't have the expertise. I am aware that we don't have sufficient schools. There are places I went to where my heart was really broken. I went to Chikoka, where I found pupils sitting on logs under the tree, and actually that is also in an area called Iyande. We are looking into these areas very, very seriously. So I want people to be patient. If I had been in office for 3-4 years and you see nothing happening, then I would graciously take the criticisms that people are bringing about. But as things stand, I would like people to cool their tempers and to be patient with me. And I know that the aspect of roads is something that has been talked about by many people from Kaflafuta. But my response really is, even if the people of Kaflafuta went into town, and I know they go in town, the roads are bad. It's not Mureba who is an MP there. It's just a signal. They should learn from there that this is a national problem. It is not a Kaflafuta problem. It is a national problem which they need to give us time to work and have it fixed. So having said all that, more blessings to my Zambian fellows, and more blessings to the people of Kaflafuta.
zankaziyu chiri chonse chiri mtimake perfekiti mlingo woyezedwa bwino tupiro kwirana bwino pachingerezi kompakiti ndipose ndikusamala zankazi wina kupatula uyu ena ndikuwatira dumu mainsekiti kandalama kumwe ndi mapeza pakutapa mwezi titakhala pansi together kumenya mabajeti tikalipira ya nyumba ya renti kwina kuti kumanga yatu kukabwera change shopping iku supermarketi ona zakonzanga baby palibe ichincha inendeka chiri chonse nchako olo yanga waleti peni uli perfekiti kuli meko perfekiti akatakuona kope yako baby yemwe amati sadaone perfekiti akatakuona tupirako baby atatula pansi udindo wabungwera imperfekiti kuli kuvomereza kuti kuli mapefekiti atatula pansi udindo wabungwera pezera na zifukwa kuvomereza kuti kuli mapefekiti yemwe amati kuli perfekiti akatakuona kope yako baby yemwe amati kulibe wa perfekiti akatakuona tupirako baby atatula pansi udindo wabungwera imperfekiti kuli kuvomereza kuti kuli mapefekiti kuli perfekiti perfekiti peni kuvomereza kuli mapefekiti wa perfekiti 514898 iyanga pasi wedi gwira foni baby palibezo pangana chiti I love you for real now and forevermore osandikaikira sine sasipekiti ona zakale zapita zatsala zatsopano za awiri baby no madrama no chipwirikiti ndipo sindingalole wina akuchaire akusewerete my first lady ulemu wako risipekiti mawatipite kumpingo kaya kukoti tikasaine marriage certificate chimodzimodzi katindi wagula mushopu umboni ndi marisiti sizongotengana panjira opanda protoko ngati malonda ogula kwa mavenda muma streeti timasuke tipange mwana atindichula atati umaziwa kamareji protakiti pang'ono ndi pang'ono baby sikulina tidzakwera renji koma lero tidzikwera kastale tipeni uli perfect yemwe amati kulimeko perfekiti akatakuona kope yako baby yemwe amati sadaone wa perfekiti akatakuona tupirako baby atatula pansi udindo wabungwera imperfekiti mkutani kuvomereza kuti kuli mapefekiti atatula pansi ucheyamani wabungwera pezera na zifukwa kuvomereza kuti kuli mapefekiti uli perfekiti any perfekiti iwekero iwekero ona tumeso twako tuoneka ngati nyenyezekelo ya mama wakelo tumeutwako tumamveka ngati angeli baby akumwamba baby Everything you put your hand go walk. Your name go open doors. You self go be a boss. Amen. Amen. Everything you put your hand go walk. Your name go open doors. You self go be a boss. Amen. Amen. Every hustler getting paid. Where the hustle go come the pay. Your own in no go take. Amen. If you don't find work, do your own. God self go do his own. And flesh go cover bone. Amen. Amen. If you believe it, say amen. If you believe it, say amen. If you believe it, say amen. 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 Everything you put your hand go walk. Your name go open doors. You self go be a boss. Amen. Amen. Everything you put your hand go walk. Your name go open doors. You self go be a boss. Amen. Amen. Sister where one man receives. Until where they fight begin. One day you go born twins. Amen. Amen. Tenant we don't losing job. Landlord come they do like God. One day you go be landlord. Amen. Amen. Good news go locate you. Watch and see it no go take. If you believe it, say amen. No. Amen. Amen. Everything you put your hand go walk. Your name go open doors. You self go be a boss. Amen. Amen. Everything you put your hand go walk. Your name go open doors. You self go be a boss. Amen. Amen. Long life go follow you. Strangers go favor you. Great men go honor you. Amen. Amen. One day you go sign the check. Oh. You self go drive that Benz. Oh. This life go still make sense. Oh. Amen. Your children go make you proud. Oh. Bad people no go pull you down. No. One day you go run this town. Oh. Amen. Amen. You self go spray me money. Baby go call you honey. You self go host the party. Amen. Amen. Dangote go be your friend. Otedola go be your friend. Adenuga go be your guy. Amen. Amen. Elubelu go be your guy. Abdusamad go be my guy. Rabbi you go be my guy. Amen. Amen. Your life no go end in shame. Your business go bring you gain. If you believe it, say amen. Amen. Amen.
Thank you so much for joining us on Parliament Television. Your favorite program is back on your screens, and my name is Paulson Tindovi. This is a program that looks at parliamentary procedure, and today we look at a very interesting topic, and we're looking at the national budget and the process itself. My guest on today's program is the Principal Clerk from the Department of the Parliamentary Budget Office here at the National Assembly, and this is Mr. Marcel Kateshi. Thank you so much for joining us on Parliament Television.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ndovi, and greetings to the viewers.
I also took some time just to go around the city of Lusaka to interact with the people and to give us the views on what they know about this very important. Take a look at this.
The national budget is a government document which the government represents to the parliament for the financial year, and the budget revenue mostly comes from the taxes, the excise duties, so that the government can plan for the whole year, and it helps the government run the country in as far as the ministries are concerned, how the ministries are going to do their duties in as far as financial programs and their projects that they are doing. It also helps in as far as Road Development Agency also to plan. The money that they use all come from the budget which the government makes.
Whereby our budget then it's okay, it's just okay. We won't complain, but our budget, like at this time, we haven't yet seen what it's working. So I can't say much things, but okay, like looking at our budget at this time of the moment, it's not okay.
A national budget is also known as government budget, which reflects the country's expected spending of money.
Yeah, you see, the national budget is a budget that the government, it's the money that the government must put in, yeah, in order for it to finance some of the things, yeah.
Kwena national budget ni budget ya chalo nga balefu okupanga budget ifyo indalama shigendesha chalo budget yo tulera ndapo pa ndalama ya chalo.
Well, very interesting views from the local people there, and that's the reason why we have an expert from the Parliamentary Budget Office here at the National Assembly, and he is the Principal Clerk of the Parliamentary Budget Office here at the National Assembly of Zambia. Let's just begin by you sharing with us what you do here at the National Assembly as Principal Clerk, Parliamentary Budget Office.
Thank you, Mr. Ndovi. I'm privileged to serve the National Assembly in an office called Parliamentary Budget Office, and I'm privileged to be the principal clerk there. So this office is a department under the Office of the Clerk, and its mandate is to carry out analysis of the budget and the economy in general in an objective and independent way. Objective in the sense that we are supposed to operate in a non-partisan way, serving all members despite their political inclinations.
All right, very interesting. And we usually take for granted the word budget, and this is what we take lightly. Maybe I would want you to begin by just defining what a budget is, for the sake of a lay person out there.
Thank you. A budget is essentially a plan, a financial plan, which will set out the income that one expects and what they plan to spend that income on. And usually this budget is usually for a defined period. So the word itself, budget, has its origins in the Old French, from a word called budget. And it is said it simply means a small bag or pouch in which coins were carried. So this is the origin of the word budget. So a budget is essentially a financial plan.
Let's include the word national budget. What is a national budget?
So even from that basic definition, we just escalating the scope of the description of what a national budget is. So in terms of the national budget, we are looking at a detailed plan of the government which details the expenditures, the total amount of expenditure that the government intends to spend in a particular year or period, and then also looking at the total financing part of that same expenditure. So financing in the sense that we'll look at what government will raise as tax revenues, non-tax revenues, how much it intends to borrow, and at the same time also how much our development partners are willing to give us as grants. So that will form the total financing part of the budget. Then there's the expenditure side on the quantum and exactly where the amount will be spent in terms of allocation to the various ministries, provinces, and other spending agencies, as well as on what that money will be applied. Very important, on what. This is why in our, the way, the practice that we have now, or the system that we have now, we have what is called the output-based budgeting. So in there, under expenditures, we expect that the outputs will also be stated on what is expected out of that expenditure. So it's just having money allocated.
Okay.
There should be the output part of it as stated as well.
Are you able to share with us on the preparation process, the budget preparation process, the stages that it takes?
Thank you. So to start with, the budget has got the budget process is divided to essentially 4 main stages. So there's the preparation stage, which you've referred to, and then there's the approval stage, and then there's the implementation stage and the audit stage. So in terms of preparation, the preparation is the responsibility of the Ministry of Finance to start with. But the National Planning and Budgeting Act does specify what the process is all about in terms of preparation. So in there, you'll find that there's an element of consultation with other stakeholders in the preparation process. So there will be stages in the preparation where the district is involved through the committees that are set up. Then there's a provincial stage as well, and then the national stage. So you see all those stages are stated in the National Planning and Budgeting Act.
Okay.
But beyond that, the ministry itself does. I'm sure viewers may have noticed this. They normally put out a call out in the press, requesting stakeholders to make submissions on the next budget.
Okay. What is the role of Parliament in this process?
Well,
in the budgeting process?
Yeah, in the budgeting process, Parliament is involved in all the 4 stages that I mentioned. At preparation, at approval, at implementation, and at audit. Now, during the preparation stage, Parliament may not be that visible, but like I mentioned, the National Planning and Budgeting Act does specify the whole process. So in there, there's what the Ministry of Finance produces. It's called the medium-term budget plan. So before, when the medium-term budget plan is prepared, it comes out as a green paper. And then that green paper is subjected to public scrutiny. So the Ministry of Finance will circulate that for public consumption and comment. So in there again, Parliament is also involved. That green paper is submitted to an appropriate committee of Parliament to give input into the green paper. So that is at the preparation stage.
Okay.
And then later on, around the end of September, the Minister of Finance does submit, table into Parliament, the national budget estimates now.
This is where the point we see the minister arriving in that copper briefcase.
Correct. This is why I said that is when we are visible. So we are visible at major two stages, the approval stage and the audit stage. So this is when the minister presents the speech. You know, it's an occasion itself which people always remember and look forward to. Yeah. So after that, then Parliament has got its own procedures on how it goes about scrutiny. The estimates will be subjected to detailed scrutiny by the Planning and Budgeting Committee, and then afterwards the House goes into detail on how to scrutinize in the various committees that are set up, principally the Committee of Supply and also the Committee on Ways and Means on the revenue side.
At what point do the general public participate in the budget process?
They participate, there's a window at the preparation stage. Like I said, we have structures at the district level, provincial level. So the public is, that's an entry point for the public to participate. And then there's the call-out, the call-out that the ministry does, issuing the press. Again, members of the public can react to that. When the budget is presented to National Assembly, the committee itself, the National Planning and Budgeting Committee, does invite stakeholders, because the Parliament itself is also obligated to ensure that the process of scrutinizing the budget is participatory in nature. So Parliament as well does go stakeholders, selected of course. But those are
Mom, Dad, little brother, big sis, grandpa, and grandma. Everyone's going to be smiling when you upgrade to DSTV Family. Because there's something for everyone. Like unmissable, must-watch international series. Why is he in here? Fascinating documentaries, real-life crime and medical dramas, as well as the hottest lifestyle programming.
I'm earning some cool husband points here.
The best of Bollywood, including blockbuster movies and award-winning telenovelas.
So much love in the air.
Authentic local stories celebrating the heroes, communities, and traditions of Africa.
That's so good, Abby.
And of course, fantastic European football action with La Liga and Serie A. And to make you smile even more, you get this family-sized entertainment for a lot less than you think. So, upgrade to DSTV Family today using the My DSTV app and keep everyone you love happy.
My name is Kona Simunji. I was born from Mr. and Mrs. Simunji in Namamumba village in the eastern part of Narikwanda. I did my primary school at Namshishe Primary School in 1974 to 1977. Then from there I moved to Nakayembe Primary School, where I did my grade 5 to grade 7. And then from there I went to Kawama School in 1982 up to 1986. From there, I did my CABS. As you are aware, I'm an accountant at Evelyn Horn. Thereafter, I did NATEC at Evelyn Horn. Thereafter, I did ACCA at ZICAS. Thereafter, I went to Copperbelt University, where I did my postgraduate diploma in finance. Nalikwenda constituency is a very nice constituency, though in a very bad state. Nalikwanda constituency is made up of forests and rivers. Currently, we have got 53 schools, with mostly primary and basic, and 6 high school schools. However, with the schools, I can tell you that we have got a lot of work to do. With the current recruitment of teachers, we will embark on buildings, accommodation for teachers. Apart from schools, we have got a bad condition in terms of health posts. We can only say maybe we have got 2 clinics in Narikwanda, that's Nakanya and Naroi. The rest are health posts where they cannot even admit a patient. So we have got a lot of work in terms of health institutions, because I don't believe in the models of building a health post. I believe in building a clinic which can accommodate at least 15 people, which we don't have currently. Apart from there, we have got no roads in Narikwanda, which you can call a road. Last year, actually, we had an accident where teachers who were coming from a function in Mongo, their vehicle fall into a river. Meaning our crossing points in Narikwanda are in a very bad state. So that one is also another area which we need to invest in. Apart from that, in Narikwanda we cultivate a lot of rice, maize, cassava. So that area is actually, I would say, the most productive part of Mongo district. So we need to educate our people so that they move away from the plains and come and invest a lot in Narikwanda constituency. In Narikwanda, we have got a very big plan for them. With the CDF which has been given to the constituencies, we plan to start with the crossing points first. That's our first point. When we finish that one, we move to the clinics. If we can manage even to build mini hospitals, that would be better. Actually, I have managed to secure a mini hospital for Nakanya, which is where we are trying to see if we can put a district. On Saturday this coming weekend, I'll be in Nakanya, where I'm meeting all the chiefs in Narikwanda, where we are going to discuss about developmental issues in Narikwanda. My word to the people, my constraints is that I'm part of them. I know all the problems which are related to Narikwanda. If I say I will bring development alone to Narikwanda, that will not be enough. We shall work as a community. I'll work with them to see that we work with our WDCs, because that's where development will start from. We work with them. We work with the chiefs, village admins, so that we see which development we should attack first. From there, we shall see that Narikwanda is developed. But actually, the major one, we need to make sure that Narikwanda becomes a district, so that we share resources. Because currently, all the resources which go to Mongo district, they just go to Mongo Central. Now we want to make Narikwanda a district, so that our resources come to Narikwanda as a district, not as a sub.
Continue watching Parliament TV, a station that is dedicated to bring Parliament closer to you.
This is Doha, this is Qatar, this is the World Cup 2022.
It is time, once more, for the world to stand still.
Stand still? Nah.
We move.
We come together tonight, 1 billion of us, in every corner of the globe where the beautiful game matters.
Here for the show-stopping magic of a moment.
And the explosion of
hope and glory.
Brothers, sisters.
For busted people, my paddy them. We come here for heroes.
And for heartaches.
Heartache? Come now, Peter, we're not here for that. Not this time, mate.
Get
can stay connected to DSTV and watch all 64 matches. Here for every fan. Live on Supersport.
Lovely afternoon today, Wednesday, 16th November 2022. Thank you for joining us here on Parliament Television as we'll be having live parliamentary proceedings taking the air at 14:30. On live commentary, I'm Claudette Sindaza Jonga.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. My name is Matimba Mukua.
And on sign language, we have Chola Kaoma, who will later be joined by Jason Manda. Time now to look at business that was considered on the floor of the House yesterday, Tuesday, 15th November 2022. Matimba.
When business resumed yesterday at 14:30 hours, the House considered question for oral answer number 91, understanding order 74.
Thereafter, the House resolved into Committee of Supply to consider estimates of revenue and expenditure and considered the following heads. That's head 09, the Teaching Service Commission, whose head was agreed to.
The House also considered head 27, the Public Service Management Division, and so this head was also agreed to.
And the House went on to consider head 17, that's the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, which was agreed to.
And so when business was interrupted yesterday, the House was considering head 21, loans and investment, and on the floor of the House was Mr. Stephen Kampyongo Shwangandu, Member of Parliament, who was contributing to this head, and so he will continue today.
And so, Madam Speaker adjourned the House at 18:42 hours. That's a business that was considered on the floor of the House yesterday, Tuesday, 15th November 2022. Join us as we now look at today's business.
On Parliament Television. Time now to look at business that is expected to be considered on the floor of the House today, Wednesday, 16th November 2022.
Absolutely, the House will consider one question for oral answer, understanding order number 74, and this question is question 92, which is going to come from Mr. Elias Msonda of Chimbamilonga. He's going to ask the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security a question in 5 parts: whether the government has any plans to construct a correctional facility in Sama district. If so, when the plans will be implemented.
And you see the Member of Parliament for Chimbamilonga wants to find out what the estimated cost of the project is, and indeed what the estimated time frame for the completion of the project is, and indeed if there are no such plans, why.
And that's the question for answer that is going to be considered on the floor of the House today. That's question 92, understanding order number 74. Thereafter, we expect the House resolve into Committee of Supply to consider estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional. And the following heads are for consideration. That's head 21, that's loans and investment. That's the Ministry of Finance and National Planning. This particular head is still under consideration. At the time of adjournment yesterday, on the floor of the House was Shwangandu, Member of Parliament, Mr. Kampyongo. He was just about to start debating this particular head. That's head 21, loans and investment, Ministry of Finance and National Planning.
We also expect the House to consider head 37, the Ministry of Finance and National Planning, in head 25, which is also coming up for consideration, which is Local Government Service Commission.
The last head to be considered on the floor of the House today is head 29. That's the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. And so those are the heads that are up for consideration today. That's head 21, Loans and Investments, head 37, Ministry of Finance and National Planning, head 25, Local Government Service Commission, and lastly, head 29, Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. And of course, we have one question for oral answer, understanding order number 74. That's question number 92. So that's the business that is expected to be considered on the floor of the House today, Wednesday, 16th November 2022. Just now we take you to the floor of the House. As you can see in picture, members of Parliament settling down, getting ready for today's proceedings. And there you have it, the Speaker's procession making its way to the chamber. Thank you for your time and pleasant viewing.
Honorable members of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
Tendency of Zambia, proud and free, land of weight and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for the right. We won freedom's fight, oh, one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by those who blend. Let us all our people join as one, brothers under the sun. Oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace in Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Remain we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people. We beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Honorable members, I have one announcement to make. I wish to acquaint the House with the presence in the Speaker's Gallery of the following honorable members and staff from the Parliament of Namibia. The one is Honorable Keltas Karondo, MP, Chairperson. Honorable Paula Cooper, MP Deputy Chairperson. Honorable Vincent Mareka, MP Member. Honorable Dedrick Vice, MP Member. Mr. William H. Isaac, Deputy Director. And Mr. Ivan Skewer, Parliamentary Clerk. From the Select Committee on Budget, Honorable Mike Mavekotora, MP, as Chairperson. Honorable Joseph Kaudenge, MP Member. Ms. Catherine Joyce Nakuta, Director, Community Services. Ms. Josephine Shatumbu, Director, General Services. Mr. Herman Angala, Financial Advisor. And Ms. Namasi Kulizazi, Chief Parliamentary Clerk. I wish on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia to receive our distinguished guests and warmly welcome them in our midst. I thank you. Matter of urgent public importance, the Honorable Member for Feira.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I take cognizance of the fact that this is Parliament, and as Parliament and members of Parliament, we are so concerned of issues involving this country. Madam Speaker, yesterday, the issue of a Zambian who was killed in the war between Russia and Ukraine was raised before this House. Madam Speaker, I appreciate your ruling, but I'm of the considered view that that issue is very important because we have a Zambian who has died under unexplained circumstances. I'm strongly in belief that we need, as members of Parliament, to be given an opportunity to hear from the Minister of Foreign Affairs, notwithstanding the fact that he addressed the nation, but for Parliament is a special aspect or limb of government. And I think that there are so many questions, and we are really concerned. Notwithstanding the fact that there is a ruling, Madam Speaker, I would also want to appeal to your chair and just say that the Minister of Foreign Affairs issues a comprehensive statement, because when one of us has died out of the country, we are so concerned. Notwithstanding the various communication or investigations that are going on, I think that as Parliament, we need to make our position. Therefore, I'm raising these matters of public national agents that to the Minister of Foreign Affairs to issue a statement. I'm most obliged and I seek your ruling. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Feira. I just want to do one or two things. I'll respond to you subsequently. But we can hear the other matter of urgent public importance from the Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
I'm grateful once again, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the people of Kamfinsa constituency, to raise an urgent matter of public importance pursuant to Standing Order number 134. Madam Speaker, I direct this urgent matter to our Honor the Vice President, who is not only leader of government business, but also currently overseeing activities of the Disaster Management and Mitigation Unit. Madam Speaker, over the weekend, I had an opportunity to undertake an inspection of a stream called the Matemate Stream, which separates Mulenga Compound and Indeke Township in Kitwe. My inspection, Madam Speaker, revealed that there's been excessive soil erosion on the edges of the stream, resulting in houses that are sitting on the edges of this stream being exposed. And very soon we will have a disaster in that particular locality of Kamfinsa constituency. In addition to the threat on these houses being damaged and collapsing as a result of the rains that we have started experiencing, Madam Speaker, we also have a sewer line running from Chamboli to Ndeke through Mlenga compound, which is equally exposed as a result of this excessive soil erosion on the stream. Madam Speaker, once again, you've always guided on the criteria. This particular matter, Madam Speaker, if not attended to, will cause a calamity. Secondly, it is a matter of recent occurrence, and it is one particular matter that I'm submitting for the attention of our Honor the Vice President, and I will lay before this August House images showing the extent of damage that this particular matter will cause and what it has already caused. Madam Speaker, I seek your indulgence for this very urgent matter which relates to the welfare of our people in the constituency that gave me a mandate to present them in this August House. I seek your indulgence, Madam Speaker, as I lay the images on the floor.
Thank you. So you are laying them on the table or on the floor? Okay. Thank you very much. So let me start with the matter that has been raised by the Honorable Member for Feira. Honorable members, the procedure and practice of this House is guided by our standing orders. Those are the orders that determine what we can do and what we cannot do. And the Honorable Member from Feira, being a lawyer, I take it that he has made himself familiar, he has read the standing orders. So if the Honorable Member has read the standing orders guide as follows. Chapter 17 refers to ministerial statements. Standing Order 129 talks about presentation of ministerial statements. Standing Order 130 provides for admissibility of ministerial statement, criteria upon which a ministerial statement may be admitted and be delivered in this Honorable House. And I will refer the Honorable Member and the House for future reference for avoidance of doubt to Standing Order 130C, and which provides admissibility, a ministerial statement shall not be admissible if C, the information contained in the statement has already been issued by the Vice President or Minister outside the House. So, honorable members, once a minister makes a statement outside the House, that means that he cannot come to this House again to come and deliver the same ministerial statement. That's why yesterday I was guiding that since the minister is aware of what is happening, he has issued a ministerial statement, he has gotten in touch with the government of Russia, and also is in contact with the family of the deceased person. Let's give him a chance to find out what exactly happened. So once the minister concludes that investigation, he can either issue a press statement outside the House or come to this House and issue a ministerial statement. The purpose of issuing a ministerial statement or a press statement is so that the people of Zambia are notified of what the government is doing and to assure the people that the government is aware of what is happening. It doesn't make the statement any important or much more important when it's delivered on the floor of this House. So if the ministers opt to deliver a press statement outside the House, they cannot be obligated to come to this house to deliver a ministerial statement. So please, honorable members, let's be guided accordingly. Honorable Member of Fera, you are the third person to raise a similar issue. Yesterday it was raised by Honorable Member and I guided. Honorable Member for Shiwangandu also being dissatisfied, I guided, but I just didn't refer to the standing orders. Now that you have raised it, it has given me an opportunity to clarify and give guidance as to the criteria that will be used for admissibility of ministerial statements. But for other statements, if a minister is coming to give an update, like what we are going to do today when the Minister of Agriculture is going to give an update, this is regardless of whether he has given a statement, but he is updating us on what the status of the issue of FISIP distribution is. Then discretion can be used and the Honorable Minister can be allowed to give a statement. So please, let's be guided accordingly. The Honorable Member for Kamfins has raised a matter of urgent public importance directed to our Honor the Vice President. Since our Honor the Vice President is here, I don't know if she's ready to tackle that issue, or we can give her time to come back to the House to address that issue. Our Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for Kamfinsa for that concern. But like he says, he's the Member of Parliament, and he went round over the weekend, and he saw that which can lead to disaster. That shows that even in my office for now, we are getting the information right now. Although he's referring to something that must have gone on for some time, because erosion can't be one rainfall and then there is that kind of erosion. So what I can say is that we have heard it's a disaster, and we will do the processes as we go through them. That includes the assessment, technical assessment, and all that is needed, and then we'll give advice as we go on. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much for that response. Honorable members, again, please, once a disaster or something happens in your constituency, it's good that you are aware that something is happening, but please bring it to the attention of the relevant authorities so that something can be done about that situation. I had already closed the issue of matters of urgent public importance, but because I was tackling them one at a time, I will allow the last two. The Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, permit me to rise on this very important matter of public urgency on roads, the Road Traffic Amendment Act number 2 of number 8 of 2022, which we amended in this Parliament. Madam Speaker, each and every country, when we are managing our people, we take our people as first citizens and first people to protect their businesses. Madam Speaker, the entire SADC part of Africa, we are the people who have said we do not want local millionaire people we can groom, or people, businesses we can support from the government side. Madam Speaker, in this last week, LATSA published, we are calling for long-term service licenses for PSV companies. Madam Speaker, today you only need to apply to the director of LATSA, and the LATSA will grant you the license, or you are going to contest it after they have published the names, and 10 days or 40 days after that, if the director of LATSA hasn't answered you, that is gone. Madam Speaker, you may wish to know that in Zambia, we allow any foreigner to bring more than 50, 100 trucks and you register the company. And people like me, who've got 4 or 5 trucks, and not only me, others on your right-hand side, Madam Speaker, they might not know we are all disadvantaged because we have decided as a country to disadvantage ourselves. Madam Speaker, my question to the Minister of Logistics, the Minister of all Logistics, what measures has he put on this thing so that we protect our local transporters? Madam Speaker, today, I can rest assure you, sorry, I can't lay evidence on the table. Maybe 2, 3 Congolese trucks have registered, truckers have registered in Zambia, when we can't register in Congo. Madam Speaker, you may wish to know that Zambian truck can't load in Tanzania, but we have registered more and disadvantaging ourselves. Madam Speaker, I need your serious indulgence on this matter, that the Minister of all Logistics should tell us the gadgets he has put to protect the local transporters. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Nyimba. Whereas the subject that you are bringing up can be of interest to a number of people, but unfortunately it does not qualify to be raised as a matter of urgent public importance. Please kindly look at the standing orders and find means and ways of raising that matter with the Honorable Minister of Transport and Logistics. The Honorable Member, no, that's it. No. Let's make progress. I've permitted the Honorable Minister of Agriculture to make a ministerial statement.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for granting me this opportunity to update the House, and through the House, Madam Speaker, the nation, on the status of the 2022-23 farming season, and in particular the distribution of inputs under the Farmer Input Support Program, FISIP. Madam Speaker, as you are aware that 1,024,434 farmers have been targeted for the 2022-2023 farming season using the direct input supply modality. This, Madam Speaker, entails that all inputs will be procured by the government and distributed to the farmers. The total tonnage of fertilizer for this farming season, Madam Speaker, is 307,330.20 metric tons, of which 153, which is 665.10, is urea, and the other half is decompound. Madam Speaker, with respect to seed, government has procured 10,244 metric tons of maize seed, 12,805.44 metric tons of soybean seed, and 10,244 metric tons of groundnuts seed. The total cost to the government on the seed procurement, which includes distribution to all districts, Madam Speaker, is 1.7 billion kwacha. Madam Speaker, one of the conditions for the farmer to access these inputs is that a farmer has to make a contribution payment of 400 kwacha. I wish to inform the House that deposits commenced on 14th of October 2022. As at 15th November, just about 300 farmers had made deposits in participating banks, translating to almost 100 million kwacha. Farmers started collecting their inputs on 10th November through the Zambia Integrated Agriculture Management Information Systems managed by Smart Zambia Institute, which is a government division. Madam Speaker, the distribution of fertilizers commenced on 21st September 2022 and is currently ongoing. As at 15th November 2022, a total of 80,000 metric tons of D compound was delivered to all the 10 provinces, leaving a balance of 73,665 metric tons out of the 153,665.10 allocation for the 2022-2023 farming season. This is D. Regarding urea, 36,000 metric tons were delivered to all the 10 provinces out of the 153,665.10 allocation for the 2022-2023 farming season, indicating a delivery rate of about 23%, leaving a balance of 117,665 metric tons. Furthermore, the total fertilizer in holding depots of the supplies for compound D is 49,490.9 metric tons. This brings the total tonnage of the fertilizer in the country to 104,797.33 metric tons, while the total in the holding depots for urea is 44,256.20 metric tons, bringing the total tonnage to 70,017.95 metric tons. Madam Speaker, this is an important figure because this represents about 57% of fertilizer supplies so far. I will repeat this, Madam Speaker. This represents about 57% of fertilizer supplies so far. This represents, Madam Speaker, 57% of fertilizer supplies so far. Thank you. Madam Speaker, with regard to seed, as at 15th November 2022, 2,306.12 metric tons of maize seed was distributed, leaving a balance of 7,938.22 metric tons. This indicated a delivery rate of about 23%. In addition, 1,579.59 metric tons of groundnut seed was distributed, indicating a 16% delivery rate. The balance remaining out of the allocation is 8,664.75 metric tons. Further, 2,376.9 of soybean seed was delivered, indicating a delivery rate of about 19%. The balance remaining out of the allocation is 10,429.57 metric tons. The process, Madam Speaker, is ongoing and is being accelerated. Madam Speaker, the following are the measures that government, through the Ministry of Agriculture and other cooperating departments, has put in place to ensure that fertilizer is delivered quickly by suppliers. Number one, Madam Speaker, the ministry has appointed fertilizer contract managers to improve monitoring of deliveries. All contract managers underwent training. Madam Speaker, these are government officials, in case I'm misconstrued to indicate that these are private. These are government officials. Daily reports, Madam Speaker, on deliveries by the fertilizer companies are being submitted to the Permanent Secretary's office in the Ministry of Agriculture, and suppliers are being engaged to expedite the deliveries. Number three, Madam Speaker, government is further expediting the delivery of fertilizer to all parts of the country by ensuring that, one, the Zambia Revenue Authority facilities, that is customs and clearance of trucks at borders such as Chinida, Chirundu, Nakonde, are cleared express. The fertilizer suppliers have been requested to apply for pre-clearance of up to 7 days prior to arrival at the border. If the pre-clearance formalities are completed, Madam Speaker, trucks can cross the border in less than an hour. Two, Madam Speaker, arrangements have been made with Ministry of Transport and Logistics for an exemption to be made for fertilizer trucks to move at night. The process of formalizing the exemption is in progress. Number three, the Ministry of Infrastructure, through the Road Development Agency, has been engaged to facilitate nighttime clearing of trucks at way bridges so that we delay we isolate any possible delays. Madam Speaker, number 4, Zambia Police Service has been engaged to facilitate smooth movement of fertilizer trucks at police checkpoints. And finally, Madam Speaker, the other measure is that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation has written to the Zambian Embassy in Maputo to engage the Mozambique government to facilitate the timely dispatch of fertilizers from the port of Beira to Zambia. A team, actually, Madam Speaker, of officials from Zambia is departing from Mozambique to ensure smooth movement. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, may I reaffirm government's commitment in ensuring that farmers countrywide receive farming inputs. Before I leave, Madam Speaker, allow me to repeat one line. The fertilizer that is in the country, that is being distributed within the borders of Zambia, when added together, constitutes 57%. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members are now free to ask points of clarification on the ministerial statement given by the Honorable Minister of Agriculture. Please note no debate. Points of clarification. The Honorable Member for Wacha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you so much, Minister, for the statement. Honorable Madam Speaker, Minister of Agriculture, you have indicated that so far, the statement that you have repeated, I think for emphasis purposes, 57% of fertilizer has been supplied so far. If we are to attach time, because the rains are not waiting for us, and the farming season for 2022-2023 is not waiting for us. If we are to attach time, when is the 43% remaining going to be supplied or given to the farmers? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, I thank Honorable Sidney Mshanga for that very good question. I wish to assure the country, Madam Speaker, through you and the honorable members in the chamber, that our target is month end. We should not go beyond this month end with carryover stock. If that happens, it will be a very sad situation. So within the month, we hope to deliver this fertilizer. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mpika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I find out from the Minister of Agriculture why farmers in a cooperative, for instance, of 60 members are being allocated 7 to 10 packs instead of about 23 in the past. And this, Madam Speaker, they are ending up sharing fertilizer using tins and gallons. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and that is another very important question. Madam Speaker, we have close to 3 million small-scale farmers in Zambia. 3 million. This program, Madam Speaker, is covering 1,024,434. In other words, just 1 million. So 2 out of 3 small-scale farmers are going without this FISIP program. And that is why they have opted to sharing. But let me again indicate, Madam Speaker, that as a ministry, we do not encourage arbitrary sharing of fertilizer, because that fertilizer, when shared, will become ineffective. It will not provide the crop with the necessary nutrients. Therefore, we are going to reduce our productivity per area planted. Let us discourage the sharing. It is better for one person to produce and feed the other 2 than for all the 3 to fail to produce and kill themselves. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, where I come from
in our native language we say, "Nsalanindiminwa tempurirwa yo," meaning farmers can only feed themselves from their labor. And therefore, the issue of sharing cannot be avoided. Honorable Minister, the situation you have given is a concern to all of us, honorable members on your right, Madam Speaker, and here, especially those of us who represent rural farmers. Minister, we want to get it clearly from you as a rider on the question that came from the Honorable Member of Parliament from Pika. In Shwangandu, there are clubs with members about 60. There are clubs with members about 35. And they are all getting different numbers of packs. Can we get it from you? What is the number, what is the minimum number for the cooperatives under Ministry of Agriculture? And how many packs are supposed to be given to each of these clubs? So that this distortion, which has resulted in farmers sharing, Madam Speaker, I referred to what they call MEDA last time. That's what we use in rural areas for measuring, which cannot be avoided with the current situation we have. I want to get that clearly from the Honorable Minister so that we can guide our farmers up properly. I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
I thank you, and thank you, Honorable Member for Shwangandu. Madam Speaker, number one, the number of farmers that are being targeted and given inputs has not changed. It is exactly the same number that was used last year and the other year. If anything, with a slight increase. Madam Speaker, the quantity of fertilizer, and the Honorable Member for Shwangandu is fully aware, has not changed. What has changed are the number of cooperatives that have registered themselves. The government has not withheld any stock of fertilizer. No. The government has not changed the number of people to receive. No. It's exactly the same figures. But the cooperatives and the people interested have increased. What this means, therefore, is that this House can make a decision to increase through the budget the quantity of fertilizer it should buy to support the farmers. If we don't do, next year we'll be talking about the same thing. And I would like to make something very clear, Madam Speaker. Let us not give an impression that this sharing is happening only this time. No, it is not correct. I've been in the industry ever since I left school, and this sharing of FISIP has been going on continuously, including last year and the other year. The entire 10 years of PF in power, sharing was happening. Why should we dramatize the sharing which is there now? We shouldn't dramatize it. What we should do is to tell the farmers that if you share wrongly, you are going to reduce productivity on your field. I think that's the point. So for as long as we keep on with this 1 out of 3, we are going to have a problem, Madam Speaker. We are supporting 1 million farmers where we have 3 million farmers. If we don't increase the quantity of fertilizer under FISIP, the problem will continue. I thank you, Madam.
Order. The Honorable Member for Pambasha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Welcome, Minister from Pambasha constituency. And thank you for visiting and seeing the reality on the ground. Madam Speaker, I will refer to the ministerial statement given by the Minister. The Minister has indicated that 57,000 metric tons of fertilizer is within the borders of Zambia. It is out of that I want you to assure the Zambian people, before we talk about the fertilizer which is not yet in, when are you finishing delivering the 57,000, the 57% of the total fertilizer that is within the borders of Zambia to various districts so that cooperatives can access this fertilizer, bearing in mind the rain you found in Kawambwa yesterday and the accessibility? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member, and indeed I was in Pambashe yesterday. I'm happy to inform the Honourable Member, Madam Speaker, that in his constituency, farmers have started redeeming and they are collecting the fertilizers. That is very good news for your constituency. So thank you for having encouraged the farmers to deposit. I would encourage the Honourable Member to do more so that we cross the 300,000 farmers who have deposited. We need quite a lot more. We need another 600 or so to deposit so that we can reach our target. As regards the question he has asked, Madam Speaker, I want to assure the House and I want to assure the nation that, Madam Speaker, the rugged and strong monitoring processes that are there are pushing most of these suppliers. There are very few suppliers, Madam Speaker, moving less than 50 trucks per day. It is 100, 120, 150 from one supplier. And I think we are doing a commendable job. If you look at the time when we started supplying, on the 21st, and you look at the time now, you will notice that it's actually a very incredible feat. And I stand here, even if we are late, but I stand here with strength and energy because I think we have done a very, very commendable job. So don't worry, Honorable Senior Member, we are going to give the Zambians this fertilizer. And I want to repeat, before the end of the month, we should be almost through with the deliveries. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kavata.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Kawata this chance to ask a question. Honorable Minister, I wanted to find out, first of all, NCZ was contracted to supply almost 50,000 metric tons of fertilizer. Honorable Minister, I wanted to find out how many tons has NCZ produced as at yesterday to meet the 50,000 metric tons? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for Kawata. First and foremost, Madam Speaker, each time I stand, I will take advantage and update accordingly. I'm extremely delighted, Madam Speaker, that for Lusaka, the entire stock for D compound was delivered by NCZ, and it is 8,872.2 metric tons. All of it has been delivered. You are also lucky. Almost all the seed has been delivered. What we need to do in Lusaka is to push that farmers should redeem. Coming to the question, Madam Speaker, I'll round off the figure. NCZ was contracted to supply about 47,000, and they have done a total of 20,000, and we are making arrangements, we are holding hands with them, seeing that they can supply the balance. The good news is we have put a measure, Madam Speaker. I would ask the Honourable Member for Kawata to ask me that question in the next 7 days. NCZ would have delivered its total quantity in full because of what we have done with them. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Mufurila.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Honourable Minister, my question borders on contract management. If you have informed us that 57% of the fertilizer is in country, based on the contracts that you signed with the suppliers, the 43% that is not in the country, whose fault is it that it is not yet in the country? And if this is the fault of the suppliers, are there provisions in the contract to invoke damages and the consequences of defaulting on the terms of the contract? I thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would not apportion fault because I don't think we should be dealing with fault. Madam Speaker, if we say we have delivered, as at today, 68% of the fertilizer, our worry should be the, just hold on, just hold on. I'm giving an example. I said, if we say,
Order, Honourable Members. Order.
I will change, Madam Speaker. I will use the exact figures. Madam Speaker, If we have in the country 57% of the stock, it does not mean that anyone is at fault. Number one, the whole program, for reasons which I've indicated before in the House, we only started on the 21st of September. And the reason for that, I came here, I explained that ZPPA had cancelled the contracts. Now, we are moving from the 21st of September to date. We are moving, we are at that high position. For me, I would say that you should not worry. The fertilizer will come in. 37% of the figures we're talking about is a small quantity. What we have given out is what is bigger. And I think that's what we should be looking at. How can a minister stand and start apportioning blame? The responsibility falls with the ministry and it falls with me. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm feeling so bad. Madam Speaker,
Order, Honorable
I have
members.
been in this House since 2011, and I was whispering to the Honorable Member of Kawata that this word sharing, if we are to check the hazard, you won't find it there. You won't. That aside, Honorable Minister, these questions, the question I'm asking you as a human being. And so I'm thinking like a human being. A human being considers the physical, environmental factors. To make a plan, you need to study the environment. Madam Speaker, I'm feeling very bad. NCZ has only managed to produce 20,000, according to the minister's report. Meaning, in a mathematical way, there's a balance of 27,000. The minister knows how much time NCZ has taken to produce that 20,000. What magic, Madam Speaker, will NCZ apply to produce 27,000 within a month, according to the minister's statement? What magic? Today, what's the date? Today is 16th, Madam Speaker. We have 14 days remaining. According to his statement, he's saying by the end of this month, and I'm sure this month means November. What magic, sir, will NCZ apply to produce that 27,000 metric tons of bags of fertilizer? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Because of the emotive nature of the subject. Order, honorable members. Order. Because of the emotive nature of the subject, I allowed the honorable member for Kalabo to also share his views. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the emotion which has been exhibited by the respected honorable member. Madam Speaker, that is the way my brother speaks. I remember him talking about water in 2011, and he was speaking like that. To answer his question, Madam Speaker, NCZ might subcontract so that it gets fertilizer to supply. Therefore, the most important thing is to know that NCZ will supply. So there's no magic, Madam Speaker. We can't do abracadabra at all. But NCZ will use available legal means to supply, and that's why I didn't even take it to the end of the month. I asked Honorable Taengwa to ask me in the next 7 days, because we have handheld with them, and we are confident, honorable members, that NCZ will supply, without magic, but using legal, conventional methods. I thank you.
Thank you. We'll add another 5 more minutes. But before you can stop the clock, before we proceed, Honorable Member for Pambashe, what's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, reluctantly rising on the point of order because of the way the minister has responded to my brother from Kalabo in terms of 65, according to our standing order. And on several times, Madam Speaker, you've guided that we must not use assumption, and the minister must give factual information. Now, if the minister can begin assuming that he's assuming the nitrogen chemicals may contract to meet their obligation in the remaining 7 days, what position is he therefore in order to give an assumptive position to the public out there who are following the deliberation, who are eager to see whether nitrogen chemicals will meet their legal obligation of delivering up to 50,000 metric tons of D compound, bearing in mind that the member that asked it, he's a member of the Agriculture Committee, and he knows that this contract was given to nitrogen chemicals in May this year. And from May to yesterday, they have just managed to produce 20,000. Therefore, I seek your serious guidance whether the minister is in order to give the assumptive statement that they may subcontract without giving us the definite position regarding the delivery by the nitrogen chemicals. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Pambashe. The problem of your presumptive questions also attract presumptive answers. So, going by what you are saying, Honorable Member for Pambashe, there is a presumption that nitrogen chemicals might not be able to meet their obligations. So the minister also is saying, in the event that they don't meet their obligations, they have a right to subcontract. So I don't know really whether we should go that route to say who is right and who is wrong, because we are also just making assumptions. I think what is important is the people of Zambia want to have fertilizers in their fields like yesterday. So let's ask questions that will help that fertilizer get to the people of Zambia. So on that, in that line, then I think the point of order is taken note of, but again is disallowed. The Honorable Member for Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Minister, there is one position that you have to clarify. On one hand, you inform the House how many beneficiaries are benefiting from this program and the quantum of support that is given. On the other hand, your ministry instructed DACOs, PACOs, in various areas to include new cooperatives and new clubs on the list. That obviously dilutes the intended support that is given to these farmers. So when a question comes on the floor, like was asked by the whip, as to how many packs should each cooperative receive, bearing in mind that the composition of cooperatives will differ from place to place. The question really is, why did your ministry give an instruction to increase the number of cooperatives, and yet the number of bags sent to these areas remained constant and according to the number of beneficiaries? I hope you get me, Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A very good question from the Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Munduvile. Madam Speaker, It is important, Honorable Munduvire, for new cooperatives to be engaged, new members to be engaged, so that they also can benefit from this government resource. It is absolutely important for new cooperatives and new members to be engaged so that they also can have this subsidized fertilizer. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Sinda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, I thought that maybe today you are going also to indicate about those farmers who paid money for their inputs for 2021 or 2022, but unfortunately, in your statement, it wasn't there. And I'm not happy with that, Honorable Minister. My question to you, Honorable Minister, in your statement, you have indicated that 10 provinces have already started receiving fertilizer. But me, coming from Western Province, my district, Sinda, they haven't received anything. My question to you, Honorable Minister, how many districts has already received the fertilizer as of today? How many districts has already received the fertilizer as of today? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much for the question. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, I thank you. I think in terms of how many districts have, may I be excused and give that piece of information to the Honorable Member, because I could give him. How many districts? How many districts do we have in Zambia? 118? 116? Okay,
Order,
116
order,
districts.
Honorable Member.
Out of those, I can give maybe, let me reverse the thing. Let me say there are about 5 or 6 districts where we are yet to completely give the stock. About 5 or 6. And in the Eastern Province, it is Sinda, if I'm not mistaken, Chadiza, maybe Chipangali. There are a few. That's why I said I can give him the information outside the chamber. But the most important, Madam Speaker, is we have delivered significant stock into the country for people to start redeeming so that we do not disturb production. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kanchivia.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my question to the Honorable Minister is that coming from the constituency just early this morning, this issue is a very, very serious issue, and the people are crying. The 1 million beneficiaries versus the 2 million, constituting the 3 million total number of small-scale farmers. Did the ministry undertake any due diligence to understand whether or not the 2 million had the capacity to stand on their own 2 feet, minus government support, especially that the government is saying that sharing is not encouraged? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, I thank you, and I thank the Honorable Member for Kanchivia. Just a bonus for you, Honorable Member. I'm very happy to inform you that Kanchivia is one of those where farmers are collecting fertilizer right now from the depots. You might be happy to know that. So, decompound, yes, decompound, and a bit of seed. Now, Madam Speaker, as regards the question, in all honesty, if the government had sufficient resource and we wanted to support our farmers, the most logical thing to do is to support all the 3 million farmers. And I want to repeat, we are seated here. We are going to look at the agricultural budget, and we will talk, and the Minister of Finance is here. If we go with the figures that are there without raising issues like that, we will be standing here and talking about the same thing next year. We can only support 1 million farmers, and this cannot change. No matter how many stones are thrown at me, the figure will remain the same. It cannot change because it's a budgeted figure. it is for this House to decide how many farmers to support so that we can support those figures. All of us, including Honorable Munduvire, who wants figures, you need to push that we get more farmers to give this particular program. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Order. The last question will be from the Honorable Member from Pongwe.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, in Mpongwe, farmers are finding it difficult for their names to be certified. For example, one cooperative which was allocated 30 packs, only 5 names have been certified. Is there any method to use so that these farmers can get these packs before it's too late? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and a very important question because it cuts across the country. Madam Speaker, this afternoon I had a chat with the head of Smart Zambia, and we have said that where any district agriculture coordinator finds difficulties to certify a farmer, we should do it manually. The system is excellent. The system is working well. But in an event that there is a problem, we will do it manually. We cannot wait. As honorable members put it, the rain won't wait for us, won't wait for anything. So we'll do it manually. So that is what has been said. So I would ask the honorable, the district agriculture coordinators to get this statement as a directive to them that where you fail to access the farmers through the system, through the technology that we have, use the manual arrangement. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Mukushi South. What's the point of order?
Madam, it's in relation with what the minister has just indicated that most of the districts have received the fertilizers and seeds. And yet, Minister, standing order number 65, you have to be very factual. In Rwanda, we have not received not even a seed, Madam Speaker. Is the minister in order to mislead the nation that some districts have received, and yet Rwanda has not received not even a seed, not even a bag of fertilizer? I need your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
Order. Honorable Member for Mukushi South, if you were listening, the Honorable Minister said that some districts have not yet received. So the Minister did not say that all the districts have received. For example, he mentioned Chipangali, Sinda, maybe even Yoko, your district. So just be patient. As I've said earlier on, let's engage the Minister. Let's help him. He needs the help of everybody so that he can be able to deliver. Somebody is asking for something, but there is no something. There is no something in the new dawn. Question for oral answer, understanding order 74. The Honorable Member for Shimbamilonga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 92.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security. The Honorable Acting Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security. Question number 92.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Mr. Elias Musonda, Member of Parliament for Chimbamilonga constituency, asks the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security the following questions. A, whether the government has any plans to construct a correctional center, in Sama district? B, if so, when the plans will be implemented? C, what the estimated cost of the project is? And D, what estimated time frame for the completion of the project is? And E, if there are no such plans, why? Madam Speaker, in responding to the questions asked by the Honourable Member of Parliament, I wish to inform the House as follows. A, the government has plans to construct a correctional centre with a holding capacity of 480 inmates in Sama district. B, if so, when the plans will be implemented, the plans to construct the correctional center in Sama district will be implemented when ongoing projects are completed and funds are made available. C, the estimated cost for the construction of correctional center with a holding capacity of 480 inmates is estimated at 20,942,36 kwacha. And in D, the estimated time frame, for the completion of the project will be known when the project plan is drawn. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Supplementary questions, if any. The Honourable Member for Chimba Milonga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Minister has not given the exact time frame. Now, my question is, in the interim, Honourable Minister, are you considering introducing sponsored monthly visits for the relatives of those inmates who are held across various correctional facilities in other districts? Thank you.
Now, is that question related to the question, Honourable, you have asked? That's asking for further information, which I believe the Honourable Acting Minister of Home Affairs might not have that information at hand. So you can ask another question related to the question that we have asked.
Question.
Thank you very much. Honourable Member for Chitambo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Is the acting minister in a position to outline the outstanding projects so that the people of Chimbamilonga would be in a position to know that their prison will be also constructed at that particular time? Because, Minister, you just mentioned that the ongoing projects, when they end. Now, what are those projects and at what stage are they? So the people of Chimbamilonga would know.
The Honourable Acting Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thanks very much, Honourable Member of Parliament. Honourable Member, we shall remember you. Unfortunately, Honourable Member of Parliament, I'm not in a position to give that information, the data, because that would require me going into the database and extracting that information in order to bring it forth to this floor of the House. So if you may, unless otherwise you are welcome to come to the office of the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security for those details. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, Honorable Acting Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security. The concern raised by the Honorable MP for Chimbamilonga is obvious as a result of Chimbamilonga being a newly created district, and that the people of Chimbamilonga are being serviced by nearby district. The question you was trying to pose as a follow-up is what interim measures are you putting in place, would you put in place to cushion the challenges of the people of Chimbamilonga who have to traverse long distances in different districts between Chimbamilonga and those districts, especially those that go to visit their relatives who are in these correctional facilities as inmates. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of, Acting Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thanks very much, Honorable Member. The interim measures for visitation of inmates by the community or members or relatives from Chimbamilonga to facilities nearby will be basically by arrangement. Anybody wanting, a relative wanting to visit, by arrangement, will be allowed to visit the inmates. There should be no problem at all. So if you want to visit, just get in contact with the respective facility, and the officer in charge, they should be able to allow you. We shall ensure that you are allowed to see the inmates. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Chitambo, you want to raise a point of order. What's the point of order?
The point of order is arising from the question that I got from the Minister on behalf of the people of Chimbamilonga. He indicated to me that I should go and see him at his office in order for me to get an answer
What's the breach,
from him.
Honorable Member? What's the breach?
Madam Speaker, I'm coming there. We ask these questions for the people out there to get answers. And Madam Speaker, to go to the Minister and have tea, the two of us, and gives me an answer, will not satisfy the people out there who sent us here to listen to, from us. So, Madam Speaker, it is becoming a general practice now that our colleagues from the right, whenever they are given these questions, they are now in a habit of asking members to go and see them at their offices in order to provide answers. Madam Speaker, the reason why you ask questions is for the people out there to get proper and clarified answers. Is the Minister, Madam Speaker, in order to invite me on behalf of the people of Chimbamilonga to his office when the people of Chimbamilonga want an answer now, who've been waiting for the past 2 weeks to get this answer? I need your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member for Chitambo, you have not stated the breach, but my brief ruling or to your point of order is that the question that you asked did not arise from the question that was asked by the Honorable Member from Chimbamilonga. It was requesting for further details that the Minister said he does not have at the moment. So by the Minister asking you to go and have a cup of tea, after all you are going to drink on behalf of the people of Chitambo, isn't it? So it's an honor. So I encourage you to engage the Honorable Minister. But the bigger reason is that the question was asking for more details than what the Minister was prepared to handle. So let's make progress. The clerk will now read the order of the day.
Estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure, Committee of Supply, resumption of committee work.
The House will now resolve into committee.
Order. When the House, order, order the House. When business was interrupted yesterday, Tuesday, 15th November 2022, the Committee of Supply on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 1st January 2023 to 31st December 2023, presented to the National Assembly in September 2022, was considering Head 21, Loans and Investment, Minister of Finance and National Planning, and Mr. Kampyongo, Member of Parliament for Chiwangandu, had just started debating. May the Honorable Member continue.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Although I can't see the minister or the acting or the Your Honor, Vice President, I hope you'll be getting my submissions. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just began my discourse to comment on the Head 21, which is loans and investment. And certainly the mandate of this head is to formulate and implement policy on matters of finance and investment. The Honorable Minister has allocated the total sum of 15 billion to this head from 12 billion last year. And our belief is that this 12 billion and which was allocated last year may not have been spent because the minister has shared with us that he is yet to start dismantling domestic debt arrears, especially owed to the contractors. And now, Minister, as much as you are talking about public investment, we should also think of our people's investment, private citizens who have invested in their businesses, contractors who have invested in their business of putting up infrastructure for government. And you have rightly put it in your budget that your desire is to dismantle domestic debt arrears in order to unlock liquidity, which is the actual position other than what we heard you say in public, that the money which was in circulation was borrowed money. Minister, what we would like you to do is to think of your citizens whose businesses are stuck, who have got obligations through different instruments, performance bonds, advance bonds. And so you need to think of your people, especially your citizens. You cannot only think of the foreign contractors. We would want to see you expedite on whatever that auditing process you are talking about, and ensure that your people are their business saved. They have got employees that are looking up to them. Some of the companies are failing to pay their workers. In the meantime, you are talking about employment creation. You can't create employment in the public sector. The employment you should be focusing on creating is the private sector. So let's do what is required, Honorable Minister, in dismantling the debt arrears. Your decision to focus on public-private partnerships as a model of investing in public infrastructure is welcome. But it's a mammoth task, Honorable Minister. And if you look at our statutes, you have to make sure that you follow the law. Yes, some of the infrastructure projects can work. And I have, for example, the old facility which has been closed, the corrections facility, Kamwala Remand, former Kamwala Remand prison, which could be a success story. But you have to look at the challenges that were encountered along the way. And so, as you think of infrastructure in the economic sector, such as roads, roads obviously are not the same. There are economic roads and there are those roads that are non-economical, like my colleague who has been complaining about the Katunda Lukulu. This is a road on which you can cook beans without being disturbed by any vehicle. And I can't imagine which business people would want to be interested in such a road. But they will need to be done. Those roads must be done. I give you an example of Great North Road, which ideally, when you look at the flow of traffic, you would think it's a project that can qualify easily for the PPP. But efforts were tried. That's why we ended up going back to Africa Development Bank to start working on the stretch between Nakonde, Chinsali, Nakonde Isoka, Isoka Chinsali. The next two stretches, Chinsali Mpika and Mpika Serenje, we are still in the pipeline. So if indeed the PPP model was as easy as we are hearing from our Minister of Infrastructure, I don't think we could have done the roads in a deplorable state. And I heard my dear colleague, the Honorable MP for Zambezi, our chairperson on parastatus, also encouraging the PPPs. But it's a tall order. If you ask my colleague, the former Honorable Minister of Luapula, Honorable Nixon Chilangwa, was working on Kasomena Mwenda Road. 5 years of protracted negotiations. You can give concessions, and you have to be mindful that the roads, it's not just about construction. And I want to say to you, Minister, that those infrastructures we have invested in the tolls, which are meant to generate revenue for maintenance of roads, must not form any part of any negotiations for the new projects. If you are doing a stretch between Chidawombwe and Chingola, let that be the portion that you are focusing on. Where we are generating revenue on these toll gates for the maintenance of roads, it should remain so. Because as you are thinking of constructing roads, there's also maintenance. If a concession is given and the concessionaire hasn't recouped their money and the road has gone down and it requires major works, it also requires money. So it's important as we are opting for these PPPs to be thorough. And you just don't need to forget about mobilizing resources for the road infrastructure. Because thinking that the PPPs will be a panacea to the infrastructure challenges we have, we shall be talking here and we shall be lamenting over these challenges over and over again. But my emphasis, Honorable Minister, please think of your Zambian citizens. They are your people. Those that are owed money, can you please dismantle that debt, domestic stock so that you can unlock the liquidity challenge that is currently obtaining. They are the only ones who contribute, and they contribute even tax to your coffers. So when you keep that money, you are not just keeping
Order.
money away from them, but from your coffers as well. Mr. Chairperson, I submit.
Any debate? Mr. Kafwaya?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for giving me an opportunity to comment on this head. Mr. Chairman, through you, Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning, the difference between your total budget, which is 167 billion, the difference between that figure and revenue coming from taxes plus non-tax revenue and grants will give you the amount of money you are going to borrow in 2023. That, Honorable Minister, is your fiscal deficit. That is the amount this unit is responsible to bring together and inject in the various projects that you have highlighted. So on one hand, it's a financing unit. On the other, that financing facilitates investment. I believe this is why we are calling this policy on finance and investment. Honorable Minister, for this unit to mobilize the over 55% of your budget that you want to borrow in 2023, they are going to apply 15 billion kwacha. And in this application, you have categorized 8 billion will go towards goods and services, 6.6 billion will go towards assets, 350 million will go towards financial assets. I would like to wish this department well as it mobilizes loans for the Zambian people so that, Honorable Minister, we can be able to create your priorities, some of which are to construct an interconnector so that Zambia can export power to Tanzania. It is here, Honorable Minister, in your borrowing plan. Here are my problems with this particular department. Honorable Minister, in your budget speech, you indicated that your fiscal deficit was planned at 7.7%. That is on page 10 of your speech. On your total revenue envelope, you indicated that total financing, which is total borrowing, is going to be 54 billion, and that is 10.2 share of the GDP. Now, if 10.2 is a share of your GDP in 2023, why are you targeting 7.7 as a fiscal deficit for 2023? It's a question I would like to hear from you, Honorable Minister. Mr. Chairman, this for me raises an issue of credibility in terms of inconsistencies within the same budget speech by the same minister on the same day. But since we now have this particular department which is responsible for gathering loans from everywhere, and they are here, I would like for the minister to just become more clear and tell us that this department knows that in 2023, 63 billion kwacha in terms of local borrowing is going to mature. And they are going to borrow 78 billion kwacha next year. And they have netted off these two figures to arrive at 15.6 billion, and this is what they are calling domestic financing, which the minister pronounced in his budget. My question, how can maturities be netted off from contractions, and then these contractions are contingent on the efficiency of that department? Because they may not be able to contract all of this. As a matter of fact, in the same budget, when you look at the expenditure schedule, they are saying the minister is going to pay only 30 billion in terms of these maturities. So whereas in this book, the borrowing plan, the minister has promised he will net off 63 billion from 78, remaining with 15 billion, yet in the budget speech, on the expenditure summary, he said he's going to pay 30 billion. Where is the 30 billion going to go? So I have serious credibility issues with these numbers when it comes to this particular head that we are discussing today. This is why I am wishing my Honorable Minister of Finance all the very best, because he has a lot of reconciliation issues to undertake before any semblance of credibility can emerge from what the minister submitted, not only to this House but to the nation. And this particular head we are discussing has a key role in ensuring that this credibility is actually brought into existence. Honorable Minister, I began by saying I hope they actually gather these loans so that an interconnector can actually be developed. As a matter of fact, not long ago we heard that the connection fees for the Zambian people in terms of electricity has gone up, but yet we want to channel money towards directing electricity where? To Tanzania. I think, Honorable Minister, that is not a priority for us to borrow all this amount of dollars, particularly at a time when we know that we have a debt mountain which must be managed. So I urge you, Honorable Minister, to reconsider some of these priorities, because indeed these are not priorities to better the lives of the Zambian people, but in fact to better the lives of people who don't live in our country. Honorable Minister, there are numerous Zambians who are not yet connected to the national grid right now. In fact, according to ERB, we are just at 31%. Now, when you consider the other people who are not connected, I would be thinking that we would borrow money and direct it towards expanding ZESCO's capacity to be able to connect more Zambians to the national grid. Honorable Minister, as I submit my discourse, I would like to wish you all the very best, but I think that your reconciling first of all your own pronouncements before you can reconcile all these numbers and come back to the people and tell us that this is what we have done in terms of saving the new Dawn's face as far as credibility is concerned with these numbers which can't reconcile any day soon. Mr. Chairman, I thank you.
Thank you. There is a point of order. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My point of order is in pursuant to our standing orders, attendance to Parliament, particularly parliamentary work. Honorable Chairperson, if you look at your right, this budget that we are passing is the new Dawn government budget, not the opposition PF budget. Yeah. But if you look at them, there are no ministers. Out of 28 ministers, I think we only have 4. Out of 28, we have 4. If the camera is to just zoom the other side, including backbenchers have started absconding from Parliament. Shame. I even wonder if at all we have a quorum. Madam Honorable Chairperson, the new Dawn government should take parliamentary work very serious, especially this time that we are passing the budget. This is their budget. Imagine if we are, all of us here, we agree to leave this chamber. We walk out. Who will pass this budget on their behalf? Especially ministers. We expect ministers to be here. We can't have a situation where out of 28, we only have 4 cabinet ministers. It's unacceptable, Honorable Chairperson. I seek your serious ruling. Should we proceed, or if they've given up, we can go for fresh elections. A general elections, we are ready. Us here on the right, on the left, if they have failed,
Let them call for a general election. I seek your serious ruling, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member. To start with, we have a quorum in this House. And also, ministers are people that are assigned to day-to-day functions as much as order, as much as they are supposed to be in the House, but there's equally important work to do outside there. And government business will always be transacted because Her Honor the Vice President is here, leader of government business in the House. So if the quorum is present, Her Honor the Vice President is present, government business will always be transacted as usual. Let's proceed. Let's make progress. Mr. Achitotera.
I thank you, Mr. Chairperson, for the opportunity for me to add my voice on the very important head that is to do with loans and investment in the Ministry of Finance. Honorable Dr. Stumbeko Musotwane, thank you for visiting Pambashe yesterday, and I believe that among the investments that you are considering, Luena Farm Block will be adequately being considered in terms of energy connection and other projects. Minister, the points raised by the Member of Parliament for Olunte are very critical. As we do budget analysis, Minister, we needed to apply ourselves to numbers so that we don't show inconsistent in terms of what is projected in your annual borrowing plan and what is also in the loans and investment head. However, I have had the strong challenges, Minister, with this head. If you check, you find that a lot of money that are supposed to be expended by other ministries sits in this project called loans and investment. And when, in terms of accountability and good governance issues, I've always raised this issue that you cannot collect the money, spend and account for the same money. That becomes a bit challenging. One member for Shuangan, also the minister, did speak about a very interesting project of PPPP, which also part of the projects in loans and investment that you are looking at. And Minister, I picked one project, regardless of other legal requirements. Maybe I wanted to bring this to your attention. In 2016, when the Zambian people gave me the privilege to serve as minister responsible for roads and infrastructure, I did issue a Gazette notice that declared all the border centers as toll collection centers. And we gave this mandate to RATSA and also to ZRI to collect on behalf of your government, on behalf of the government of the Republic of Zambia. Therefore, Minister, one of the border facility, in one of the border entries that has been contributing significant amount of money to your treasury, to your raising of funds, is Kasumbalesa. Last week, we had received a ministerial statement by the minister responsible for roads, who did announce that, because this also falls under your loans and investment, because we are borrowing $32 million in terms of PPP and paying it back in 18 years. And if you do a simple arithmetic, Minister, the road from Chingora to Kasumbalesa already exists. And as government, as minister responsible, you have equity on behalf of the Zambian people. And we are going to let this road go. Already at Kasumbalesa, per annum we correct plus minus $6 million. If this developer is going to put up another 2 extra toll gates between Kasumbalesa and Chingola, he will be able to collect plus minus $20 million per year. If you multiply that by the number of years that you want to give to this concessionaire, you will be able to lose in excess of $200 million, while this concessionaire is just bringing in $32 million. So you begin asking questions, Minister. Where do we place our priority? Can't government go to an apps or borrow this man? Because he's not even doing the dual carriage. He's going to rehabilitate the road that already exists. 32 kilometers of the road that exists. He will spend $30 million. He will spend $32 million. We give him 18 years to correct. He'll be correcting minus plus $20 million every year. Government will just be getting 10% of that to the treasury. Imagine if that money was coming to the treasury. The deficit, yes, we can say it is PPP, the government is not spending anything. We are borrowing in advance. We are not spending anything. We are borrowing because the money that Zambians are supposed to pay in terms of tolls, instead of going to the treasury, it will be going to the private individual. And then we give him a huge latitude, as announced by the minister, to say, no, he wants to do the road rehabilitation twice for the period of 18 years. It will be year 8 and year 16. Now the question we are asking, at what point will he take over the tolling? To entry. Is it at the completion of the road project in after 1 year, or is it immediately he begins constructing, he takes off? I was doing mathematics, I said, if he's a clever investor, he can use the same money correcting from Kasumbares to rehabilitate the road, and he doesn't bring in anything. It will be another KCM saga where we sold the $25 million. The investor just moved in with a briefcase, made money from our mine, and paid us, and he went back. So the minister, as our staff are bringing these proposals, these are issues we needed to critique. These are the areas we needed to analyze and say, what benefit is this PPP coming with to the treasury? I hope it will not be another Obama market, where up to today, the people are crying. It's one of the failed PPP projects. I hope the Chingola Kasumbalesa will not affect your loans and investment portfolio by doing away with the equity contribution that you hold on behalf of the people of Zambia, because any investment, any shareholding, any equity that is held by the Zambian people is held by your office, by the virtue of your office. In fact, Minister, you are superior among others. You are all cabinet ministers, but you are superior. You carry a superior whip. You are superior among the equals. Therefore, once certain decisions come, we need to take critical analysis of the economic benefit to the people of Zambia, bearing in mind that when I saved, and I know because the act has not changed, you are the chairperson for PPP. So some of these projects sound so sweet at the festival. When they are making presentations, they are so good, but when you go into details and begin analyzing, you will discover that the nation, Zambia, will lose more than what we will get, even if we had gone to the commercial market and borrowed and invest in this project. Yes, I understand management of public infrastructure by the state also becomes a challenge, but we must be able to strike a balance where state interest and private interest balance, not where we just give away all the interest in the private hand. I was checking, and the minister was saying we'll start with 80% and then we'll go to 10%. If somebody will be collecting $20 million per annum, it gives us 10%. We are talking of $200,000, and then the rest he pockets and said, no, you'll be paying. I submit because of lack of time, and time is not very friendly. I hope the minister has gotten my concern. I thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Dr. Katakwe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, for giving us this chance, representing the people of Solwezi East constituency, Mushindamo district, to support this head 21, loans and investment, presented by the Minister of Finance. Mr. Chairperson, I stand here representing the sad people of Solwezi East, especially that in this investment we are talking about project investment management, and there is a subhead there about road infrastructure. Mr. Chairperson, it is in this country not too long ago we saw the Zambia Air Force airlifting our girls at Mshindamo Girls Technical School, which is likely to happen even now because in the northern part it is quite raining and heavily for that matter. So the people of Solwezi East are saying in supporting this head, I need to lobby with the Minister of Finance if indeed we can be considered in the road infrastructure investment so that out of this 15 billion that has been allocated for the 2023 budget, we should have investment in the Solwezi Kipushi Road. Mr. Chairperson, Honorable Minister, indeed if you invest in that road, the Solwezi Kipushi Road, you will not regret the investment because that is a road that has got economic potential. If you invest in that road, you can be rest assured that the revenue that you can collect as a ministry can even supersede that of Kasumbalesa Road. The reason being that most of the economic activities that take place in the DRC happen in the town of Lubumbashi, Kolwezi, and Likasi. My minutes are going, Mr. Chairperson.
There's a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise on order number 49 from our standing orders, which defines the duties of a party whip. And our court, open court, the duties of a party whip includes ensuring attendance and participation of party or independent members in the House, and keeping party or independent members of the House informed about parliamentary business. Mr. Chairman, what we are doing today now, this activity of budgeting, is probably the most important function of an MP because it will determine how we are going to run affairs of this country in the next fiscal year. My point of order is on the whip for PF. Mr. Stephen Kampiongo, the leader of opposition, the opposition party, PF, Mr. Brian Mundubile, for not ensuring that members of their party are present to participate in the affairs that affect ultimately their constituencies for which they were voted. Are therefore the members in order to abscond, to dodge from their responsibility that they were sent here to Parliament to perform? I seek your ruling, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The members of Parliament of PF went out. Some of them were present. Those that went out, they said that they've gone out to caucus, but we cannot ascertain exactly of those that have absconded. I think in the due course, the clerk at the table can help us with that information. But those that were present went out to caucus. Let's proceed. May the honorable member continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I hope I'll have 2 minutes again to my time. Mr. Chairperson, I was saying, Honorable Minister, if you invest in the Solwezi Kipushi Road, you will not regret because the reasons are simple. Most of the economic activities that take place in the DRC are closer to Mshindamo, which is my district, and only 30 kilometers to the border, as compared to 120 kilometers from Lubumbashi to Kasumbalesa, which makes it quite possible that the Solwezi-Kipushi Road can be worked on and even open a one-stop border post. Because right now, as I'm talking, we have over 200 or 300 trucks that go through that route per day, carrying fish from Namibia through Ovis Bay into the DRC, sugar and many other commodities into the DRC. And all those trucks, there is no toll gate there because of the nature of the road that has been in a dilapidated state for many, many years, since we were young. So, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chairperson, I am lobbying with the Minister of Finance that as the people of Solwezi East are supporting this motion, consider investing in that road because it has the potential even to repay for itself when it comes to rehabilitation. They are also saying if you can consider the amount that was allocated in the 2022 budget, if it is not utilized, why can't you pay China State, the contractor that has been trying to gravel that road? Because that contractor is owed a lot of money. If you just pay him even a bit of that money, then he is going to get on site and do the spot rehabilitation of that road so that we are not completely cut off and end up being lifted into that place as the rains intensify. They are also saying, Mr. Chairperson, that why should we have a dual carriage way between Chingola and Solwezi when the other road that has got economic potential has not even been graveled or even advanced or constructed to a bituminous standard? Why should we have a dual carriageway where we already have a good road that is being used? So it's like having a neighbor who has got not even a path. Then you have a road, then you want to add on another one. Is that surely fair when it comes to sharing of a national cake? It is not fair. And the people of Mushinamo district are saying, Chairperson, Honorable Minister, can you consider investing in this road? Consider investing in this road. That is a cry. They voted for change, and they want to see the change by being given this economic road. Madam Chairperson, the people that I represent have heard of the PPP model, and we have an investor called Meritus who did feasibility study 3 years ago when the previous regime was in government. And they submitted their documents through the means of infrastructure, RDA, but alas, up to now, they are still waiting. They are ready. They have set millions of dollars aside, waiting that they can even be given unsolicited bidding for them to work on that road. They have plans to open up even the one-stop border post, build the border facilities, put up the bituminous standard road, the toll gate, because in fact, they are even saying if they put up a dry port that can host over 500 trucks, that's quite a lot of money, which they can recoup within 5 to 10 years. But why should we keep waiting when there is, on one hand, an investor who is ready to work on that road? Mr. Chairperson, this is the cry of the people of Solwezi East. This road infrastructure investment can need to be actualized before you even think of putting a dual carriageway between Solwezi and Chingola. Consider this economic road. Just a few minutes ago, I was receiving pictures of trucks that are stuck on that road. If one truck gets stuck, it means other trucks will not pass. Until it stops raining, the ground gets a bit strong, and then trucks will begin to move. And sometimes it takes even a week. By the time we'll be hitting January, February, it will be worse off. For you to get over there, even if you have a 4x4, once the road is damaged, the trucks are jammed, you cannot go through. You need either to use air. So this is the cry of the people of Solwezi East. Mr. Chairperson, if you really work on that, they'll be glad to support this. However, we are supporting it based on the fact that you'll be able to help with their cry. Mr. Chairperson, I submit. Thank you.
Mr. Mwila.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, for giving this opportunity to contribute to this head. Mr. Chairperson, let me start with looking at what has been provided for 2023 in terms of capitalization of state-owned enterprises. I have seen that there is 225 million that has been allocated to recapitalize some of the state-owned enterprises. Of course, this is a welcome move, and I hope that as the ministry picks on those state-owned enterprises, there's special attention given to one of the key contributors to Forex and GDP, which is the Mopani copper mines. In fact, when we bring in capitalization of Mopani under this line, I would actually urge the Minister of Finance to consider increasing this allocation. Mr. Chairperson, Mopani is a state-owned enterprise, just like Zamteo and many others. But when you look at its operations now, it's limping. And it's obvious what is needed is to put in money so that it ups its operations. Mr. Chairperson, there was a lot of wisdom in the previous government's decision to acquire 100% ownership of that mine because of its strategic position to the economy and also to the well-being of the copper belt. But when you look at its state now, it seriously needs money so that it can increase production, it can also sustain the economies of the towns where it is operating. Just to demonstrate, for example, in Mufrira, Mopani pays rates to the council. So when we talk about the mine limping, it's not only the workers, either directly or through contractors, that are affected. Even the subsidiary industries, the council is also limping. When Mopani struggles to pay the rates to the council struggles to pay salaries to its workers. Today, if you visit Mufrira Municipal Council, you would find that some of the workers have not been paid because the wage bill is partly funded by the rates that come from the mine. And when the mine is limping, the council is affected. And Mufrira is not a big economy like Lusaka, where you have so many industries and so many people working. If you don't talk about the mine and the council and the civil servants, then the economy collapses. So, Honorable Minister, please consider allocating funding to Mopani so that the operations are sustained and production is increased. After all, we are all talking about meeting the 3 million tons in the next 9 years. Next, Mr. Chairperson, I want to speak about the investment in the roads. I've stood here several times to talk about the Mufrira Ndola Road, and this morning, in fact, I received a very sad picture of teachers who are going to work, to report for work on the schools located along the Mufrira Ndola Road. It's a sad story because the rains have come, and that road has got trenches and potholes. It is becoming very difficult now for civil servants to actually access their workplaces. And the people of Mufrira are asking, Mr. Chairperson, because they've seen pictures of the Mongoli Mulunga Road being worked on. If the funds can be allocated to that road, of course, I'm not saying people along that road in Mongoli Mulunga do not deserve it. They do deserve it, but so do the people of Mufrira with regard to the Ndola Mufrira Road. And we do have, even in this budget we are implementing 2022, that funds where we approved, this parliament approved funds, for road infrastructure upgrades, road infrastructure maintenance, road infrastructure rehabilitation. We have funds in this year. And some of the suggestions that we have made is that even if we don't have that road tarred, even if we don't have the contractor on site, can we allocate some of these funds that we approved in this year to patch up sections of that road that make it impassable? But nothing has happened. Nothing has been done. Very soon, all the government services along that road will cease to exist because no transporter will be willing to go along that road. And therefore, the civil servants and any economic activity that happens along the road will not take place. So, Honorable Minister, even as we are talking about the PPP on that road for next year, surely there is something that we can do to look for money and ensure that those bad stretches are patched up so that we don't completely paralyze, paralyze operations of the road. After all, if money can be found to work on the Monguri-Mulunga Road, surely we can also find money to work on the Ndola-Mufrira Road so that we do not completely paralyze the operations on that road. Mr. Chairperson, I think with those submissions, I support the budget. Thank you.
Mr. Fube, you'll be the last one, and then the minister will wind up debate.
I would like to start by acknowledging that this time around, the minister has attended to the budget in the manner that is stipulated in our Financial Act by including the 8th National Development Plan. Having said that, I would also want to acknowledge that the budget that we are debating is an output-based budget. And that in mind, allow me, Mr. Chair, that I address a few things, starting with the 8th National Development Plan. The minister, in addressing this particular component, which is covered under pages 240 to 255, has adduced pillar number 1, which is economic transformation and job creation. This being that the strategies which he banked on this, especially as I've already indicated that this is an output-based budget, is cluster outcome number 1, which talks about industrialized and diversified economy. Cluster outcome number 3 is cluster outcome number 1, which factors 2 strategies. One is about improved agriculture production and productivity, and another one is strategy number 3, which is talking about promotion of value addition. Mr. Chair, when we look at all these factors, and as we dream that we should reach this particular target, we should realize that connectivity comes in. When I'm talking about this, I have people of Chilubi coming in as in terms of being victims. They are swimming in victimhood ever since the coming of the new Dawn government. We are victims because all our roads, which were started under PF, have had their contracts cancelled. And as we speak, we are talking about roads under the infrastructure, the Minister of our Infrastructure. We are also talking about roads under the local government, which amounts to almost 6 roads. But the main road is Luwingu Chama Road, which is dilapidated. And I think the Minister the provincial minister can confirm to that effect. If we receive any downpour of lands, we will be cut off. And if we have to talk about industrialized and diversified economy, is Chilubi not a place that we should look at? Is Chilubi not factored in? Chilubi is also a victim of power. When we talk about the connectivity of electricity to rural areas, 8.1% is what the rural areas are getting. And if we have to talk about value addition, if we have some raw materials in Chilubi, which needs to be to have some finished products coming out of there, then energy comes in. And when we talk about energy, I have in mind, Mr. Chairperson, the issue of electricity. I have in mind, Mr. Chairperson, the issue of fuel. If we look at these 2 factors, they are both enablers and facilitators in the economy. And if they are enablers and facilitators in the economy, and we are having skyrocketing prices for the 2 factors, you may say, but that's a reality. When we go to the proposed tariffs currently, when we talk about, it's like we are giving with one hand and taking away with another one. These factors are not even about partisan. When you say question, it's about the nation. This is the national budget. And when we are looking at these factors, we ought to be above board in looking at these factors. So when we are talking about catering for the country, Mr. Chair, I want to bring to your attention that if you look at the schedule that is on page 55, which is talking about road maintenance and many other factors. In Chilubi, the other route what you are supposed to use from Zambia, we cannot even lift any big vehicles because the ferry is down. Then the other roads are cut off. And we are part of the 116 districts. Now, when we talk about Chilubi, those who care about Mr. Chair, am I protected from that character? Yes. So, when we look at, I didn't fail. If it's the votes, you just store the votes. Yeah. So when we look at that particular nature of what we are talking about, if you look at page 55, Mr. Chair, you find that there are different roads that have been lined up and so forth and the like. Out of the 9% of the budget, because what we have allocated to this is 15.1 billion, and we have a 167 billion budget. We would have loved as people of Chilubi, especially that infrastructure, energy, and many other factors are enablers and facilitators in an economy. We cannot talk about job creation if we cannot embrace issues of value addition. And value addition is all over the country because the raw materials are throughout the country. And Chilubi is one of those areas. Now, even for those that want to mock me and believe that when we are talking about these matters, they belong to, I'm just playing politics. We are talking about people's lives here. Even as we talk, we are talking about seed. I don't know, the 1,500 bags of seed, how it is going to cost to go to Chilubi. I don't know how 1,000 bags of urea is going to get to Chilubi, because as I'm talking, in the next 1 week, Chilubi will be cut off. Hello, we started the road which you have terminated the contract. So you have no more rights to talk. Mr. Chair, can I be protected from this character?
Order. You are protected,
Yes.
honorable member.
Yeah. So, when we talk about such factors, Mr. Chair, when we want to facilitate economic development, the infrastructure comes in, and energy. Even when we talk about these things that we are putting in papers, inflation, quarter power, they mean nothing. As far as we do not attend to infrastructure, as far as we do not
Order. Let's be orderly. We are disturbing the honorable member.
The one which is not ordered. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I continue? I need to finish my minutes. As far as we do not talk about infrastructure, as far as we do not talk about energy, then we are doomed as a nation. And even our budgeting, even our mindset, in the way we allocate resources, we should know where the resources should matter. And as far as I'm concerned, as we reluctantly support, what can CDF do? One road in Chilubi is worth 59 million. So what are you talking about? So when we talk about these factors, Mr. Chairperson, we are simply talking about facilitating a good life for our citizens. And for those who want to be blind, 2026 is coming. We will kick you out.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning, wind up debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To be able to make some remarks, and I want to thank all the members who contributed. I believe that there was no opposition or rejection, but rather comments. Let me just comment on a few items, Mr. Chairman. There was the issue of dismantling of arrears. Mr. Chairman, as you are aware, we did budget for arrears in 2023. In actual fact, the amount that we put there is an increment from what we had in 2022. So we are aware of the need to dismantle arrears. However, Mr. Chairman, it is also important for the colleagues who were talking about the arrears to realize that they are actually the ones who caused the problem. Because if they did not want arrears, why did they not why did they not pay, why did not pay the bills when they fell due? And instead, they went, today is contractor A, we pay him a little bit. When he says, pay me some more, we abandon that to contractor. You go to contractor B, also get a little bit of a work from there. Tomorrow, another contractor. So the end result is that they left arrears everywhere. And it is up to us now, as we are doing, it is up to us, as we are doing, to dismantle the arrears. On the issue of following the law, on the PP projects, yes, that's exactly what we want to do. And that is exactly what we are going to do. We have no intention of breaking the law as we implement the PPPs. There was an issue about the exact extent of the deficit. Mr. Chairman, as you could see, the honorable member was also struggling to explain what it is. So clearly is mistaken, and we are open, Mr. Chairman, we are open. Let him come to me in the office or assign officers for him to be taken through and explained what this deficit means in real terms, because what he was explaining is clearly erroneous. Now, it is pointless for me to go into a very technical subject here, because the listeners out there, many of the colleagues here, will not follow. So if he's serious about that issue, he can come to the office and we can take him through the calculations. Mr. Chairman, on the PPPs, some colleagues were saying you are better off doing the roads yourself. For example, Chingola to Kasumbalesa. Mr. Chairman, Chingola to Kasumbalesa is in total disrepair as we speak now. And this is not happening now. It has been like that for years. So those who are clever because they had the money, how come they did not fix the roads? So it had to take the ingenuity, the creativity of this government to find another way of fixing the road, and this is what we are doing. And, Mr. Chairman,
As the time is 1640 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes for health break.
Good afternoon. You're tuned into Parliament Television. We'd like to thank you for your viewership. Business resumes at 17 hours. And on the floor of the House was Finance Minister Dr. Stumbeko Musokotwani winding up debate for Head 21. That's the Loans and Investments, Ministry of Finance and National Planning. As you might be aware, the House has now resolved into Committee of Supply, and there's actually resumption of committee work. And so when business started, Madam Speaker did acquaint the House with the presence in the Speaker's gallery of honorable members and staff from the Parliament of Namibia.
Thereafter, Madam Speaker permitted the Minister of Agriculture to render a ministerial statement on the Farmer Input Support Program for 2022-2023 farming season. And so for this and other details, will be coming in later on. For now, we go on a break. Remember, business resumes at 17 hours. Keep watching Parliament Television. Good afternoon.
MP's Diary, this Thursday at 08:35 hours, features Mandevu MP, Mr. Christopher Shakafuswa. Join Paul St. Ndovi as he brings out real issues from your constituency. MP's Diary, every Thursday on Parliament Radio and Television. MP's Diary, bringing real issues from your constituency. On Noyo constituency, we profile Mumba constituency, located about 140 kilometers from Lusaka. It is a tourist district which is found in the Kafue National Park. As of the 2010 census, the district had a population of 218,328 people. Mumbwa is largely a farming district, although copper and gold mining also form part of economic activities in the district. The Mumbwa constituency office is located in the central business district of Mumbwa. The office was established in 2006 and acts as a bridge between the Member of Parliament and the constituents. Honorable Credo Nanjua is Mumbwa Member of Parliament and also Central Province Minister.
Mumba parliamentary constituency is made up of 12 wards, which most of them are remote rural, and one which encompasses the township. Basically, as people of Mumbwa, our main economic activities is agriculture. The other activity that is there for now, I think it's also mining, which is taking place in a number of wards. So those are some of the activities that the people thrive on, and fishing, of course. So those are some of the things that are in Mumbwa that many people get jobs and create business opportunities, and even the markets, they are normally engaged into that.
He now talks about the members of parliament that have served under Mumba constituency before him.
Well, the members of parliament that have served before me, I succeeded Dr. Honorable Brian Chituo, who was under the MMD. He also succeeded Honorable Badat, who was a UPND MP from 2001 to 2006. Then before Honorable Badati, there was Honorable Stanford Lazo, who was also under the UPND. He was the first UPND MP in Mumbwa parliamentary constituency, who won a by-election when Honorable Kaneo Chivugwe died, was also from the MMD. Of course, before Kaneo Chivugwe was there was the same Stanford Lazo was the MP initially, then he resigned, and then Kaneo Chivugwe came in. These are the ones that I can remember. Of course, I can also remember those who served under UNIP, like Honorable Chirimboi, is one of the first ministers from our place, and Honorable Chivwema. So these are the people who served the Mumba parliamentary constituency before I came in.
The area member of parliament now talks about the challenges the people of Mumba face.
Mumba constituency has got its own challenges, which affects the people. As we have indicated that the people, they are more in agriculture, it means now the road network becomes at play. Most of the feeder roads, they are normally required to be attended to. Basically, in the past, we would to have grading of those feeder roads annually. Immediately after the rains, the grader would go around and grade the roads. But over a period of time, I think it has been very difficult to grade the feeder roads in Mumbwa parliamentary constituency, more especially that resources at local authorities haven't been very adequate, and the issue of CDF equally too was not adequate. When we talk of the 1.6 million that we used to receive over a period of 5 years, it was something that would not make any economical sense to cater for the whole space of the constituency. The other issues that we are looking at is the issue of water reticulation. Water is a challenge in Mumbwa parliamentary constituency. Most of the townships around the central business district, they are not connected to the source of the Lukanga water supply. So many, they are still relying on standalone boreholes and also some shallow wells. And we have also gone ahead with the Ministry of Water and Sanitation to drill more industrial boreholes to supplement to the services from Lukanga water from the dam. So these 7 industrial boreholes have been drilled. What is just remaining is equipping them, which we are very sure that probably before the end of this month, all the 7 boreholes will be equipped and the water reticulation will be improved in the Central Business District in Mumba Parliamentary Constituency. On the issue of the roads, we have taken advantage of the improved CDF allocation to our parliamentary constituency, and we have thought that for us to be more efficient in attending to these challenges of the feeder roads, we procure a grader. The Mumba Kasempa road is another issue that we are looking at. It's an economic road. Once the road, the Mumba Kasempa road is fixed, is worked on, we are seeing more transporters coming from Northwestern using the Mumba Kasempa road because it's shorter than using the Copper Belt one. So that is an economic road that we are considering and putting serious commitment to it. But what have we done? What we have done is we have linked Mumba Kasempa road with the Mumba Landress Corner road. And we have submitted it to be one of the priority projects under Central Province, because every province we have submitted 10 projects that needs that we think they are priority projects. So it's one of those projects that we have put there, and we are very happy that the Ministry of Infrastructure and Urban Development has considered that road. Under the markets, what we are looking at, we have got the oldest market by the town center there. That's the market that everyone was trading from, but it's highly congested and there's no space and the infrastructure itself is dilapidated. Then to decongest that, we thought of opening the new station market where most of these buses and the transport arrangements which goes into rural areas have been taken. But through local generated revenue and the grants of the council, we started constructing that market. But now, since we have got enough resources under CDF, is one of the areas also that we are looking at in the fourth quarter allocation that we should attend to it. Because as we are talking now, even that same market is not enough. The population of people in Mumba is really growing. Traders are all over. We are working around the clock to ensure that the old market as well, if we can give it a facelift and work on some of those infrastructures which are there, and also we attend to that market. We have got another market in Piri and Sons that we are working on. We are also looking at another market in the place which we call as Chimunzi there, so that those people who are there, they are able to trade from there. Those in the new station, they are trading from there. We create space for everyone so that we can decongest the streets along the main road in the township. The free education policy has given us the clear picture of what is required in the education sector in the constituency. Most of the schools that have visited in the constituency have found that the numbers of learners have actually increased 50%, 30%, and now the challenge is the space, the room to learn from. And also the employment of the new teachers also has reviewed another challenge of teachers' houses. So we have taken a number of decisions in ensuring that we can mitigate this challenge of infrastructure for learners and also teachers. So we assign a greater we allocated a great amount of money in the construction of classroom blocks and teachers' houses in the education sector. And also in the health sector is the same challenge. Most of the places where we have sent our newly recruited health workers, there is no accommodation. So we have taken that as well, so that this challenge can be mitigated. Under the education sector, most of the schools in the constituency, they didn't have desks. Desks have been a challenge be it a high school, a primary school, preschool. Most of the areas, they don't have desks. What we have done under Constituency Development Fund, we have allocated the 1 million kwacha this year, that we procure 1,000 desks, which we are going to share across the constituency. But our main long-term objective is that from 2023, we embark on a program of procuring at least 3,000 desks in the next 4 years.
Honorable Nanjua is determined to see to it that the challenges faced by his constituents are resolved.
The people of Mumbwa can continue trusting me because, one, I respect them. I respect them, I engage them, and we have got that collaboration with them. From the time I became MP, so far I have gone to all the 11 wards, other than one, which I haven't yet gone, to thank them for voting us and also engage them on what they want to see under the funding that we are going to receive as the Constituency Development Committee. So that collaboration and engagement, I think it excites the people, and they are able to contribute, and they are able to tell us. And also where we don't agree with them, we still engage them that here we are thinking that this could be good for the constituency. So I want to base our trust on that collaboration and engagement.
Mr. David Custom is a professional assistant for Mumba Constituency Office. He sheds more light regarding the importance of the office.
From inception, members of parliament didn't have where to meet their constituents from. So the introduction of these constituency offices has seen a lot of interaction between the member of parliament and also the constituents, and from these interactions, members of the community, they are able to share their challenges that they are facing in the communities and also share what they want to see through this constituency office. So these constituency offices are political neutral offices which accommodates all members of the community from all political parties, the church, and other organizations. So it is through this office that we are able to interact with the members of the public.
Mr. Custom talks about his role as a professional assistant and appeals to Mumba constituents to visit the constituency office on a regular basis.
My role as a professional assistant mainly is to facilitate the work of the member of parliament. When the member of parliament is not in the constituents, it is my role as a professional assistant to ensure that work is moving. I have to represent him on different forums and also monitor some projects on his behalf. So we work on behalf of the members of parliament. That is our main role, and that is my main role as a professional assistant. The constituency office is a political neutral office where they can access a lot of information on the development agenda of the constituency in particular and also the nation. The constituency office will give the information on what is pertaining at parliament, because these offices were created to bring parliament closer to the people. So once they access these offices, they are able to know what is happening in parliament and also what their members of parliament they are talking about concerning their constituents. Let me also mention that the constituency office provides the library services where they can access some bills that are on the table of the house, and also even just internet services that they can access so that they're able to follow what is happening at parliament.
The constituency office aims at improving the constituent-member relations and also to enhance the representing functions of members of parliament.
Well, I'm a self-motivated person. I don't need to be pushed. Yeah, and I'm a self-starter. My grade 1.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for still staying with us on Parliament Television. Live pictures coming your way on Parliament Television. And so business will resume at 17 hours. But at 16:40, when business was interrupted, on the floor of the House was the Minister of Finance and National Planning, who was winding up debate on Head 21 loans and investments, Ministry of Finance and National Planning, and so he will continue when business resumes at 17 hours. And so heads that are still coming up for consideration are Head 37, Ministry of Finance and National Planning, Head 25, Local Government Service Commission, and Head 29, Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development.
And so at the start of business, Madam Speaker did acquaint the House with the presence in the Speaker's gallery of honorable members of our staff from the Parliament of Namibia. We also had a ministerial statement by the Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Ruben Mutolo Piri. He did give a ministerial statement on the Farmer Input Support Program. That's the 2022-2023 farming season. And the House considered one question for oral answer, understanding order number 74. And this question did come from Mr. Elias Musonda of Chimbamilonga, who asked the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security a question in 4 parts, and details of those responses will be given to you after adjournment. Like my colleague Matimba mentioned, just before we went for a break, the Minister of Finance and National Planning, Dr. Stumbeko Musokotwane, was on the floor of the House, winding up debate for Head 21, that's the Loans and Investment, Ministry of Finance and National Planning. And so immediately after the break, we do expect the Minister of Finance and National Planning to finish off from where he left off. Of course, after that, we do expect the House to consider Head 37, Ministry of Finance and National Planning, Head 25, Local Government Service Commission, and lastly for today, Head 29, Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. Just now, we take you to the chamber as we await for resumption of debate. So there you have it. Live pictures are coming your way. Business resumes as soon as a quorum is constituted. 1/3 of members of Parliament needs to be present in the House in order for business to be transacted. The House has resolved into Committee of Supply and is currently looking at Head 21, that's the Loans and Investments, Ministry of Finance and National Planning. Just before the break, on the floor of the House was the Minister himself for Finance and National Planning, Dr. Musokotwane, winding up debate. Of course, before him, we did see quite a number of members of Parliament actually debating this particular head. So stay tuned, right?
When business was suspended, the Committee of Supply was considering Head 21, Loans and Investment, Minister of Finance and National Planning, and the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning was winding up debate. May the Honorable Minister continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And just before the break, I'd moved on to make some remarks in response to colleagues who talked about the public-private partnership, roads, or the PPPs. And Mr. Chairman, it's very important that we do not politicize this innocent thing, because PPP roads are found all over the world. Next to us here in South Africa, those of you who may have driven on a road from Pretoria all the way to Maputo, it's a PPP road. And this means that it is not the government that puts the money forward, it's the private sector that puts the money forward to develop the road, and the private sector collects the tolls, and those tolls are the ones that pay them. So it is all over the world, whether you're talking about South Africa, whether you're talking about Kenya, whether you're talking about Mauritius, they are everywhere in the world, including countries that have more money, or governments that have more money from us. So, unlike the attempts in the past to keep on borrowing large sums of money to put on the roads, we believe that it's more prudent for the government to go through the PPP route, because if we do that, we'll be able to do this infrastructure without overburdening our budget. And then the money that we save, because we've done a road under PPPs, that money is available to do other roads which are not attractive for PPP reasons. So, Madam Speaker, this government will continue to move very aggressively on the PPP roads, including the Lusaka-Ndola dual carriageway, which, if you recall, the last time there was an attempt to borrow $1.2 billion to increase the government's debt to do the road. This time around, we will not borrow $1.2 billion. We will not even borrow one quarter. This will be done under the PPPs. And many others. And this brings me to the issue that Honorable Katakwe, Solwezi East, was talking about. I had an occasion to speak to him during the break, and I encouraged him that if there's anyone who is willing to do it under PPP, and they confirmed there is, those people should quickly come and see us, because then we'll process the application as quickly as possible so that all the problems that we was talking about, we can end up sorting them out. Indeed, we know that there's a lot of traffic coming out of Congo now. With the ramp up of copper production, with the expected increase, these roads can only be stressed and stressed and stressed. So the more connections that we make with DRC, the better for us. On the issue, lastly, on the interconnector, I'm really surprised and disappointed that one of us can say, don't invest money into interconnectors. In other words, connection points for electricity between Zambia and other countries. Because where we are today, Mr. Chairman, if we face a problem of power for one reason or another, we are able to import from other countries that may have a surplus at that particular point. We are able to import from Namibia, we are able to import from Botswana, from Zimbabwe, South Africa, Mozambique. And this is only possible because there are interconnectors with these countries. So, if that facility exists, why would anyone oppose putting an interconnector with the East African countries? Because those connectors will ensure that if there is surplus here, as we envisage, we are able to sell the electricity and earn dollars from countries of East Africa. If for one reason or another, including a catastrophe, our power fails here in Zambia, we will be able to import power from the East African colleagues. So this is a good thing. It is very surprising that anyone can even say that this is a bad thing to do. It just shows that there are different perspectives. What some of us consider to be good, others say it is bad. What they say is bad, for us, we consider to be good. Mr. Chairman, with that, once again, I want to thank all the honorable members for their contributions on this hedge.
Head 21, Loans and Investment, Ministry of Finance and National Planning, head total 15,082,320,754 kwacha. Any debate? Any objection? The question is that Head 21, Loans and Investment, Ministry of Finance and National Planning, head total 15 billion, 82 million, 320,754 kwacha, stands part of the estimates. Mr. Kampyongo.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, I'm drawing the attention of the Minister to page 252, Program 33441, Centralized Strategic Payments. Sub-program 19, Dismantling of Arrears. Last year, the amount of 4.9 billion was approved. And this year, we have 6.8 billion as proposed by the Honorable Minister. May I know whether this is just to cater for domestic debt arrears, or there are also foreign debt arrears inclusive in this one? I would like also him to comment on program 10, debt consultancy. Last year, there was 75 million, and this year, there is 66 million. I would like to know why there's that variance from last year to this year's allocation. I thank you, Bwana Chairman.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the first question was the dismantling of arrears. Last year it was 4.95, almost 4.96 billion. This year 6.8. Mr. Kampyongo is asking whether this includes external arrears. Mr. Chairman, most of this, if not all, is for local arrears. The reason being that because of the debt standstill initiative, in other words, where we said we are unable to service our debt until such a time when this debt restructured to a level which we can afford. Most of what we owed and arrears are at standstill. So most of this debt is actually for domestic arrears. I'm sure you'll be pleased to know that. On the debt consultancy, you recall that last year, these are external consultants, so the payment obviously is affected by the exchange rate. Last year, the exchange rate was way out, and today the kwacha is stronger, so this makes it logical that the amount that we pay has to be less. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you.
Thank you. I've got an announcement to make. In the absence of the Chief Government Whip and the Deputy Whip, the Honorable Member for Mitete, Mr. Mitelo, is acting as Chief Whip. Thank you. I admire the support that he enjoys, both from the left and the right. Thank you. Mr. Kangombe.
Honorable Minister of Finance, page 240, there's an allocation of 255 million kwacha for purposes of recapitalization under program 3499, just there at the bottom. I want to find out through the chairperson which state-owned institutions are going to be recapitalized and what is the breakdown of each amount for each company that is going to receive funding for recapitalization. I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Indeed, the 255 is provided for. The figure reflects a provision. In other words, there is nothing targeted at the moment. This is a provision put there so that in the event that it becomes necessary to make an intervention, there will be a vote available to meet that expense. And I must also add here, Mr. Chairman, colleagues suggested earlier on that we should look for money to put in a Mopane. Mr. Chairman, these companies consume a lot of money. It's not possible for us to put money into Mopane because what it means that many of the projects that we do now, like CDF, free education and so forth, will not be able to finance them. So we have to go through the private sector route for those items. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mulewa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving us the opportunity to make a contribution to the head under discussion. Not to waste your time, Mr. Chairman, and the time of the House, I want to quickly say the people of Kaflafuta strongly support this budget under discussion. Having looked at the way things are done in other jurisdictions, I think this is the way forward, where the private partners are brought along to develop our nation. And I think that when people that know how to do business, normally they will not do business using their own money. They use other people's money to acquire wealth. So I highly recommend this initiative by our lovely Minister of Finance and National Development. This is something that we strongly put our weight behind. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Mr. Mtelo, yours is just a recommendation, is it? Yes, thank you. Mr. Chewe.
Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity. Honorable Minister of Finance, could you kindly look at page 249 and 3440 Project Investment Management. Then you go to 001 Road Infrastructure Investment and Management. I would like to find out from you, Honorable Minister, if you look at the 2022 budget and 2023, you have proposed 4.9 billion kwacha. If you look at the road infrastructure countrywide, you agree with me that some roads are impassable, especially this rain season. So, when you intended to borrow or to invest this 4.9 million, are you convinced as a ministry that this is adequate, that is going to sort out some of the issues surrounding the road infrastructure countrywide? Thank you. Minister.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the honorable member who just asked the question. And the answer to his question is that this money is not enough compared to the needs that we all see across the country. Because truly speaking, there are so many roads that are in poor state. Okay? So that is given, this money is not enough. For now, Mr. Chairman, this is the only money that is available. I want to remind all of us that we are a heavily indebted country. We are a heavily indebted country. And therefore, choices have to be made. Choices have to be made. And there are so many other needs in the country. If you listen to honorable members here, some will complain about water. There's no water in their places. Some will talk about no power in their places. Some will talk about the schools. So the needs are enormous for a country whose finances are tight. And therefore, we have to attend to the most basic of all: education, health, water. And this is the only amount that we can afford. However, you'd also be pleased to realize that, or to know that, as we go towards conclusion of the debt restructuring, that may open room for us to access concessional financing. I repeat, concessional financing. And as we are thinking now, if that happens, we certainly intend to look for more money to put on the road sector. For now, it is not enough, I do admit. Thank you.
Mr. Piri.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairman. On page 253, Honorable Minister, on page 253, program.
Mr. Piri, speak up a bit.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. On page 253, program 6, table 6 on sub program number 01. There is an allocation of more than 2 billion allocated in 2023. In 2022, there was 3.1. May I find out why this jump, Honorable Mr. Speaker, Mr. Finance Minister? Is it that we are bringing in fuel subsidies again? Thank you so much.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't quite hear, but Honorable, were you talking about the fuel arrears or what? Okay. If you are talking about fuel arrears, yes, last year it was 1.85 million. For 2023, we're proposing 908 million. And the reduction is made of two things. Number one, last year, up to a few months ago, you recall, there were two aspects to this. The first one was the old arrears. The second one was new arrears, because as we went along, we were still accumulating arrears. But now, new arrears have been cut out through the measures that have been taken, and therefore, the pressure that we had last year is down, And this is what we propose to pay in terms of few arrears. Once again, if we had all the money, of course, we would clear everything. But now, given the amount of money that we have on all the other competing needs, FISIP and CDF and all these things, this is what is available. The more we want to add on to this, of course, it means we have to pull money from the other areas to fund this, which we believe would not be in the best interest of the country. I thank you.
Mr. Msonda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, on page 246, program 3440, project investment management, under use of goods and services, 02 general operations, item 30, electronic vehicle batteries project. There's a provision of 20 million kwacha. Honorable Minister, what is this money for? Is it for the establishment of a plant? And the under 32 health infrastructure, mean hospitals, 100 million has been provided. How many mean hospitals are you going to construct? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 20 million that is being asked about, you recall there's an initiative to encourage investment into batteries, electric batteries. We have always said right from the very beginning that this is not an initiative where government is going to make the investments. No, because we don't have the money. This is an initiative where government will undertake the preparatory steps which will allow us to attract private sector investors to come and invest into the factories themselves. So the 20 million that you see reflected here reflects the activities that the government will undertake to prepare the stage for the private sector people to come and do the investments. On the number of mean hospitals to be constructed, I'm sorry, I'm unable to answer that because it is a detail that sits with the Minister of Health. Thank you.
Mr. Kangombe.
Page 244, Chairperson, Minister of Finance, Program 3439. Once again, I wish to take you back to the issue of recapitalization and investments. Honorable Minister, earlier this year, a decision was taken by government to remodel Indeni. It is no longer a refinery, it is now an oil marketing company. And I'm aware that they've done a proposal to government to indicate how much they need to implement the new model. Minister of Finance, I've gone through the figures. Indeni is asking for $200 million to implement the new model. Looking at the figure that you've allocated, Minister, there's no 200 million for Indeni in this budget. Where is the money going to be found to implement the recapitalization of Indeni under the new model? Is the 250 going to go to Indeni and then you look for extra money? It's important that this issue is clarified. I thank you, Minister.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Mr. Kangombe. This money will not go to Indeni. This is a provision for other possibilities because, as you say, what Indeni requires is a huge amount of money. 200 million is a lot of money. So for now, we don't have that money. But it is an idea that remains alive. And once we get to a situation where we stabilize, that idea may be considered for funding. Remember, the number of requests that we have, the number of needs that we have are almost limitless. And as a country, we must make choices. We must make choices. And for now, Indeni, given the amount involved, cannot be one of those to benefit from this because it's not enough. I thank you.
Mr. Kasandwe.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, on page 246, Program 3440, Project Investment Management, Activity number 28, Liua National Park. In 2022 budget, you allocated 50 million, and you have once again allocated 50 million in 2023 budget. I just want to find out what activities is this money allocated for, bearing in mind that Liua National Park is under the care of African Parks. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister, once he responds, then we make progress.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the questioner. Yes, Liua National Park is under the care of African Parks, but that care is restricted to protection of wildlife. It's not about putting infrastructure. So last year, the money that was there was to put a bridge across the river, because from Kalau into Liua, you need a bridge. Colleagues who have been there will recall that what is there presently is a pontoon that you drive by pulling it with a rope. So the money that was there for this year is to do the bridge. For next year is to carry on extra bridges on small streams, so that the visitor period, remember the animals in Liua become popular, migrate backwards around November. But today, because of the numerous streams that are there, by December, if you are lucky January, no vehicle can move in. So tourist traffic is prohibited or cannot access. So this 50 million is to put extra bridges on the small streams so that the tourist season for Liua can be extended. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I put the question. The question is that Head 21, Loans and Investment, Ministry of Finance and National Planning, head total 15,802,320,754 kwacha stands part of the estimate. As many as of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Head 21, Loans and Investment, Ministry of Finance and National Planning, head total 15,082,320,754 kwacha is ordered to stand as part of the estimate. Let's move on. Let's move to head 37. Head 37, Ministry of Finance and National Planning, General Policy Debate. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning, Policy Statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The Minister of Finance and National Planning is responsible for formulating fiscal and economic policies. It is also responsible for mobilizing resources from domestic and external sources and allocating them to priority programs through the national budgeting process. The Ministry is also responsible for ensuring effective management of government resources. Further, the Ministry is responsible for national visioning, national development planning, appraisal of public investment, and coordination of development assistance programs. Chairperson, before I outline the Ministry's priorities for 2023, I would like to briefly comment on the performance of the ministry during the current year. Milestones in 2022. In the year 2022, the ministry embarked on a number of initiatives to address macroeconomic balances in the economy. These imbalances included the country's high debt burden, high inflation, and volatile exchange rates. Through effective policy management, we've managed to reduce inflation from its high 24% in 2021 to 9.8% in August 2022. Going forward, the ministry will continue implementing policies to further reduce inflation to within the target band of 6 to 8%. Chairperson, our policies have also led to strengthened and stable kwacha exchange rate. This has made the exchange rate more predictable and reduced upward inflationary pressures. The ministry will continue to support a free floating exchange rate driven by market supply and demand. Economic stability is key to promoting savings in the country, investment, economic growth, and the country's international competitiveness. This could not be achieved in a high debt burden environment where much of the government resources were going to pay for debt and leaving very little for development programs. The ministry is in this regard successfully secured an IMF program for Zambia. The IMF program will facilitate the restructuring of the country's debt and return us to a sustainable debt path. Chairperson, on the fiscal side, the ministry has maintained budget credibility by timely releasing funds according to their funding profile. In response to demand from retirees, the ministry in 2022 paid all pension claims that were outstanding as at end December 2021, and it continues to this day to pay all claims that become due. To improve domestic revenue mobilization and service delivery, the ministry continued to roll out the implementation of the government service bus and payment gateway. The ministry further continued to implement public service management reform to enhance accountability and transparency. Chairperson, importantly, the ministry successfully coordinated the development of the 8th National Development Plan, which was approved by Parliament and launched by the President. Head 37, 2023 priorities. Chairperson, the priorities for the ministry in 2023 have been aligned to the 8th National Development Plan and have been informed specifically by homegrown government initiative to transform the economy. The ministry's priorities therefore aim to continue addressing the pressing challenges facing the economy. The ministry's budget in 2023 has therefore been implemented under 8 programs aligned to the 8th National Development Plan deliveries. And these programs as follows: number 1, fiscal management; 2, economic management; 3, public finance management; 4, internal audit and risk management; 5, development planning and coordination; 6, monitoring and evaluation; 7, procurement and stores management; and 8, management and support services. Fiscal management program. Under the fiscal management program, priority will be on increasing domestic revenue mobilization. This will include implementing interventions to increase domestic revenue and rationalizing government expenditures to enhance efficiencies. The ministry, through this program, will also implement measures aimed at transforming public-private partnership into significant financing mechanisms. The fiscal management program has been allocated 2.3 billion, of which 99% is earmarked for transfers to grant-aided institutions that support the fiscal management program. These include the Zambia Revenue Authority, National Road Fund Agency, and Tax Appeals Tribunal, among others. Under economic management, the program will support all 5 pillars of the 8th National Development Plan, especially Pillar 1 on economic transformation and job creation. The economic management program will support stabilizing the country's macroeconomic fundamentals and will provide intervention support. Chairperson, it's through this that the Zambia's program with the IMF will be managed and coordinated. 71.5 million has been allocated to economic management program. Of this amount, 51.8 million is budgeted for transfers to grant-aided institutions that will be implementing initiatives to support the program. Grant-aided institutions include the National Housing Authority, National Authorizing Offices under the EU, Capital Markets Tribunal, Zambia Credit Guarantee Scheme, and the Securities and Exchange Commission. Under Public Financial Management, Chairperson, this program will support enhanced accountability and transparency and will continue to oversee the effective implementation of the Integrated Management Information System, IFMIS. Under this program, the Ministry will work to streamline procedural setbacks that are delaying utilization of CDF, among others. 2.3 billion has been allocated for the Public Financial Management Program. Within the allocation to this program, 96% of the resources, or 2.2 billion, has been reserved to facilitate payment of personnel-related costs such as contract gratuity, constitutional posts, employers' share pension contributions, SAP license fees, National Health Insurance Scheme, and separatists payroll. Under internal audit and management, the focus will be on supporting value for money in government through continued improvement of internal processes and procedures. 87.5 million has been provided for internal audit and risk management, and 40.23 million kwacha has been transferred to the Financial Intelligence Center, while another 9.7 million will be for special audits. Under development planning and coordination, the Ministry will effectively coordinate national planning in order to achieve sustainable socio-economic development, including the doubling up efforts to attain the Sustainable Development Goals. Chairperson, the Development Planning and Coordination Program has been allocated 174 million kwacha and is earmarked. Out of this, 30 million is earmarked to continue supporting the national census process, while 32 million is to be transferred to grant-aided institutions. Monitoring and evaluation, Chairperson, the focus will be to monitor the implementation of the 8th National Development Plan. Under procurement and stores, focus will be on enhancing transparency, efficiency, and accountability in public procurement. This program has been allocated 69.4 million kwacha. Under management support services, the ministry is to operate smoothly. Management support services ensure that we have motivated and committed human resources to discharge functions of the ministry. In this regard, 2.6 million has been allocated to the program. In conclusion, the Ministry of Finance and National Planning will respond to government's policy direction 2023 by implementing the 8 outlined priority programs. These programs are in line with the strategic focus areas articulated in the 8th National Development Plan, and if implemented effectively, will be instrumental to returning the economic growth. Mr. Chairman, I wish to thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mundovide.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairperson, for this opportunity to share a few concerns on this very important ministry. Honorable Minister, the Ministry of Finance and Planning remains the anchor of our economy, and is indeed a very important ministry. It's a ministry that carries the vision for our country in terms of national development. Previously, Mr. Chairperson, we had the Ministry of Finance and then the Ministry of National Planning and Development, but now it's under the same ministry. Minister of Finance, I note that looking at the activities of the ministry, there seems to be a lot more emphasis maybe on revenue mobilization and allocation than there is on the national planning side. I know that in the recent past, what we've got is a lot of emphasis on CDF. Nothing wrong with that. Please get me right. Nothing wrong with that. What I would advise is that the ministry should also pay a lot of attention on the overall national development coming from the 8th National Development Plan. You would note that the development of a district will come from the strategic plan at district level. And then it goes from DDCC to PDCC. Provinces take advantage of comparative advantages between districts. And when it comes at the national level, you'll be looking at national development going forward. But if we left everything to be done under CDF, the development to be uncoordinated, districts and provinces would not take advantage of their comparative advantages going forward. So there is need, first of all, through the Public Investment Board, to begin to look at development between provinces, for instance, and between districts. And it's for that reason that I feel, as a ministry, we need to begin to look at public investment from that angle. Previously, Mr. Chairperson, we had what we called an integrated multi-sectoral approach to development. This is where, if you decided now, Honorable Minister, that you wanted to develop Kasaba Bay, you made sure that bridges were constructed in that area. The airstrip is completed. There are communication towers. There is also power lines in that particular area. That way, it becomes easy to register progress in terms of development. The opposite of that, Honorable Minister, would be what you would call a butter spread approach, where you spread your resources across the country in terms of development without clearly coming up with any effective benefit out of it. I know that the past 1 year, we have not seen much, whether by way of statements or pronouncements, or indeed development, as it were. Yes, CDF will make a difference to these areas, but there will be very little impact, for instance, on feeder roads in these areas. These could be feeder roads leading to tourist sites. From time immemorial, Honorable Minister, we've talked about the potential that Zambia has, be it in agriculture, be it in tourism, and many other sectors. And I think that through your ministry, once properly coordinated through the 8th National Development Plan, we'll begin to see the development or realization of the potential that resides in these particular areas. Northern Province, for instance, I know that when you were sitting on the left, Honorable Minister, you were one of my supporters in the development of the Northern Circuit. And each time you debated with passion. I want to believe that investment in that area would definitely make a difference in terms of the tourism sector. Northern Province, like Luapula and many other areas, are endowed with many tourism assets, which just require properly coordinated investment in terms of feeder roads, in terms of communication, in terms of energy, to be able to realize that. I'll give you examples for the benefit of Honorable Kapala, wherever he may be, in that if you look at the Lumangwe power project in that area, there's a lot of interest in that area, and once properly planned, we can begin to skew or attract investment in those areas because of the energy potential that lies in that particular area. So the point, Honorable Minister, there is that there is need to also give as much emphasis and attention to the planning side of your ministry. Yes, it could be a daunting task to mobilize resources and distribute, but it's just as important to also plan, going forward. Because failure to plan, begins to cause a lot of problems going forward. I think I thought I should make that very important point on the planning aspect. The other area of concern, Honorable Minister,
is what we picked in the recent past, a question that was posed to Her Honor the Vice President, regarding the contraction of private auditors to audit defense forces, which is was allegedly done by the Ministry of Finance. This was something that I think was unusual, because the law provided that in the event or in the case where the Auditor General found it fit, to outsource or indeed contract specialized services, it was only the Auditor General, and in some cases, with the permission of the President, especially if sensitive ministries like Ministry of Defense and other intelligence services were to be audited by private entities. It's very important, Honorable Minister, that the Ministry of Finance restricts itself to its mandate and does not extend or enlarge its mandate and begin to contract services of auditors, private auditors, to audit these very sensitive institutions. I would also want to encourage your ministry to ensure that they provide sufficient funding to the Office of the Auditor General, so that if at all the Auditor General needs to build capacity and be able to carry on specialized assignments or sensitive assignments, they should be able to recruit staff, specialized staff, and be able to carry out those assignments, as opposed to allowing private entities to carry out such sensitive audits. It's my prayer, and through this debate, that if at all those auditors are in those ministries auditing, given the reaction that has come from the defense forces and the members of the public, let them withdraw from that audit and ensure that the Auditor General carries on that audit. If the Auditor General still feel that he needed their services, let us follow the right process. The Auditor General will write to the President seeking authorization. Then the President will authorize the Auditor General to contract those services. Secretary to Treasury has no power or mandate at all to contract such services. So I want to make that call again, that if the private firms that were contracted to carry out those services are indeed doing so, let them withdraw forthwith, so that we don't have this outcry. They should not have access to those documents, unless otherwise. So that going forward, this debate is put to rest. I know that others may want to trivialize this particular debate, but we just want to follow the law. I know that the UPND prides itself to be a government that governs using the rule of law. And we don't expect it to miss on such basics, elementary things like this. These are basics. One does not need to be intelligent to know that, they did the wrong thing in this particular case. And all we are asking for is that they must do the right thing, at least this time around. I know that my dear brother, Minister of Defense, is paying a lot of attention, and he realizes the sensitivity of this particular matter, because he's the one that interacts with those military officers that have been very concerned about this particular aspect. I think this is a matter that we can deal with without much ado, without putting the Auditor General under undue pressure. He of course should not be the sacrificial lamb. We know that a mistake was made. There was an error in this particular case, but it's something that we can correct without much ado. Honorable Ambrose Lufuma, this is something that can be done and should be done. And, the Minister of Finance has also acknowledged that this is a mistake that was made, and that audit must stop immediately. Auditors must withdraw so that we start again. And Auditor General, of course. Auditor General, your office is very important.
Order.
Mr. Chairperson, on that very important note, I wish to thank you most sincerely. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, let's avoid debating each other. Let's avoid putting each other in the context of debate. I think this has been said times without number. Let's adhere to it. I thank you. Mrs. Chinyama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity for the people of Kafue to say something in this process. Obviously, we missed the opportunity to look at the other detailed budgets for the various ministries. But listening to the one just went before now, when we were looking at the ministry's plans for loans and investments, I thought I should just stand, Mr. Speaker, to support this budget without reservation for the Ministry of Finance and National Planning, because they are indeed doing a very good job that is there for everyone to see. The minister himself, in his policy statement, has articulated some of the successes they've scored as a ministry, which I need not repeat, and therefore my intention just to encourage them to continue on that trajectory, because we are relying on them indeed to ensure that all the other programs that have been laid out in the other ministries depend on this key ministry in order to be implemented successfully. So, Honorable Minister, as someone was emphasizing on the aspect of planning, I thought I would also just talk more about the monitoring and the evaluation, because this is when we are going to be able to sit back at a later stage and really see that we've moved and managed to do everything that we planned to do in the various ministry budgets. Referring to the loans and investments, again, Mr. Speaker, the ministry is talking about, doing some investments in roads, which is very important. I also want to echo the sentiments again about the need to do something about our roads, to just add to the successes so far that we are scoring as the New Dawn government. I walked in a little late because I was just coming from Kafue, where we are coming from disbasing the CDF, and the people there are very happy, like all the other people, I believe, in all the parts of Zambia. Including Honorable Kampiongo, that I saw in Shiwanganda doing the same. So when it comes to these capital projects, indeed, we need the minister, we need to give the minister the required support so that they will do those roads in our constituencies. In Kafue, we also have a national park. I see, the inclination towards improving road infrastructure in the national parks. We also have the Lower Zambezi in Kafue, where there was actually a project which was called Link 8000. This is a very strategic road, Honorable Minister, that you will do well to consider among the various roads that you want to get some loans for, in the next year's budget. Because this 8,000 link project connects Chirundu via the Lower Zambezi to Leopard's Hill. And this gives us a shortcut and the shortest route from that point, as opposed, and we'll be sorting out the congestion, that happens along Kapiri Ngozi Road. If we did this one, Honorable Minister, I can assure you that the New Dawn government will continue going for many years to come. Our friends will have a long wait before, we can come back. I was also listening to the other intentions there about recapitalizing state-owned enterprises, which is a good thing. So again, it's the output indicators as we do our monitoring that will enable us to be able to tell actually how many of these state-owned enterprises we have done. I know that for NCZ we've already ticked, you've done something, and you are continuing to do something, in that regard. But the criticism now that I'm receiving from the people of Kafue, in fact, is that, Madam, you speak a lot about NCZ alone, as if there are no other industries in Kafue that need recapitalization. So I'll be happy, and that's why I'm particularly happy about this intention to revisit some of the industries, because we still have many more in Kafue apart from our NCZ, which indeed will help us with this key pillar of our 8th National Development Plan on job creation, because we are only going to create these jobs if we recapitalize if we identify new sites and come up with new industries. That way, Mr. Speaker, indeed our youth will be empowered in addition to the CDF that we are providing. I saw also the intention to actually put up a local government financial management systems, which is meant to target our local authorities. This will be very welcome, especially in curfew. If you have to do a pilot, please do it from there. It may just help us to sort out the recent problems that you know, the nation was treated to while I was away. So, Honorable Minister, without much ado, again, I just wanted to encourage you to say, indeed, we are relying on you to ensure that all these plans, you know, come to pass. Where you are talking about NAPSA, also doing something to NAPSA so that they are able to review the housing conditions. This would be a very welcome move. Recently, we had an engagement with NAPSA, and we were encouraging them to say, look, indeed, it's good you are doing all these investments. Why don't you pick some of the towns that are along the main road, like Kafue, like Chilanga there, where we have almost, what are those? You know, the bad infrastructure. If NAPSA could just come in and scrape those off and put some good story buildings, then, you know, as we drive along the roads, even our international visitors will begin to appreciate that indeed this country is developing. Because, you know, most of these shanty compounds are an eyesore, you know, and we should be the government that should move this country from that situation to one that Zambians will sit back one day and appreciate, to say, indeed, we had the new dawn, which held a new dawn to the people of Zambia. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Katuta.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving the people of Chenge this wonderful moment. Chair, without taking much of your time, I just want to quickly add a voice. And before I say anything, I would like just to say I really support this budget line. After all, no one hates money. We all love money. And so no one can say I don't agree. So I just want to say, looking at what the minister has said in the policy statement, Mr. Chair, the IMF was well celebrated in this country, and I think it was 3 billion, if I'm not mistaken. But I would like to find out, on behalf of the people of Chiengi, how this has been used. The minister mentioned that it will be used for debt restructuring. But when I look at the debts that we have as a nation, cannot be compared to the 3 million, because already what I know in the previous sitting, my colleagues were now on the right-hand side, your right-hand side, used to say that PF had borrowed and had reached the ceiling. Now, how are we going to settle this 3 billion? I've always asked. There was also World Bank money which was given to us recently. I don't know how that money is going to be used and how it's going to be paid back. I've not yet had a look, though, I must admit, at the figures here. How are we going to pay back the money which was given to this nation by World Bank? Because that's not a grant. The IMF. And in the meantime, we're still struggling with the debts which were left behind by the previous regime. So I would like to find out, how are they going to do this? Because as we are talking, Chair, we've been told that the Kwacha is doing so well. But when you look at the suffering of the Zambians, it's totally different. The cost of living, no one can pretend. Even as a member of parliament, to fill up my tank is not an easy thing. So now I want to know, the more we are having these dates that we are adding to another date, to me it's not making really sense. We may be told that this is what is going to be used for restructuring. What about the 30,000 teachers who were employed? Some up to now are not yet on the payroll. Even some of the medical health workers are not yet on the payroll. But we keep on hearing more recruitment. There's no harm in recruiting people. But there's a problem of having them employed when the money is not there. I want also to talk about the revenue that the minister was talking about. How do we generate revenue locally when ZRA has not even been meeting targets in most cases? How do we generate this revenue when small businesses have not received much of support from the local banks? Instead, it's the FDIs, I would say, or the foreign investors who are receiving more support. If you look at the farmers, most of the commercial farmers, let me declare interest. I'm a farmer. To get a loan for a pivot center, I can't get it because of the conditions. Those are the things that the Ministry of Finance, together with Bank of Zambia, should look at in order for every Zambian to be able to access these loans so that we can be farmers who can be able to export our goods to China and India, and we'll be getting the money back in the country. So we'll be injecting some money in the economy. Now, when you will look at this, the small businesses are not receiving that help. At the moment, the money is not in the circulation. So it means everything for a small business person like myself it's standing still. And no one can pretend. As much as we know they want to control so that the kwacha remains strong against the dollar, but it's being done, at the expense of an innocent Zambian in Chiengi. And it's becoming so difficult for somebody from Chiengi to travel, just from Chiengi to get to Kashkishi. It's about 92 kilometers, Mr. Chair. And they're paying 250 kwacha, which is too much because the road there is impassable, which this government is not even talking about, to be constructed. So when we talk about this ministry, it's a good ministry, but listening to the policy statement, I feel much needs to be done. A lot needs to be done, especially when the businesses are not being supported. It's a reason we're having more of foreign investors coming to the country. Not that Zambians don't have brains, they cannot develop their own businesses. We have big plans of wanting to do commercial farming and send goods to China and India or Europe. But we can't. The banks, together with the ministry and the Bank of Zambia, who are supposed to help us, they can't help us. They don't have that trust in us. If you go to M-Phase, you need to have $250,000 for you to invest in there. Which Zambian would have that kind of money? We all want to invest. We all want to be part and parcel of building of this economy because it's ours. So it's very important that this ministry, when they're talking about revenue, they should look into that.
There's a point of order.
So it should be, it should be looked into, as a way. They're disturbing me, Chair. I need to finish. I'm winding up. So, Chair.
There's a point of order. There's a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, I rise on point of order number 65, 1B. Indeed, as Minister, I've got an obligation to make sure that we state what is factual and right, as opposed to telling what is not right. I'm the minister responsible for M-Phases, and therefore I should justify and defend the policy that government has set in place. Mr. Chairperson, is the Speaker in order to mislead herself and her constituents that M-Phases are charging $250,000 to Zambian investors when it's $50,000. Not 250,000, but 50,000. Mr. Speaker, is she in order to come and falsify information to the nation on that code? I seek your serious ruling, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. The honorable member is not in order to bring information that is not factual to mislead the country and the House, and yourself and people of Chieng. Thank you. May the honorable member continue.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I was one of those people who used to come to ZDA before he even maybe joined the politics. M-Phase Lusaka South used to be 250,000. If they've changed it now, which they've not informed the nation, I would not speak. It used to be 250,000 US dollars. That's what is on the record. If this new government has changed, they should just say it. And I was just saying the way it is. If it's now 50,000 US dollars, still is too much for any Zambian. We want to own the businesses in this country. And I want just to continue. When we look at ZRA failing to meet its target, I hope somebody can rise on point of order. ZRA is failing to meet its targets. Why? Because of the conditions, and there's no money. Who's going to do business? We are looking at, I heard somebody rising on the matters of agents, public. Foreigners are finding favor in this country, unlike the locals. Only somebody who knows not prudence will even say you're not talking right things. What we're talking about is the Zambians to start owning proper businesses. We cannot all be cattle hustlers. We all have a way of doing things.
Order.
For those who are saying how, because them they are used to certain kind of business.
Honorable member, your time is out. Thank you. Honorable members, once you are guided, especially when you go out of order, desist from insisting things that have got proven record that we know very well that there was change of government in Zambia. So in an event that the substantive minister guides you as things are, let's just accept and move forward. Thank you. Mr. Kangombe.
Mr. Chairperson, as I contribute to this very important head, I want to indicate that, first of all, I will not debate figures because I'm sure the Minister of Finance, the 7.6 million that he's asking for, has been calculated based on the things that they have to do as a ministry. So, Minister, we agree that we give you the 7.6 million kwacha. I'll focus my remarks, Chairperson, on two important issues. The first issue, Honorable Minister, for your attention, obviously relates to the mandate of your ministry. I am aware that the ministry has got qualified people to help you achieve what you want to achieve. I do not doubt the abilities of the Zambians that have been employed to support the work that we are doing. But, Minister, it is always important that what you tell them to do, the input that you tell them to provide is what they will provide. So, Minister of Finance, you have announced on this floor of the House, I think last year and this year, that you are targeting to achieve 3 million tons of copper over a period of 10 years. And you did inform your experts in the ministry to couch policies around that target, which is a good thing. We need to achieve a certain target. But, Minister, my concern, which brings me to my debate today, is that you are on record providing incentives to mining companies to achieve a certain target. We also want to hear you provide incentives to the growth of SMEs. It is one thing to tell the public that go and apply for loans. It is a good thing because the loans will deal with the financing aspect. But Minister of Finance, I'm sure research has shown, and I would have loved the Minister of Commerce to be present, and I would have loved the Minister of SME to be present as I emphasize this point. Research has shown, Minister of Finance, that most SMEs in Zambia, you register in 2000, after 3 years, most of them collapse. Why are these SMEs not growing to the level that they should be able to grow to support the economy of our country? Your ministry, Minister of Finance, is responsible for policy. And I was looking at the programs under your ministry, Program 3422 and Program 3420 relates to economic policy management. So if Minister of Finance, your instruction to your experts is that couch policies to give incentives to the mines, they'll give them. If you are not giving them instructions, Minister, to couch policies that will give incentives to the growth of SMEs, not the money aspect. Money is one issue. That is why we are here. We'll give you the money to give people loans. But in terms of the incentives, why SMEs collapse in the first 2-3 years, what incentives are we going to give them? Do we ensure that certain taxes are not paid to the SMEs so that they grow? Because if they don't grow, Minister, the money that we are giving them will not come back into the economy. So my request to you, and I hope that you take this request very seriously, and I hope that the experts in the Ministry of Finance will take this issue very seriously. Economic policy management. What policy will govern the growth of SMEs? What policy will govern the growth of Zambian businesses? Because if we don't deal with this issue, Minister of Finance, we will not be able to achieve what we intend to achieve. Secondly, and around the same point, I did raise an issue on this floor of the House, that how do we ensure that we reduce the cost of borrowing? One of the things that was responded to was that we will avoid government from borrowing locally. Domestic borrowing will reduce so that we free more resources to the private sector. And the private sector is where these SMEs, it is where these young Zambians want to get the money and grow their businesses. And Minister, I'm speaking very passionately about this issue because every time I take an opportunity to travel back to the constituency, the feedback I'm getting, and I believe that it is common in all the constituencies, is that where are the incentives for us Zambians? When will the cost of borrowing come down? We were told government will not borrow domestically to allow for more resources to be accessed by the local businessmen and women. They can't see that output up to now. So, Minister of Finance, when we emphasize some of these issues, this is feedback we are getting. The feedback we are getting is that the same way we are giving incentives to the mining companies, we must develop a strategy that will give the same amount of incentives to the local people, where we sit and discuss and have a very frank conversation around this matter. Minister, the legacy that this House will leave, the legacy that we are all going to leave, will be a legacy of having put the Zambians first. And I stand here today without debating the figures because those are your issues. My issue as feedback from the constituency I represent, from the many people that I've spoken to, is that one, we need a strategy that will give incentives to the growth of SMEs. Giving them money is one issue, but giving them the same incentives, certain tax holidays, certain things that we are giving the bigger corporates. Let's find a formula for our local people. Once we do that, Minister of Finance, we are going to leave a legacy that will be remembered. The people of Kamfinsa have spoken, and I thank you.
Mr. Kambita.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to debate head number 37, Minister of Finance and National Planning. Mr. Chairman, from the outset, I would like to structure my debate as follows. I will speak about fiscal management and revenue generation which the minister alluded to in his ministerial statement. I'll talk about public expenditure and control, under which I'll also talk about public procurement systems, which he envisages should be enhanced. I'll also talk about the work of the Controller of Internal Audits, just to wind up debate on that note. Mr. Chairperson, I would like to thank the Minister for one very important thing which we have achieved as a country, for stabilizing the economy. Because of stabilizing the economy, that's the reason to why he's able to give such a good statement, and which gives us that hope and foresight of how he intends to roll out this budget next year. One important fact that comes out clear is that all economic indicators are now in place, and they attest to this fact that the economy has been stabilized. Mr. Chairperson, fiscal management. Around here, I was thinking about the domestic revenue mobilization, which he wants to focus on in terms of improving the systems, and especially institutions of government that are responsible for mobilizing domestic revenue. He talked about Zambia Revenue Authority. I have no much problems with Zambia Revenue Authority because the systems which are in place already are working very well. Zambia Revenue Authority seems to be meeting their targets, sometimes even going beyond targets. But again, we have a question there. Maybe the targets they are setting are not that high. We need to adjust them. He talked about the National Road Fund Agency. Of course, the targets are doing well. With the PPP coming in now, of course, there will be more activity in that area. However, I came to think about non-tax revenue, NTR. By virtue of me being a member of the Planning and Budgeting Committee, I think I had an interaction with some of our witnesses which presented before our committee when we were doing a study of non-tax revenue. And we had the opportunity to visit Uganda, where they have a different system which they use to collect non-tax revenue. And of course, here we use the Control 99, where all the monies gets mopped up into Control 99. But in other jurisdictions, we have where institutions like universities have got to collect money with the involvement of the Revenue Authority. Here, we have left some of these institutions collecting non-tax revenue without the involvement of those who are experienced in collecting revenue, thereby leaving it to them to decide what to do with that non-tax revenue they are collecting. Of course, another example is the local authorities. By law, our local authorities collect money and spend it at source. Therefore, there is very little control from your office on how that money is accounted for and spent. That gives me birth to the next point I wanted to make. The system of controls, which is governed through the Public Finance Management Act number 1 of 2018. And that act also brings in the issue of the Controller of Internal Audits. Now, look at how this office is operating. The Controller of Internal Audits. I heard you talk about improving these systems, but there must be enough financing going to that office. Because look at the work of the Auditor General. Most of the issues that come out from there are weak internal controls. So who should strengthen the internal controls? It's the Controller of Internal Audits. Now, listen to some of the works that the Controller of Internal Audits is supposed to do. He's supposed to do some performance audits, of course, value for money audits. He's supposed to do compliance audits, checking transactions for payments on your expenditure side, to to ensure that there is compliance to this Public Finance Management Act, including the procurement process which you want to refine. For that to be followed and complied to, the Office of the Controller of Internal Audits needs to be strengthened. Because you can have systems. There are systems which exist. But how do these systems get beaten? Because some of the functions are not strengthened, and nobody seems to care to ensure that these systems are actually strengthened. I would like the Office of the Secretary to the Treasury to take keen interest at controlling officers. Because you see, we have internal auditors at almost each and every line ministry who report to an audit committee and report to the controller at each ministry. But you see, at the end of the day, when these issues are brought out by the Auditor General, it seems when you want to see the confusion that happens, actually, look out to the Treasury minutes. The Secretary to the Treasury seems to simply throw the ball back to the controlling officers. And at the end of the day, you, as a Minister of Finance, are expected to account for all this money that is mobilized and disbursed into these government institutions. Yes, you're doing so well to put in these systems, but I thought I should focus so much on this very function of internal controls, the Controller of Internal Audits Office, which is rolled out. But in some places, there is no link. The Act here actually instructs that there should be presence of this office in every public institution. But is there presence of the Controller of Internal Audits in these councils where we are going to disburse all these millions? No, there's no connection. There are internal auditors in those councils who are subject to, just some supervision of maybe the town clerk and the like, and it ends there. So, we would like to see a link starting from the very top up to the lowest organ of government to ensure that the control systems are foolproof and there is an audit trail in each and every government transaction. Mr. Chairperson, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning, wind-up debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me briefly respond to some of the issues that were raised. The first one was the feeling by Honorable Munduvile that we are emphasizing too much on the financial management aspect of our work and not doing enough on the planning and the economic management side of things, and that we are sometimes operating in cylinders. And I want to respond by saying that the planning function is actually very important. And in the manner that it is today, where it has been merged together with finance, it makes that function even better. Because, Mr. Chairman, if you look around most of our neighboring countries, that old practice where Ministry of Finance sits there and the Planning Ministry sits there, that's when we used to have people operating in cylinders, because the planning people would go to town, make all sorts of plans without a reference to the financial resources available to execute those plans. That's why, as I said, in most countries, the two have been combined. The people plan, as they plan, they also look at the purse and decide, is this plan realistic? Or perhaps we are talking about something that is just a wish list. So, Mr. Chairman, to buttress this point, I think a number of colleagues have been observing last year and this year the Minister of Finance working very closely with other ministries. For example, Mr. Chairman, we've been working very closely with the Minister of Agriculture here. Just yesterday, as people may have noticed, we're together in what's the name of that? In Kawamba, looking at the farm block. For us to make progress with that farm block, what is it that is required? The power, the roads, and everything else. And it's not just between finance and agriculture. We realize that for the farm block to be complete, for the cassava bay to be complete, for Lua to be complete, all the relevant ministries must work together. So in Kaombo, for example, the Minister of Agriculture led us. I was there. The Minister of Lands was there because there's land administration. The Minister of Energy was there because you need electricity in the farming block. Had the Minister of Infrastructure been here, would have been part of the delegation. This is all a united front, realizing that for many of these things to happen, you need ministers sitting together, driving the process. And I think we are doing that very well. So we have not forgotten the planning side. We are actually moving very well with it. And of course, what I've said about agriculture, that is also true with other ministries like tourism. Earlier this year, we went on a tour with the Minister of Tourism. Again, the Minister of Lands was there, I was there, and all the other relevant ministers, including the provincial ministers, were part of the team. On the issue of what appears to be a growing story on the auditors appointed by the Secretary to the Treasury, let me just say, Mr. Chairman, that I'm hoping that you give me permission, you, the presiding officers, to issue a ministerial statement either today or tomorrow so that we clarify the matters. And I hope those who are saying that we are on the wrong side of the law, I hope they've read the law. But I'm sure officers will be contacting you soon so that I'm given permission to issue a ministerial statement on this matter, which hopefully should bring it to rest. I've heard the member for Kafue, Honorable Chonya. Yes, I'm aware of that road, Leopard's Hill, going to the hills of Chirundu. It is a shortcut. And indeed, it will reduce congestion on the Kafue Road, Siavonga to Kafue Road. So that is one of the roads that we are going to propose for PPPs because we don't have the money to do it from the Treasury. And I'm sure it has the potential of being a successful road because indeed it's shorter. It's amazingly short if you come from Chirundu through Leopard's Hill to come to the city of Lusaka, or if you are headed to the Eastern Province of Malawi, it is a very short stretch. Coming to Honorable Katuta, the IMF money, the World Bank money, those monies are part of the budget that we're talking about. So the money that we are going to get from the IMF, the money that we are getting from the World Bank, some of which has come, it is part of the 2023 budget. So if you want to find out what the money it is used for, because remember, once money has been mixed together, your domestic revenues from the African Development Bank, from the Treasury bills, once you mix it together and you start spending on schools, you can't go to the school and say, oh, by the way, this school, who financed the roof? Who financed the windows? It is all one budget. So the money that we are spending in 2023, part of that comes from the IMF, part of it from the World Bank. And I can assure you that there is no discrimination against the local investors. I like the idea that somebody raised that we need to sit down and see what is it that we can do for the SMEs. I agree, we need to do that. But I also want to tell you that in countries where the big industries are strong, they provide the lending support to the SMEs. When you talk about the SMEs in Japan, where there is Toyota, Toyota will not say, I want to do tires, or I want to do mirrors, or I want to do fenders, because they give that to the small people to do. Where you don't have this big brother, it becomes difficult to have sustainable SMEs. That is even true in the area where I come from. When the mining sector is thriving, you see you're able to support so many SMEs. So it's not as if all or that. The two are important, and we need to support them together. And certainly, if there are proposals put on the table on how else, because I know there are a number of incentives, what else we can do, of course, we'll be very happy to participate in that discussion. Yes, I think you also raised the issue of cost of borrowing. I agree, it's too high, and we need to do something about that. On the issues raised by Honorable Kambita, yes, you are right. We need to support the internal audit, and I believe we are doing that, but we can do some more. And I agree with you that ZRA contract, what we've heard this afternoon, they are actually meeting the target. Yeah, exceeding. So it's not true to say that they're failing to meet their targets. That is, it's important that we need to be factual, and I believe, Mr. Chairman, I've covered most of the things within the time frame that I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Head 37, Ministry of Finance and National Planning. Head total, 7,633,020,365 kwacha. Any debate? Any objection? I put a question. The question is that Head 37, Ministry of Finance and National Planning, head total 7,633,020,365 kwacha stands part of the estimate. As many as of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Head 37, Ministry of Finance and National Planning, head total 7,633,020,365 kwacha is ordered to stand as part of the estimate. Let's make progress. We move to head 25. Local Government Service Commission. Head 25, Local Government Service Commission, the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, policy statement.
Mr. Chairman, let me thank you for according me this opportunity to present a policy statement for the Ministry of Local Government Service Commission to this August House. Mr. Chairman, the Commission is established under Article 2281 of the Constitution of Zambia Amendment Act number 2 of 2016 and operationalized by the Service Commission Act number 10 of 2016, section 16, subsection 1. The Local Government Service Commission is mandated to oversee all human resource matters in all the 116 local authorities in Zambia. The Commission has continued to constitute human resource management committees in accordance with the Service Commission Act number 10 of 2016, section 33(2). This is in order to, I beg your pardon, to empower the local authorities with delegated functions to facilitate the speedy decision-making on human resource matters. Mr. Chairman, in line with the New Dawn government policy of strengthening the entire local government system and service, capacity is being built to effectively manage the huge and expanded functions of the governance and sustainable development. To implement this, Mr. Chairman, the Commission has delegated functions to the Human Resource Management Committees. The Commission has a vision to promote credible service commission that ensures reliable human resource and innovation in local government service. Its mission statement is to manage human resource in local authorities in order to promote quality service delivery to the citizenry and promote local development. Mr. Chairman, in order to realize its vision, the Commission will continue to pursue the following objectives. 1. To improve local authorities or councils' human resource management. 2. To improve the monitoring and evaluation of human resource matters in the local authorities. 3. To improve stakeholder linkages. 4. To enhance financial management. 5. To improve operational support and services. And 6, and not least, to improve the human resource of the Commission. Mr. Chairman, the performance review of 2022, as at July 31 this year. In 2022, the Commission was allocated a total budget of 10.8 million, of which 7.2 million was meant for personal emoluments, while 3.5 million was for non-personal emoluments. As at August 31, 2022, amounts totaling to 2.8 of the non-personal emoluments had been received and expended, leaving a balance of 0.7 million to fund operations of the remaining part of this year, 2022. Further, the Commission managed to recruit a well-qualified cadre of officers and also realigned and placed staff in appropriate positions based on their qualifications and competences in order to maximize the potential and capacity to deliver service to our communities. Mr. Chairman, the Commission also managed to conduct technical support visits to local authorities in 5 provinces, and that is Central Province, Muchinga Province, Northern Province, Luapula Province, and the Northwestern Province, where 55 human resource management committees were established. Mr. Chairman, the Local Government Service Commission further processed a total of 455 human resource cases. Of these cases, Mr. Chairman, 164 of them involved female staff and 291 cases involved male staff. In handling these cases, Mr. Chairman, caution was taken not to discriminate any differently abled staff In this regard, 127 cases of differently abled staff were ably handled, of which 102 are male and the balance of 25 were female. The priority programs for the year 2023, Mr. Chairman, a total budget allocated to the Commission in the year 2023 is standing at 16.6 million kwacha, aggregated as 9.6 for personal emoluments and 6.9 million for non-personal emoluments. Sir, in line with the 4 pillars of the 8th National Development Plan and the government policy, the Commission intends to prioritize its operations and focus on the following key activities for the coming year. A, to establish human resource management committees in the remaining 61 local authorities to perform delegated functions in accordance with the section number 10 of 2016 of the Commission Service Act. B, capacity building of the human resource management committees to enable effective performance of the delegated functions. C, to implement a local government information management system in all local authorities. D, create a centralized staff registry for local authorities and staff, and digitizing, and at E, and not the least, to conduct monitoring and evaluation services. Mr. Chairman, in conclusion, the Local Government Service Commission will continue with the transformational agenda as guided by the New Dawn government policy and shall focus on staff recruitment, capacity building, technical support, human resource reforms, and monitoring and evaluation of activities in order to ensure efficient and effective functioning of the local authorities. Mr. Chairman, at this juncture, let me make an appeal and request the honorable members of this House to consider adopting this budget of only 16.6 million in order to enable improved service delivery to the citizens of this country. Mr. Chairman, I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Any further debate? Mr. Jamba.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Minister, for your policy statement. The people of Mwembehi would want to add to the head. Mr. Chairman, this head is very important. As the Minister has said, to enhance service delivery, the Commission is established and therefore been given the money we are talking about, 16 million. Mr. Chairman, if you forget where you are coming from, you may lose direction where you are going. Mr. Chairman, this Service Commission, we had noted that in many local government authorities, people were put on forced leave or were suspended, deemed that these people were working with the opposition then. And many people are laid off, and some were just given their jobs recently. Many people are just languishing in the streets because they are perceived to be in the opposition. Now, we are saying to this commission that the commission should desist from perceiving people to be in these political parties. We want the commission to employ people or to align people based on their qualifications and that they are all Zambians. This idea of looking at people that these are supporting green
or these were supporting red is one of the detrimental trajectories which actually happened and overshadows anything which was of any good during the time of the reign of our friends. Because many people suffered innocently when they didn't even affiliate to the UPND. They were actually suffering just because these people were seen to be alienated like that way. That's why we are saying the commissioner now should not look at the eyes and thinking that whoever is working this one is of the opposition PF or opposition socialist. What we are saying is that the commission must be above board. More so, Minister, there is a lot of trying to fix. The Law Commission is trying to fix a lot of anomalies in the local government service. In trying to fix these things, there have been a lot of reshuffles, moving people to and fro, transferring them from Shibuyunji to Nalolo, from Nalolo to Mufurira, from Mufurira to Nkehema, in trying to fix. What we are saying, Minister, these people who are trying to fix things, they should avoid at all costs, if possible, to fix that which is not broken. What am I saying? Minister, you find that this council is performing very well, like Shibunji Council is performing so very well. You find today the performing engineer is transferred. The performing accountant is transferred. That no, they are trying to restructure. What are you restructuring every now and then? Even something which is not broken, you are restructuring and saying, no, these we are working with it. Please, Minister, let them also learn to consult us as members of parliament. We want to work with this commission, want to work with the local government, and the people who are working so hard there should not be victimized thinking that these people are alienated to a political party. That should be the thing of the past, because that was the trademark of the past government, of victimizing people, saying this one belongs to the Reddy family. This one is not part of whatever. And many people suffered retribution. Why should we continue that trajectory? We are all Zambians. What we are saying, Minister, is that these people, we want them to work professionally. Anyway, in any case, is there anything which can kill you if you consult? The commission can consult on the local people. Are these people working? Not this idea of you wake up in the morning, you find your CS, the council secretary, has been transferred. And you have got issues which are running. Let's say this CDF, for it to run smoothly, we have got projects which are running and all the technocrats are aware of what is happening. You bring other technocrats and no, these are affiliated with PF. You remove them. You bring others who are also affiliated with PF because they appointed a lot of them that all over. So you just change, you get a crocodile from Chirabombe, bring it in Kapsue, you think it is going to change a crocodile. These people were being employed on the auspice that whoever is going to be put in that thing must be actually pro this party. So if you start moving them anyhow, you are just doing a disservice. You are removing a rhino from Luangwa, taking it to Zambezi, and thinking that no, the rhino has changed its colors. It's still a rhino. So please consult us. These very people you employed who were perceived, we know they are from other families. So these people, let's just try to harness them. They are good people. They are working with fear. Because if you do not alienate with them, then you are going to be fired. They are good people. So, Minister, what I'm saying is that can we work with these people? And may you also consult us also when you are trying to reshuffle. The commission will support the budget which is being given. I thank you, Minister. Thank you.
Mr. Zulu.
Thank you, Chair. 16 million going to our Commission for Local Government. Chair, I support it. But in supporting it, I've got some few concerns. Chair, the biggest concern I've got
It's just to add up from Honorable Jamba, is the issue of employment and transfers. I think we need to be consulting. It's just important because when you start a project, you change the rhythm. At the end of the day, you find that you're at ground zero. You are not moving. Chair, today in Nyimba, with the increase of CDF, which is very good, no one can doubt about it, unless you have some problems. For me, that is a good thing, and things will move. But I've got a problem, because the problem I've got, which I've already complained to the commission, is that I've got understaffed procurement department. And because one person looking at the money they're having, I don't think projects can move. It's not possible that things can move. If this person gets sick, the project will stop moving for at least 3 months. And you know, if there's a overprotected professional in this country, it's procurement. You can't question, they can't be supervised, and it's just impossible for all of us to move. I wish to appeal to Commission, as we're approving this money, that they should look at the councils where there is a problem. A council like Nyimba needs staff recruitment. We had the deputy procurement who applied for the job. He has been given because the other person moved to so-called green pastures. And meaning we haven't moved from anywhere. Today, we've got no support staff to this person. The support staff we have are the trainees who are coming from other schools. And they have got no authority to do anything. These are the problems we're having for us to move at CDF. And we need to start promoting, even the locals, on employing our people. It's my plea to the Local Government Commission that even as you are appointing, transferring people, let's even also give an opportunity to local people. Those who are qualified, they deserve employment as well. Chair, you agree with me that in Nyimba, in fact, let me say this today, since I've got an opportunity, we are talking about employment. I hate people who debate here. Should I tell you? Those who stand up here, start mentioning who has employed which province has employed who. That is the total ignorance and evil mind for any parliamentarian to debate in such a way. It's very simple. Where I come from, my constituents, all the government departments, there's only one person from Eastern Province who heads that department. Just one, out of all government institutions. But when you are here, we like talking about tribes. Who really created you? Surely is not God. Chair, I appreciate that as you are supporting our budget today, I budget to this department. Please, department, see to it that as you are engaging people, let's see to it that qualified personnel are employed. There are important departments in each and every council. I come from a council from councillor background, and I understand which departments are so essential for us to work. Through you, Chair, to the Minister of Local Government, Minister, for you to perform and your party to be appreciated that it has performed is how you are going to perform at the local government level. Failure for any government to operate to perform at the local government, I'm telling you, the government will be considered that it has failed. It's sad that we are debating on this one. I wish I can have another opportunity to debate on the many local government budget. Minister, through you, Chair, push the Local Government Commission to see to it that all councils are fully staffed. Then you are going to work. Today, where we are, councils are limping. I'm picking my practical example of my council. Yes, you have given, the local government have given us an additional engineer. Thank you so much. But on procurement, looking at the money we have, please, I plead with the commission, give us a support staff in this department. As a district, as a constituency, we are not moving, and I'm not happy. And the reason about all this and movement and an improvement in the allocation of CDF, it's the department, which is our secretariat, which is council. No matter how we make noise, if these people are not moving, things will never move. That is my plea to the local, as we're approving this money. Then lastly, Speaker, Chair, is that we need to take our people for more workshops or trainings. These people should be trained how to manage local authorities. There are very few people. Then, when I was a councillor, I could understand and feel that this person knows how to manage local government. This time we've got very few local government professionals who are doing the jobs at a professional level. They are all politically inclined. Anything to do with any job, first people first they look at which political party you belong to. Thank God I don't belong to any political party. And maybe things on that side they are helping me to move. So it's just important for us to see to it that we talk to our management. The commission when you're employing, please cancel these people that where you're going, you are not serving a political party, but you are serving Zambians, regardless where you are going. We have a problem today that a certain individual within the district can make a directive to a certain profession in that council to make a decision, which I'm very pissed off. But for now, I think I'll rest my case there. So that next time, next year, if such a case happens, I'll go to the Minister of Local Government and report in writing and in, with pictures and whatever it will be, that I'll report. Thank you so much.
Mr. Salualo.
Chair, thank you so much for the opportunity given to say just a few words, because what other colleagues have noted was also my concern. Allow me to shower praise to the Minister of Local Government, together with the entire Local Government Commission, for the cleanup that they have done, or that they continue keeping. With that said, I believe the allocation is too little, because I believe they still have a lot of work to do regarding to cleaning up the local authorities or the councils. The damage was done, and it wasn't done in a year, it was done for so many years. So it can't, 16 million is nothing in my view. Because I'm very happy with what they are doing. Honorable Minister, you still have a lot of work. A lot of work, because in our local authorities, supervised by the Local Service Commission, your officers, they like going for too many workshops at the expense of service delivery. Chair, as members of parliament, we are condemned, we are demeaned, we are insulted by our electorates because they feel we are not delivering. Meanwhile, it is your officers, supervised by the Local Government Service Commission, that are not working. Projects can be allocated, money apportioned, but for service delivery, which should be engineered by the local authorities, it is not happening in our constituencies. Blame goes to the members of parliament. Your officers are hiding. It is high time that the Local Service Commission took a center stage in saying to it that CDF and Equalization Fund benefits the citizens that want the services. It is not happening. The gap between the Local Service Commission and the local authorities themselves is quite huge. They need a lot of funding. They need mobility. They need a lot of innovation for them to know what is happening with the ground. Otherwise, CDF, the 25.7 million and the 28.3 that we anticipate, if not properly checked, the local authorities will fail to supervise these funds. And the blame will go to the government, the blame will go to the members of parliament. I implore Honorable Minister that please share this message with your commission to say they really need to be on top of things. The damage was done. You have a mammoth task. It is not of your making. I know you're a very capable person. But once we report as members of parliament to say these are hindering, please take action. We want delivery. We want service delivery in our respective constituencies. Because what is obtaining, it is nothing to be happy of. I don't think there must be very few members of parliament who are happy with what the local authorities are doing in terms of equalization fund, CDF, and other revenues that are collected, levies that are collected within our respective districts and constituencies. So, Honorable Minister, knowing who you are, please inspect. Sinazongwe, a local authority is not an exception. I'm not happy with what is happening. I'm not happy with the supervision. And even other members of parliament, I don't think they're happy. Take a center stage. Those who were politically employed and they show allegiance to a political party, move them out. Let the commission move them out. They have to act. It is now that we can do the right thing so that at least what should be beneficial to the community, they get their services done. I thank you, Chair.
Mr. Mpundu.
Thank you very much, the chairperson. I've got just a few things that I want to add on this aid, which is a very important aid. This is a very important commission, as its staff mostly interact with the community at all levels. Henceforth, it calls for the commission to engage or recruit staff of good quality. As a starting point, Honorable Minister, the concern which I have at times within the local authority staff is that the commission at times, it doesn't follow the channel. I'll cite an example. For example, a community development officer. The first entrant is supposed to have a first degree in social work, etc., etc. But you find that somebody comes with a grade 12 certificate and then is thrown direct to be a community development officer. Meanwhile, those other assistant community development officer, they don't have degrees, they are diploma holders. That way, it demotivates the officers, those who are holding those positions. So what I'm trying to say is that, Honorable Minister, let the commission be following. If the entrant is a diploma holder, let it be a diploma holder. If it is a degree holder, let it be a degree holder. That is the lapse that is there within the commission. Secondly, the visitations that they do as the commission to the workstations of these local authorities, they should not do their work in piecemeal. Many times that when they go to a workstation, they will rather pick a certain number selected by their administrative officers, for example, 3 files, and then they hand them over to the commission. The commission, that's why they receive those returns from the local authorities. They have to look on those returns so that each officer has a feel. You agree with me to say the officers out there, when they hear to say the commission, they are coming, there is that anxiety of saying, oh, our bosses are coming. Now that anxiety, then it is done in piecemeal. A Department of Housing and Social Services, it can have 150 officers, but you find that they only check only 3 files, bringing down the morale of the other officers whose files were not checked. So that needs to be looked into in order to motivate our officers. Secondly, I'll also talk about the way they do their recruitment. all of us here as members of parliament, we have been knocking at your office to say we want to procure graders, this heavy equipment machinery. But the question is, how are those heavy equipment machines going to be sustained by the local authority? The commission has a part to play. Many are at times that they have focused on employing this other discipline, but certain specialty discipline, they haven't been employing. For example, heavy equipment repair machinery, metal fabricators, even those who hold certain craft certificates that are able, which falls under the Department of Engineering or Works Department, they don't employ. Now, these machines that you are putting, you are authenticating as the minister, how are they going to be sustained? Who is going to be servicing them? Those are the questions that we need to interrogate. Secondly, as a ministry, local government, you have, under housing and social services, you have skills centers. In those skills centers, there is also a lapse because the commission doesn't employ officers like instructors. Many are times that the instructors, even our children whom we are supporting under CDF, they are not going to your skills centers because of fear, or there are no instructors there. So that area also needs to be looked at if the commission is to perform. And all this, it will trickle down to the performance of the local authorities. There are all these disparities, Honorable Minister, that you need to look at and emphasize to the commission where you are in charge if the local authority is to perform. There are a lot that I can say, Honorable Minister, but with those few notes, I think I rest my case, and all in all, what I can say, give them even extra money, request from them so that they do. Let them fail themselves, not you to fail, so that they perform their duties diligently. With that said, I thank you, the chairperson.
Mr. Mulunda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, the establishment of the
order. As the time now is 19:10 hours, I interrupt the proceedings and committee work stands adjourned. The Committee of Supply will report progress and ask leave to sit again. Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House that the Committee of Supply on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 1st January 2023 to 31st December 2023 has gone through heads 21 and 37 and has made progress and ask leave to sit again.
Day of resumption of committee work.
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
Committee work to resume tomorrow. The acting lead of the government business, adjournment.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
Notice of an item for debate on the motion of adjournment of the House has been received. The Honorable Member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for according me this opportunity to debate on the motion or the subject that I want to urge the government to stop the common practice by members of the public of confusions that arise at burial times where dead bodies in coffins refuse to be interred or direct pallbearers to suspected killers of the dead, resulting into confusions or deaths. Madam Speaker, let me begin by giving the background to my subject. Madam Speaker, reports on allegations of coffins carrying the remains of deceased people rejecting burial have taken prominence in Zambia. Incidences of this bizarre activity, Madam Speaker, have taken place in several regions of the country, including southern, central, northwestern, western, and Luapula provinces. Madam Speaker, these incidences assume several names depending on the tradition and culture of the region where the incident is taking place. For instance, Madam Speaker, in Northwestern Province, the practice is popularly known as Kikondo. In the Lamba region of the Copper Belt Province, Madam Speaker, the practice is called Wela Wela, a traditional ritual where charms are smeared on the coffin of a dead body with a belief that it would lead mourners to the person responsible for the death. As a result, Madam Speaker, suspected killers Madam Speaker, have been unfairly subjected to the threatening assaults, loss of valuable property, and in extreme cases, brutally murdered. Madam Speaker, I want to cite some examples. Recently in Rwano Valley, where a coffin was alleged to have refused to be interred and led the pallbearers to a suspected killer who was severely tortured, Madam Speaker, both mentally and physical, who was made to lie on the ground and the coffin was put on top of him. As that was not enough, Madam Speaker, we had another instance in Mazabuka where the same happened and police could not even quell the disturbance, which led to loss of life and damage to properties. Madam Speaker, as I'm speaking, there is a case in Kalulushi 3 weeks ago where the burial could not take place because of the same belief. And as we are speaking, the coffin of the dead is still in the mortuary. More often, Madam Speaker, the practice of Kikondo or Wela Wela perpetuates criminality and injustice. For instance, Madam Speaker, the consequences of these beliefs negatively affect victims from enjoying fundamental human rights as provided under national, regional, and international human rights law. These rights, Madam Speaker, include the right to life, the right to be free from torture, the right to non-discrimination, the right to protection of property, the right to personal liberty, and the right to respect the views of the elderly who are often accused of witchcraft. On top of that, Madam Speaker, it also deprives victims to the right to life, whose death, when death occurs. It also deprives victims to the right against torture, as I've said, deprives victims of justice, as they are not given an opportunity to be heard. Where no death occurs, Madam Speaker, victims suffer stigma in the community, and some of them end up dying of depression. Madam Speaker, it also brings about disunity in the community. It also brings about shunning of family members to such a person. Madam Speaker, I am more aware that there are quite a number of pieces of legislation that can be used against this. Some of the following interventions have been undertaken to discourage the practice, Madam Speaker, such as deployment of security personnel, as I've stated, where the security wings have been tipped by informants. They have rushed to the scene to restore public order. In some cases, Madam Speaker, the security personnel have been forced to bury the remains of the deceased. For instance, in 2018, Madam Speaker, an incident occurred in Kaoma district where it took the effort of the police and the soldiers to control an irate mob, retrieve the coffin, and conduct burial of the deceased person. Madam Speaker, conviction of the offenders as a remedy, the undesirable practice often infringe on human rights and legal provisions in Zambia. For instance, murdering the accused is an offense. According to Section 200, 201, and 202 of the Penal Code, Chapter 7 of the laws of Zambia, which provide, Madam Speaker, for murder or life sentence as punishment for any person who causes the death of another person by unlawful act or omission. In view of this, the judiciary has tried and convicted the perpetrators who are involved in the brutal killings of victims of Kikondo or Wela Wela. Madam Speaker, I want to cite a case of Abediniko Kapeshi and another versus the people. In this case, the defendants were accused of having caused the death of one Kavinga and were sentenced by the High Court to life imprisonment. On appeal against the sentence, the Supreme Court, Madam Speaker, overturned the case. Madam Speaker, these incidences are so prominent such that innocent people, like what happened in Ndora Rural, at a place called Mulela, where small enterprise, young business people progressed so well in their business, and people started accusing them of being Satanist, and eventually they were targeted area to Luansha. Madam Speaker, this is a very bad practice that I would want to urge the government that it should be stopped by all means. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for according me this opportunity to bring to highlight, to bring to attention some of the things that are happening in the countryside which are purely illegal and which deprive of some people of their freedom, as I've stated in my debate. Madam Speaker, I thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Siavonga, you wanted to raise a point of order.
Madam Speaker is withdrawn.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Zambezi East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this non-controversial motion of adjournment, which has been moved by the Honorable Member for Ron. Madam Speaker, of course, the motion is just trying to urge government to take keen interest in this act, which borders on criminality, and so that our people are protected. I'll bet the honorable member knows very, very well. That's why he's not suggesting introduction of new laws, because there are adequate laws which can be used to prosecute perpetrators of such acts. Madam Speaker, issues of witchcraft are very difficult to debate, because this comes from what the common man would say in tangible science. Things that you can't touch, you can't really prove. There are no systems of proving. And that's the reason why they are quite difficult to actually debate. But I'll say a few things for us to appreciate, so that I'll support what the honorable member is actually suggesting. And sometimes the lapse is on our law enforcement agencies, who probably do not do enough to sensitize. I would propose more of an approach to sensitize the communities, so that they move from that practice to something civilized, so that they understand that death is a natural thing that can happen to anyone. As I speak, Madam Speaker, of course, I would like to, we are not allowed to debate ourselves, but I would like to declare interest. Issues of witchcraft are a choice, of course. I just hear about it, and debating about myself, I'm as clean as a whistle. I've never known what witchcraft is all about or practice. Threats have been issued and the like, but I don't seem to see really the value in the so-called practice of witchcraft. You can imagine how many enemies members of parliament have down in constituencies and the like. But here we are still alive, and we still keep coming here. I'm doing my second term. I'm as clean as a whistle. So that's why I would like to move this point to say, this has got more to do with the cultural upbringing and the like. And you see, a lot of ignorance in our villages has caused such practices. But as I suggested, I think I'll dwell more in my debate. I'll dwell more on the solution to this. It's quite rampant, especially around I think between Chingola and Solwezi there, where that man, that man in a checked jacket comes from. The Lambas, my cousins, you know, Honorable Minister from Cover Belt, they are very good at these things. But I forgive them for whatever they practice, because me, I'm as clean as a whistle, and I don't believe in it. It's so rampant there around, and cases keep being reported at the police. Perpetrators also get arrested. But you see, even when they get arrested, tried, and convicted of murder because they killed someone, we don't seem to be solving the problem. The practice still keeps being perpetuated. And that's where the problem is. So now, this boils down to the point I was trying to make, that I think sensitization would do more. If there are any development organization, probably, who have finances to put into an activity which would help humanity, this is one of the avenues. You know, NGOs, as you call them, I call them development organizations, because they help governments towards development. This is one avenue which funds can be channeled towards, to put up people who are trained to counsel people, sensitize people in villages about this practice. You know, there are a lot of mysteries around witchcraft and beliefs because of where we're coming from, and then also levels of education. It's unfortunate that even educated people sometimes get involved into believing these things. But here I am, I'm attesting to the fact that even if I don't know anything of those things, they exist, I know. But it depends on really how much belief you put to that. And that's the reason why this practice is going on. I would implore the police, not just the police, to partner with the NGOs and come up with the people who can come up with maybe proposals on how to roll out the sensitization programs, especially in areas where these acts are happening rampantly, like the one I just cited, for the man in checked shirt. Around that area, it's so rampant. So there, if you can plant people, you know, you come up with a program where you are sensitizing people every now and then, the practice can actually reduce. In Zambezi, we don't seem to have such problems. Maybe because there is a clean man like me who comes from there, and people are used to living in a civilized way like the way I live. That's the reason to why it's so much rampant in these people in checked shirts, and I've seen another one looking straight at me opposite there. So, Madam Speaker, I thought of contributing towards this motion in this fashion to emphasize the point of sensitization. And this sensitization cannot be done without resources. Of course, government has got limited resources. Police has got a department of sensitizing, and police and community. We used to see those programs. But if there are NGOs and other supporting partners who can come up with initiatives and projects, come up with concept notes, developed into projects which can be financed and sensitize those areas which are identified to be the most affected, it would do good to actually reduce on this very cruel act. I've seen victims, some people get killed, without trial. And that's the bad part of it, because it can't be proved. It's through hearsays. Those maybe who are involved in witchcraft, they are ones who see these things and say, yes, it's true. This is the man who did this. But you see, for us who are as clean as a whistle, we don't know. We are just depending on what the law provides. And if we have to depend on what the law provides, sensitization is the way to go. Madam Speaker, I thought of contributing to this motion in this civil way. I thank you.
Thank you. The only problem is, as you are pointing at others, 3 fingers are pointing at you. The honorable member for Chipiri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, to give me this opportunity to say 1 or 2 words on this motion before this august House. Madam Speaker, for me, I don't support this motion. The reason why I'm not supporting it is it's like a death penalty. If someone comes to my house and kills my daughter, son, and then he's caught, and then to say no, because he can't be penalized, he can't be sentenced to death because he has the right to live. What about my daughter who were killed? Did they not have life? Did not have that life to live? So these people who are practicing this, Madam Speaker, it's very difficult to prove. But if they are caught using the same charm that they are using, where is the problem? Let them be dealt with so that they stop. That will be the punishment that they should get. You can't have mercy on such people, Madam Speaker. It will be very unfair for some of us who are very innocent, who are being victimized in the night. And then if he comes and I catch that person, sure, can I say, no, you have a life to live? What of the people that have been victimized, who have been killed? Do they not have a right to live? No. Madam Speaker, with these few words, I don't support this motion. Thank you.
The honorable member for Mwembeji.
Madam Speaker, I don't even know what the government is supposed to do with intangibles. This is an intangible. I remember in the last sitting, some minister wanted to introduce at the University of Zambia intangible studies. so that there might be professors and degrees in intangibles. So then to start coming here to urge government so that the government does what with a coffin which is moving in the air alone. Madam Speaker, I heard in my constituents that the coffin was moving and chasing people. And then what was the government supposed to do now? Who was moving that coffin? So that the police does what? Madam Speaker, this thing of intangibles, let it be dealt just like my Chipiri honorable member said, by intangibles. Let the intangibles continue the intangibles. In case people doubt that the intangibles are not there, there is a book, a black one, which is written Holy Bible. It prescribes that outside there are witches and wizards. If you say that there are no witches, that means you are trying to say what that book is saying is not the truth. So if that thing is there, let the witches and witch finders do themselves. We have got nothing to do with that because we are baptized and we don't deal with such things here in this parliament. So, Madam Speaker, just to shorten the thing, my brother wanted just to show the people that actually we can talk and debate here. He also knows that this is intangible. Maybe he has also joined the intangibles. But to say the least, Madam Speaker, let us forget about this.
There is a point of order being raised by the Honorable Member for Ron. What's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I raise on a serious point of order, premised on Standing Orders number 65, which states that we must be factual. Madam Speaker, is the honorable member on the floor in order to accuse me or to insinuate that I have
Order, honorable members. Anyway, for purposes of guidance.
that have joined the intangibles, Madam Speaker, or in short, that I also fly in the night.
Okay. Honorable members, that's the problem of motions of this nature. It's not even a motion, by the way. It's just an item for debate on the adjournment of the motion. If honorable members will refer to Standing Order 30, this is where this procedure is provided for. So it's just simply an opportunity for the originator of this motion on adjournment to express his or her views on the subject, like the honorable member for Ron has done. The other honorable members are also debating to express their views on the matter. So it's not a motion, that is why it is not even seconded. So honorable members should refrain from using the phrase, I support the motion, or I do not support the motion. It's just a freedom to debate, to test your debating skills for a matter which does not...
Madam Speaker, as I'm winding
which is bordering on witchcraft.
Yes, as I'm winding down, Madam Speaker, you see, even in our debate at Parliament here, we debate facts which can be proven. Who surely can prove this intangible? That no, the government should now be interested that no, can you do something? Because even the government will fail to prove it. They'll have to give salaries to witch finders. Witch finders to find who? Witchcraft. Witchcraft to find who? Who tested, who moved the coffin from one place to the other. Madam Speaker, this is a very serious issue which should be thrown away in terms of discussing here. Otherwise, even the devil can come and entrench this house and corrupt it. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, I say that I don't support this. Anyway, it's just a debate. I don't support it because it's just a debate anyway. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Southern Province.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the occasion that I must add my voice on the debate on the floor of this House. Madam Speaker, I must begin at the outset by thanking the Honorable Member of Parliament for Ron for bringing this discourse to this House. Contrary to assertions that this is a joking matter, this is a very serious and important matter. The new Dawn administration, Madam Speaker, is on a trajectory in its governance to ensure inclusiveness and leaving no one behind. When you are talking about societal issues at the grassroots, when you bring about a motion of this nature, one which ordinarily cannot see or be brought through a ministerial statement, people on the ground must be celebrating that the House is now talking about their issues since this is their House. Out there, for us who are members of Parliament of rural constituencies, the issue that the Member of Parliament for Ron has brought is a very serious matter. It doesn't even need any laughing around. Extremely serious. The only challenge is that people at the grassroots do not know how to bring their issues that plague them to come and find breath on the floor of the People's House. Congratulations, Honorable Member of Parliament for Ron, for bringing this very rare debate on the floor of the House. I've been here now 12 years. This is the first time there is such a debate which is anchored on the lives, the true life at the grassroots. The Honorable Member of Parliament for Sinazongwe, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Dundumwezi will agree with me that right now in the province, the Southern Province, we are struggling with dealing with issues of this nature. A lot of people are being killed in an extrajudicial manner. And as you would agree, Madam Speaker, Zambia promulgates a duality of law, respecting statutory law and also customary law. And that customary law will be respected and applies to the extent that is not repugnant. And as things stand now, in this country, we cannot say, let's leave these things to the wind. Let things flow on their own. We can't debate this issue on the floor of the House. What issues do you want to debate if you can't debate the lives of the people? A lot of people in the province, there in the Southern Province, are being killed. Right now, Southern Province is on a transition. The number one criminal activity that used to happen in Southern Province is cattle rustling. Number two, adultery. Now we have a new criminal offense which is number one and has overtaken these two traditional offenses, which is extrajudicial killings because a coffin has flown in the direction of someone and someone has to be killed. Now imagine that as a member of parliament, your competitor sponsors these traditional scientists. Don't even call them which one. They are traditional scientists. You sponsor a traditional scientist to fly a coffin, for instance, in the direction of Honorable Katuta. And she be killed. Especially that Chiengi is the only known constituency in this country where we have traditional computers. How shall it be, Madam Speaker, that we must begin to lose life needlessly like this. This motion is extremely important. And I'm using the word motion in inverted commas because we are debating. This discussion should be encouraged. We need more discussions like this. And from here, I was exchanging notes with the Honorable Minister for Copper Belt. He says this problem is also in Fanyama. We have agreed to confront the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development in charge of chiefs and issues to do with witchcraft. That this issue should be looked at seriously. This is not a joking matter. The only difference between this matter and going to steal someone's phone or going to shoot someone using a gun is that using a gun, it is properly legislated and you get arrested and charged for murder. But when a coffin flies in the direction of Honorable Kamondo, there is no proper legislation, life will still be lost in the same manner as if someone was shot with a gun. Time has come for us as this House to begin to appreciate that we are Africans, and that as Africans, there are certain repugnant practices that impact upon the lives of our people. And therefore, we must confront those challenges now, not joking around, not laughing around. No. This house is a people's house. The people who are being killed there are the people who vote for us. It is time this house begins to bring these grassroots-based issues to the fore of our debate so that the people who vote for us can now associate this house to their challenges and not always talking about inflation, talking about cost of living, things that people don't even understand. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Solwezi East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving the people of Solwezi East an opportunity to add a voice on this debate, especially that Honorable Gambita was busy pointing at me that this kind of concept happens in the area where I come from. Indeed, Madam Speaker, I should confess that this is a serious, serious matter in the Lumberland and as well as the Kaondeland. And to that effect, Madam Speaker, indeed, in certain jurisdictions, like in the science of physics, we look at what we call antimatter. Matter is something that exists, it occupies space, and it has all these things that we may call atoms and so on. But antimatter is something that cannot occupy space. Okay? In other jurisdictions, we say UFOs. Okay? UFOs, like we had in history, the Bermuda Triangle, something supernatural happening. Indeed, even in the Kaondeland, such superstitions, not even superstition, but it is really true. We have examples in one of our chiefdoms in the southern part, bordering with Lufanyama. Last year, a family suspected another of bewitching and killing a person. And they played the magic, carrying this coffin, and then the coffin returned. The person wasn't buried. It can even be 2 days. The coffin is just going around the village looking for the perpetrator of such kind of vice until that person is beaten and so on. And actually, these victims, they have even confessed as having killed somebody. Not really out of fear, but truly confessing. Not only that, even in the northern part or so of another chief, that really happened. So what has happened to this kind of kikondo, or the returning of coffins or moving of coffins? It has actually led to the Lumberland, Kaondeland, being backward in terms of economic development. Because what happened is that a village that is identified that this happened, there is this witch, and there is this concept of kikon or returning of the coffins. People shun such villages. They run away. And this has happened in our area. A lot of people have run away. So even when we're talking about CDF taking development closer to the people, it becomes a problem. Because you want to take development, you want to build a school where people have run away. So really it is detrimental to the nation. So saying that, going forward, what we need to see is the government partnering with the traditional leaders, our chiefs, especially where this is happening, with examples that I can cite, but I wouldn't name our chiefs. So if the government comes in, work as my brother said, with the chiefs' affairs, sensitize the chiefs on the negative effect of this concept of vice, because it deters development. So when this is inculcated in the chiefs where this practice occurs, then that perhaps can really happen. Of course, we have our chiefs who have been making some efforts in trying to sensitize people and also indeed punishing people who practice that. It is to some extent lessening, maybe 1 or 2, 3 times in a year. But really working with the traditional chiefs seriously as a government, that can help. Not only that, we can also partner with the clergy, the church, because Zambia is a Christian nation. So if we really work with the church, sensitizing the people, that can actually be lessened. In addition, police presence. For instance, where this has been happening, in the southern part, what you may call Mapunga Ward and also Mjimanzovu Ward, there's no presence of police there. But you're talking of a population of over 6,000 people, but no police post. When this happens, we have to depend on Solwezi Central calling the police there. By the time they get there, and the terrains that are so bad, we will find that a person has been killed. So we call for the government to enhance police presence, especially in my constituency, Solwezi East, Mushindamo district, so that you can have a police post in the southern part, also police station in the middle section where we have St. Dorothy, and also to the border side where we have the Kipushi border, because there's no presence of police there. The terrain's bad, no vehicles for the police, we have to depend on Solwezi, so all these kind of things. So, Madam Speaker, indeed it is very, very important. It is a serious matter that deserves to be considered with the seriousness that it deserves. So, having said that, Madam Chairperson, I think this matter indeed has been expressed in terms of my views, because we have seen lives being killed, we have seen villages being shunned, we have seen no development going on. So indeed, through the means of local government, chiefs affairs, we can actually help, especially the Lamba Kaondeland. I saw the Minister of Copper Belt indeed nodding his head, because he's Lamba, and we see these things happening. So, Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me this chance just to add on my voice. Thank you.
Thank you. In view of time, there are 2 honorable members who have indicated. I'll give them 2 minutes each. Starting with the honorable member for Kafurafuta, 2 minutes, because we are running out of time.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think in a nutshell, we can't run away from these facts, like Honorable Minister for Southern Province put it. The problem with this is when people engage in such vices, they end up committing serious crimes. When somebody dies or is killed after this, the law will not be lenient on them to say, okay, this was because you were annoyed you lost a loved one or anything like that. When someone commits murder, it's murder. The only thing I see is where one has to prove that this is the person that killed my uncle or something. That's where the problem comes in. Otherwise, the whole matter is real. But as I've already said, this matter becomes very difficult to prove because killing somebody is definitely a criminal offense, which, on the balance of probabilities, calls for evidence beyond reasonable shadow of doubt. So that becomes a problem when someone is accused of having killed somebody and so on. Otherwise, it's something that I think we can't ignore, and we need people to be sensitized about it, just like the past few years, we had a problem with people who were grabbing property from widows or widowers and so on. But I think today, I think this vice has kind of calmed down, and I think we can do the same to try and educate our society so that we can learn to live in peace. Because once you have this, villages are broken and people begin to live in disunity. So I think we have something that we need to work on, and that is to sensitize our people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Would have loved to listen from the Honorable Member for Chiengi, but the Honorable Minister of Local Government has indicated, so I'll call on the Honorable Minister to debate.
Madam Speaker, from the government side of things, I would like to say that it is wrong to trivialize such a debate. It is wrong to casualize such a debate, which debate is aiming at curing an ill. They say he who feels it knows it. It doesn't matter who you are. But imagine for a second, even where you are sitting, madam, a coffin starts approaching your house. With the pallbearers mounted on. This can happen to anyone. It must be nipped in the bud. It must be stopped. I congratulate you, brother and friend, for bringing this matter which squarely affects our people. Mob psychology is the result of this debate that the colleague has brought. Is mob psychology permitted? Is instant justice, which is a result of this debate that has brought, something that we would like to condone here? It all begins from sad endings, a funeral. So people connive in a corner and say, so when we carry this casket, we will say it's dragging us. The forces, madam, of velocity cannot prove that science, that a coffin can be directing people to your house. Just stop for a minute and imagine you are seated with your wife and children. Then a coffin is coming, not going to the graveyard, but coming towards your house. You would run out of your skin. Madam Speaker, this is barbaric, should never be tolerated. It's not about the intangible. It is about the ramifications of ignoring the intangible. They are too ghastly to contemplate. In the constituents that I represent, by the way, it was not Mazabuka, sir, it was Chikankata, where the coffin now crossed the constituency, left the constituency and went to another constituency to look for the killer. When people now agitated, they crossed the constituency back to destroy a police post, a police station. Emotions are let loose because one wants to ignore the law. There's so much that can be said about this motion, but I'm cognizant of the time. I want to congratulate all the members who have stuck around to debate this matter, which is not a joke.
Wait until the coffin starts approaching your house. I congratulate you, honorable members who are still seated here at 3 minutes to 8. We have to go home. I congratulate you, Honorable George Chue, and those who have debated for and against. This is not a fun matter, a joking matter. It's a serious matter because people have gone 6 feet deep as a result of misconduct, adventure of misadventure, where people now just agree in a corner and say, we are now going to Honorable Nyerenda's home. In full swing. When you leave the coffin on its own, it drops because of the issue of gravity. Why wouldn't the coffin work on its own? Then we'll start believing. There will be poor bearers, and they will be struggling, foolishly fooling people that is taking us this way. We don't know where we're going. Meantime, they've connived. They know they're going to Honorable Mutai Charles because they want to eliminate him. And unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the saddest part about this is that it targets the elderly in society. Those who deserve to live happily into their end of their life. Most often, it targets the elderly, poor, vulnerable people who cannot defend themselves. The issue about this debate is about the ramification of what sounds like a satire, what sounds like just a joking matter. People go to serve life sentences as a result of less capacity thinking, mob psychology. Today, let's go, let's go. At the end of it all, they end up in jail. We can circumvent that by, as government, putting a stringent measure that whoever is seen aiding a coffin must be arrested there and then before they get to their destination. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. I hope we'll be able to sleep tonight. Looking at the time, I interrupt the proceedings, then the subject for the debate lapses. The House is now adjourned.
Coming your way, and that now brings us to the end of today's proceedings, ending with the notice of subject for debate on a motion of adjournment by Mr. J. Chibwell, who is Member of Parliament for Ron constituency, and this subject was titled Need to Curtail the Infamous Traditional Practice called Kikondo. Time now to look at business that has been considered on the floor of the House starting at 14:30 hours. Madam Speaker did acquaint the House with the presence in the Speaker's gallery of the following honourable members of Parliament and staff from the Parliament of Namibia. That's the Standing Committee on Constitutional and Legal Matters, Honourable Cletus Karondo, Member of Parliament, Chairperson, Honourable